This is a compilation of over 4 hours of Fallout's most disturbing mysteries explained. So sit back, relax, and grab your popcorn. Let's kick things off with the mysterious Fallout Ocean. The oceans of the Fallout universe are a mystery in themselves, with the only times we've been given the chance to venture off the coast, being the Far Harbor DLC and the first Fallout's endgame mission where you travel to the Enclave oil rig. With the oceans so vast, known to many as the final frontier, we know more about the galaxy around us than the depths of Earth's waters. So today we are going to explore the biggest ocean mysteries of Fallout. 1. Where is the fishing? Where are the fish coming from? And could there be clear waters off the coast? With 70% of our planet covered by the ocean and only 80% of that uncharted, we still do not know what waits down there to be discovered. And throughout the Fallout series, we are introduced to many fishing operations, indicating that life still exists in the waters off the coast. But we are never shown ships that could be delivering shipments of fish to the shore. The only ships we see that are still in operation are not used for this purpose. If you dive into the waters, you'll find that they're heavily irradiated. This is due to the fact that groundwater is considered the hidden connection between the land and the ocean. Over time, the groundwater would pull radiation from the soil to the ocean and further contaminate its waters. This explains why entering the ocean without protection will still irradiate you, despite 200 years having passed since the bombs stopped. That isn't all, as any chemicals left over from pre-war civilizations would wash into the oceans over time and kill off all marine life. The Monongahela River is a prime example of this, as the waterways surrounding Pittsburgh become so heavily irradiated that despite being safe to cross further down its flow in 2104 at the time of Fallout 76, during the events of the Pit DLC of Fallout 3 that takes place in 2277, the waters are impossible to cross as they are far too irradiated and polluted. Eating fish from these waters would almost certainly be poisonous for anyone that isn't a ghoul. The regional maps for the first 2 games depict that there is a bright green area of radiation surrounding the shore, but outside of that it seems to show clear water. With the canon of certain depictions in those games being challenged by minor retcons, each installment, could this be proof that there is far less radiation in the waters outside the coast? And could the fish we see all throughout the series be breeding there before venturing to the coast? We see the byproduct of fishing operations all over, so they have to be coming from somewhere. Is there a chance that survivors could be venturing into the oceans to fish before returning to the shore? We don't know where these fish are coming from, but we do know that there is a distinct lack of fishing vessels. Could origins of what fish we do find be from a mysterious underwater civilization that could destroy the surface world at any time? 2. Entity in the depths. Could there be eldritch horrors just below the waters? This mystery began with the release of Fallout 3, where we are introduced to a mysterious pre-war cult existing in the Point Lookout National Park, where bombs never fell, the area bordered by the Atlantic Ocean. We only meet one member of this cult, Obadiah Blackhall, who tasks the player with finding his book, the Krivbekni, and guides you to a site where swamp folk conduct ritualistic sacrifice. During this quest, you will meet a Christian missionary by the name of Marcella, who claims that Obadiah plans to use the Krivbekni to control the swamp folk, a tribe of hostile inbred mutants who may have been that way long before the war. Arriving at the ritual site, after killing the swamp folk, you will find the Krivbekni in the middle of a shrine littered with gore. Returning to Marcella, you'll find her dead, having been attacked by smugglers hired by Obadiah. She, however, left a holotape with instructions on how to destroy the Krivbekni. You will have to travel back to DC, to the Dunwich building, where you'll make your way to its basement, known as the Virulent Underchambers. There you'll find a feral ghoul who stands by a note that reads, sharp knife to send him to a deep temple. Flay and say my words. Abdul comes again on the Feast of the Weaker, feast for the deep temple, born again, here, Alhazared Gieth Gieth. Nearby is the obelisk of Ugqualtoth. If you activate it, the book, and all nearby feral ghouls will burst into flames. The questline is over and answers are never fully given. In Fallout 4, there is a mystifying location known as Dunwich Borers, owned by the same company as the Dunwich building from Fallout 3, which is a pre-war marble quarry with a dark twist. You will have to fight your way through raiders to get inside, but inside you will find clues that it might not be your average marble quarry. The raiders were there to collect scrap metal, but the underlings began to complain to their bosses that the place was haunted. Clearing out the raiders, you'll start to have visions of cult rituals. These will continue until you enter the last room of the quarry, where you'll be granted a vision of a pre-war sacrificial ritual involving a strange blade known as Krem's Tooth. From there, you can swim into an underwater chamber where you will come face to face with a colossal statue of immense size. The next step of this mystery takes us to Fallout 76, where there are 3 locations that each bear scenes of ritualistic sacrifice and have those colossal heads hidden within. The first location is Tanagra Town, which is an entire city lifted out of the ground and into the air by all-consuming vines that have started to take over the minds of the various denizens of the wastelands. These vines are even capable of taking over ghouls and Grafton monsters, transforming them into their Strangler variants. The second location is Organ Cave, which is home to a large group of Mothman cultists who have been making sacrifices to their god in this cave. The same head from Dunwich Borers can be found embedded in one of the walls of the cave. The cave is also home to a large source of water. The last of the 3 is in the same room of an ancient entity that the cult of the Mothman is making sacrifices to, and it seems to be healing. With the release of the Gone Fishin' expansion, there is now a basket of fish offerings to the entity. This creature is alive and will bleed if damaged, but does not react. This creature is known as Interloper, and its body is entirely plant-like, with root-like appendages, a human-like torso, and limbs that appear like arms. This creature is not alone, as there is another that can be found near White Springs in a cave known as the Deep. This one is in a dormant state and will not bleed, being seemingly inactive. There may be more colossal heads and ancient entities hidden in the oceans of the world, as every location they appear in contains water. With the Gone Fishin' update, a captain by the name of Raymond Clark and a strange humanoid creature known as the Fisherman, who appears similar to a lake lurk from Fallout New Vegas. Raymond Clark will try to reveal more about the Fisherman, pointing towards a sinister secret held by it, but before he can speak up, he is met with a jolt of pain and will only speak good of the creature after. The Fisherman is constantly processing fish and acquires the player's help in obtaining more. Next to him can be found a note with a depiction of a creature that is nearly identical to the Interloper. Raymond Clark claims that he and the Fisherman are from the East. But considering that he is a ship captain, could he have been enthralled by the Fisherman in the ocean and forced to obey his commands? Could the Fisherman be a servant of an ancient entity that's seeking to consume all life on Earth? This whole mystery is very similar to the H.P. Lovecraft novel, The Shadow over Innsmouth, which depicts a backwater town on the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Massachusetts. The locals of Innsmouth are known for having the Innsmouth look, and it's later revealed that the population has been breeding with a humanoid frog-like fish species known as the Deep Ones in exchange for gold and an extended lifespan for their youth, forming a cult around them. The Deep Ones live in an advanced civilization beneath the Atlantic Ocean, and were stated to be so powerful that they could topple humanity entirely if they wanted to. To appease the Deep Ones, the people of Innsmouth would make offerings of beads and human sacrifices, after which the Deep Ones would reward the locals with golden jewelry of alien design and a plentiful harvest of fish. As this trade continued, each generation began to look more and more fishy as they aged. At old age, they would descend into the ocean to join the Deep Ones. This seems to parallel the strange appearance of the swamp folk from the Point Lookout DLC, while the Deep Ones themselves are supposed to look a lot like what the Fisherman looks like. So, could he be a Deep One human hybrid at the advanced stages of its lifespan, or could he be a Deep One himself? Though we never see signs of this eldritch civilization, we can find signs that something more human could be going on beneath the waters of the Commonwealth. 3. Underwater structure. In the Commonwealth wasteland of Fallout 4, you can find plenty of mysteries hidden in the waters off the coast, including massive pipelines leading to a convergence point that stretches across the waters along the map. These pipelines originally would have led to a piece of cut content, Vault 120, a completely submerged vault. The questline that would have taken you there, 20 leagues under the sea, was cut during its final stages. The vault would have had a unique overseer that was a sentient giant squid. You would have entered the vault alongside Captain Zhao of the Yangtze 31, a barely functional Chinese nuclear submarine now stuck in the shallow waters just northeast of the 4-lead fish packing plant. During the story, you would have discovered that the vault dwellers had rebelled against the sentient giant squid, but not much else is known. What we do know is that practically everything related to Vault 120 was scrubbed from the game, so why are the pipes still clearly visible in-game? Could they have decided to scrap the entire thing in exchange for a potential new enemy that might make an appearance in later games? Could that be the source of the Commonwealth Brotherhood struggles that was mentioned by Scribe Harkness in the Amazon TV show? Who knows? But what we can conclude is that those pipes were left there for a reason. What that reason is, we'll have to wait and see. Though this might be explored in a later installment of the series, this next one is so strange that it may never be explored further, only added to with weird and humorous locations. 4. Cove Mannequins. Just off the coast south of Haddock Cove, you can find the underwater wreckage of a pre-war cargo ship that contains several mannequins in various different poses. Some of them are even armed with weapons, and those that do have the now skeletal remains of the former crew scattered around them. Right away, it brings into question what exactly happened here, as none of these mannequins should have stayed in place once the ship sunk. We have some answers, but it only leads to further questions. You can find a note written by the captain, titled, "These mannequins," floating inside the boat's cabin next to one of the armed mannequins. It reads, "I can't wait to drop these damn mannequins off. The crew is starting to claim that they are hearing weird noises from the cargo. Maybe they are just playing pranks on me. Whatever. We are almost there." Judging by the skeletal remains nearby, it's clear that the captain should have investigated the crew's concerns. There are no clear answers, as mannequins are inanimate objects and should not be able to harm anyone. What we do know is that the Institute had only just begun the brain scanning program that would lead to the creation of the synths, like Nick and Dima, so they could not have been synths. Many have theorized that the mannequins could have been possessed by some eldritch entity, maybe even Ugg-Qualtoth itself, and used them as puppets to massacre the crew as a sacrifice. If this is true, the threat Ugg-Qualtoth poses could be greater than anyone predicted. There are no survivors to recount what occurred on this vessel, but this is not true for every encounter of the unknown in the waters of the post-nuclear wasteland. 5. Leviathans of the Deep. Could there be massive leviathans lurking in the deep, destroying vessels? And that is why global trade is off-limits? Throughout real-world history, explorers would often mark maps with depictions of strange and massive creations. These creatures would act as a warning to others. Do not go here because there be monsters. In the Fallout universe, we are not so lucky, as the Pip-Boy can provide no warning for what we may encounter. Wastelanders are no strangers to massive aquatic beasts, with Mirelurk queens towering over most structures. With armor thicker than power armor, they can take down even super mutant behemoths. Could there be more such creatures lurking deeper in the waters that have grown larger than we could ever imagine due to radiation? In a terminal entry found at the Nahant Oceanological Society in Fallout 4, we can find evidence that with minor radiation before the war, marine crustaceans began to grow into the Mirelurks we know today, with the entry saying that there is an increase in average mass by 14% in crabs and 12% in lobsters. And that was before the war, with 200 years having passed between now and then. There is no telling how large some marine life could have mutated. Throughout Fallout 4 and 76, we can find the skeletal remains of whales. But in Fallout 4, when walking through Bunker Hill, you can overhear two caravan guards having a conversation about an encounter that one of the guards' grandfather had with a truly massive blue ghoul whale, known by the older Wastelanders as Olpeg, though this could have been the Yangtze 31. A seasoned Wastelander would know otherwise. The guard would then go on to say that if the other guard does not believe them, that they can ask any of the old folk about the gigantic monsters that can be found in the deep. While walking the coast in Fallout 4 and 76, it's not uncommon to come across the remains of both small fish and larger marine life, including large mutated dolphins known to Wastelanders as dollfish. We may never know the truth behind the legend of Olpeg, but what we do know is that it wasn't the only deep-sea leviathan within the oceans of Fallout, as the previously mentioned giant squid overseer would have been something truly terrifying to behold. The FEV contaminating the groundwaters across the wasteland would have flowed into the ocean in isolated quantities over time. So with this, we can question what monsters might be out there. I'm sure I speak for us all when I say that it would be amazing to battle against an underwater giant and truly test ourselves against the unknown. Whether we ever will, well, that's a story for another day. 6. Undetonated warheads. Could there be 2 undetonated nuclear warheads just off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean, waiting to go off, which would devastate its waters? If that happened, it would destroy whatever semblance of an ecosystem that has managed to survive, which allowed the fishing we see in Fallout 3, 4, and 76. In the Atlantic City expansion for Fallout 76, Veracio Cruz is a member of the Showmen, a faction of performers who control the Atlantic City boardwalk as well as the Aquarium of the Atlantic. He runs the Most Sensational game, which gives contestants the opportunity to become its champion if they can survive a brutal blood sport where they'll be pitted against abominations and other contestants as they battle their way to the end. It's a reference to The Most Dangerous Game, a novel written by Richard Connell in 1924. Talking to Veracio Cruz, he will say, "They say it was not our enemies that irradiated these waters, but ourselves. That a transport aircraft suffered an engine failure and was forced to jettison its precious cargo into the waiting depths off this very coast. He goes on to say that nobody really knows if they detonated far below the surface or if they still lay there on the ocean floor, waiting for the day when they finally crack open and release their payload. This seems to be a reference to a real-world event that happened way back in 1957, when a C-124 Globemaster transport aircraft for the United States Air Force had to shut down 2 of its engines and return to Atlantic City, though it would jettison 3 nuclear bombs and 1 nuclear core into the ocean before doing so. The 3 nuclear bombs lacked their cores, so they were labeled as not a threat. What exactly happened remains a highly classified secret and has never been divulged, but the bombs and nuclear core were never located. But in the Fallout series, it seems as though the ones that had been dropped were indeed armed and could explode at any minute if they haven't already. And if they do, will it be the doom of all those who survive off the fish caught from the Atlantic Ocean? Enclave Oil Rig, FEV. After the destruction of the Enclave Oil Rig in Fallout 2, we are left with the assumption that all the FEV that the Enclave had been testing on and left behind on the oil rig had been destroyed. But what if it hadn't? The oil rig was the Enclave's main command site from the months before the war until it was destroyed in 2241. It was constructed by Poseidon Energy and built over an underwater oil deposit in the Pacific Ocean, 175 miles off the coast of California. The Sierra Depot of the Galaxy News Network reported that it was built over the last remaining uncapped oil reserve, which China previously had a claim to. However, the Chinese had their oil platform project sabotaged, allowing the United States to seize the reserve for themselves. This is one of the primary sparks that ignited the Great War and led to the events that destroyed the pre-war world. Little did China know, they could have taken out most of the upper echelons of the United States government with one well-placed missile on the structure. Not having done this allowed the Enclave to thrive once everyone else had been annihilated due to the nuclear fallout. There, the Enclave would test the effects of FEV until they had finally perfected FEV Curling 13, which, if exposed to the wasteland, would have caused a genocide so great that only Vault inhabitants and the Enclave could have survived. But with the Enclave having left the FEV behind during their evacuation of the oil rig, wouldn't it have gone into the ocean when the oil rig exploded and its ruins collapsed into the waters? If so, it could have led to the birth of an untold number of horrific abominations that could be festering off the coast of California. There is also the chance that FEV Curling 13 could have survived in the oceans and could be the reason why we see the decaying remains of so many fish, whales, and dollfish along the coast. If it's affecting marine life, could it reach the land and begin to kill off the mutated populations of the world? We can only wait to see what happens, as this extinction level event would change the game series forever. 8. What lies beyond? Though we have never been shown much of what lies beyond the coast of the United States wasteland, we do know that there are at least pockets of survivors out there that have made it to the United States. Many of you might know of Alastair Tenpenny from Fallout 3, who is the owner and proprietor of Tenpenny Tower. But did you know that he hails from the post-nuclear wastelands of Great Britain? He crossed the ocean to seek fortune in the capital wasteland, but he will not mention anything about his life before arriving in the United States. However, searching Tenpenny Tower for any lead as to what has become of life overseas is not a dead end. There is another traveler from a foreign land living there, and that's Irving Cheng, who claims to be a direct descendant of the chairman of the People's Republic of China, who was their leader until at least 2077. Irving writes in his computer terminal that his father was one of the leading officers in the Chinese army, which indicates that some form of the Chinese Communist Party still survives there. As to how either of them arrived in the United States is unknown, but in Fallout 4, there is another clue. While traveling through the Commonwealth, you can come across the wreck of the FMS Northern Star, a pre-war cargo ship. Climbing aboard this wreckage, you will encounter raiders who will shout in Norwegian as they try to stop your approach. Though the sole survivor does not speak Norwegian, their lines can be translated to, "Leave us alone, get off our ship, what do you want from us?" And even, "I'm coming home," as they're dying. There are no ways to effectively communicate with them, so you can either leave them alone or wipe them out entirely. We don't know for sure when they arrived and are led to believe that they became stranded after the bombs dropped, as they are all ghouls. But what if they arrived far later and became ghouls during whatever catastrophic event that led to their ship crashing into the coast of Boston? Could Norway still have a shipping industry that operates throughout Europe and maintain a sort of loose supply network in order to stabilize the European wasteland? I for one hope we get answers as the outside world is a gray area in the Fallout lore and it would be fantastic to travel overseas, or perhaps they could make a game that takes place in an entirely new nation to explore. The oceans have always been a resource that has led to the survival of nations throughout human history, that has continued to provide food, water, and trade. All of that betters the livelihoods of those affected by it. But what would happen if we suddenly lost our ability to traverse the waters? Everything would collapse and society would once more be rendered into tribes of hunter-gatherers, as we see in the more landlocked regions of the Fallout series. This has been Fallout's biggest ocean mysteries explained. This is the 7 levels of Fallout 4 mysteries. Level 1, Curiosity Mysteries. On Level 1, we're exploring a mystery that tickles players' curiosity and leads many of us to keep a closer eye on the Commonwealth's coastline. The Fallout franchise depicts many strange and mutated creatures, ranging from rad roaches to centaurs. But have you ever wondered what abominations would take shape in the oceans of the post-apocalyptic setting? While playing Fallout 4, when walking through Bunker Hill, you can overhear 2 caravan guards having a conversation. One guard tells a story about the grandfather she got her rifle from, saying that he was a brave man who used to earn a living gathering mirelurk eggs by the beach. This was until he went out collecting mirelurk eggs on a foggy day, when he heard something massive in the ocean. Let's take a moment to consider this. Her grandfather must have been an experienced survival expert who would have come across all kinds of monstrosities. For something to scare him, it must have truly been a sight to behold. This sound stunned him. He knew he had to see it to make sense of the situation. That's when her grandfather spotted the outline of what he described as a behemoth massive and bigger than anything you or I will ever see. He called the creature Olpeg, a giant blue ghoul whale, though this could have been the Yangtze 31, a barely functional Chinese submarine now found stuck in the shallow waters just northeast of the 4-lead fish packing plant. Shrouded by dense fog, it could have made the submarine appear larger due to an effect known as atmospheric perspective, with the fog reducing visibility. This causes objects to appear larger and less clear, so the fog could have made the Chinese submarine appear larger and bluer to a wastelander who would have no idea what a submarine was. However, could it be that there is actually a massive ghoul whale somewhere out there in the wasteland? After all, there are numerous locations where you can find the skeletal remains of whales. While walking the coast, we can spot the remains of sea life on debris and on land. This goes from smaller fish to larger mutated dolphins that were eventually labeled as dollfish in Fallout 76. Curious enough, the texture for the dollfish bodies are labeled whale in the Fallout 4 in-game files. We may never know the truth behind the legend of Olpeg, but I, for one, will be keeping an eye on the coast. Level 2, Hidden Easter Eggs. If you think massive ghoul whales would be terrifying, what if I told you that there were giants roaming Far Harbor sometime in the past? You may have come across the story of Olpeg, but this next one is easier to miss, and that's why it's placed at Level 2. Super mutants may not be the only large humanoids to have existed in the Fallout universe. If you travel southwest of Arcadia, just west of Old Pond House in Far Harbor, you will come across one of the various trapper outposts dotting the island. Beneath this trapper outpost, you can find the entrance to Pinecrest Caverns. Making your way through the cavern, you will find a skeleton, holding a human spine in one hand and a skull faceplate in the other. Upon further inspection, you will notice that the spine and skull are far smaller than it. That's because the skeleton is giant, much larger than a normal human. It's difficult to identify how old the giant could be, as remains can be preserved at varying rates as the caves are forming and may become exposed through cave forming processes. Sinkholes could also explain how the giant ended up there, though the cave could have been its shelter. It is also common for animals to seek refuge within caves and become trapped, with its carcass becoming part of the cave's wall in as little as several months. Could there be giant-sized humanoids lurking the wasteland, larger than super mutants? Or could this skeleton be all that's left of a prehistoric tribe of giants? Many American colonists believed there to have been a tribe of giants living in the Americas, until they were wiped out by rival tribes. This belief was widespread until 1934, when a curator of anthropology at the Smithsonian Institute, Alois Hrdlicka, rejected the claim. He blamed the misperception on amateur anthropologists being fooled by misinterpretations of the pre-colonial burial sites they studied. But could this be proof that a tribe of giants did indeed exist in the Fallout universe? Seems entirely possible with the skeletal evidence found within the walls of this cave. Giants can be found all throughout Bethesda's Elder Scrolls Skyrim, having sold over 60 million copies. It is one of the most popular video games of all time. So it's It's not hard to believe that on this level we can find another Easter egg with big implications related to the Elder Scrolls series. Exploring the Brothers Pridwin, you can find at the Biolab terminal called Hybrid Log, a series of terminal entries that read, "Had a bit of an unexpected find today. One of our field scribes brought a small root he found at the mouth of a river. Normally I wouldn't hold high hopes for such a small specimen, but the root is displaying chemical properties I've never seen before. I'm not sure anything will come of it, but it's certainly worth experimenting on." They would go on to refer to the plant as Experiment NRT-001, and the next log follows the experiments conducted on the samples taken. Experiment NRT-001, log A017. My new experimental root is doing surprisingly well. I've managed to graft pieces of it onto some hardier stock, and we've yielded a strong, leafy plant with thick roots. While I am uncertain of future applications for my new hybrid, I did a chemical test, and it seems safe to ingest. On a whim, I boiled the plant in some water and discovered that it makes an oddly good tea. There are 2 more logs that talk about the restorative properties that its root seems to have when consumed as a tea, making the scribe who discovered it feel reinvigorated and healthier than ever. The scribe would eventually discover that this plant has bioluminescent properties, renaming it Glowleaf. Upon further exploration, you can discover where they are cultivating the plant for further study, with plenty of specimens to be seen. Fans of the Elder Scrolls series will know right away what this plant is meant to be, with magic rituals, psychic powers, cult beliefs, and even spells becoming more and more common in the Fallout series. It leaves us with questions when Bethesda chooses to include a rare magical ingredient from Skyrim into the Fallout series and make it canon. This rare magical plant is Nirnroot, and it can be found throughout Tamriel. In the Elder Scrolls series, exploring its magical properties will identify its many fortifying attributes. If that's not enough, you can find samples of Glowleaf at a water location reminiscent of where you'd find it in the Elder Scrolls series, by traveling due west of Eden Meadows Cinemas. Curious enough, this item has no addiction effects, and in survival mode, the Glowleaf has no food value but will provide the sole survivor with a health buff without needing to be well fed. Though, in an interview in 2017, Pete Hines, Bethesda's now retired marketing vice president and head of PR, said that the inclusion of NRT-001 in Fallout 4 was always intended only as an Easter egg, and does not serve as evidence to indicate that Fallout and the Elder Scrolls were set in the same universe. It's easy to write off this mystery as busted after reading that, but I'll ask you, if it was only ever an Easter egg, then why did they include it in more than one location? Give it a completely canon story that includes multiple terminal entries and special properties in survival mode, with Nirnroots and giants? Is the setting of Fallout going to continue to explore magical topics that will naturally evolve into the Elder Scrolls series? Only time can tell. Level 3, Lore Enigmas. On Level 3, we're left with a mystery that involves a girl and her cat. To many people, their pets are their best friend. But would you know if your pet was recently replaced by a near-perfect spy? Here, you'll find questions that lead you to certain conclusions that you might not have known if events didn't trigger in just the right order. Eventually, you will come across Vault 81. As you enter Vault 81, you'll be met by a seemingly ordinary cat named Ashes, who dashes past you and into the wasteland. You'll be directed to speak to the owner of the cat, a young vault dweller named Aaron, who asks you to retrieve Ashes and bring him back home safely. You'd expect this to be an escort mission, but that's not how it pans out. You'll find Ashes east of the vault towards the Chestnut Hillock Reservoir, calmly sitting on the docks. All you have to do from that point on is tell the cat to return home, and it will immediately. You don't have to guide it at all. The cat seemingly understands the command it was given, and despite being far from home, returns ahead of the sole survivor. When you arrive back at Aaron, she will comment that she's so glad Ashes is back, but he acts like nothing happened. Could the Institute have replaced Ashes with a synth shortly after the cat escaped the confines of Vault 81? Now, this might seem like an odd assumption until you play through the game again, without retrieving Ashes after they escape. That's because when you arrive at the Institute during the main story mission, the nuclear option, an identical cat to Ashes will appear in the Institute that does not appear should the sole survivor tell Ashes to return home to Vault 81. There seems to be a precedent for the Institute to employ animal synths when they cannot replace humans, so it doesn't seem far-fetched for a cat to be a synth. Throughout the game, you can find birds everywhere in the Commonwealth, but did you know that you can find cameras that seem to be from a bird's eye view at the Synth Retention Bureau? Bird eyes can only get you so far. If the Institute needed to spy on a vault that does not accept outsiders regularly, spotting a cat running off would be an ideal opportunity to replace it with a synth cat and monitor the vault from a cat's eye view. After all, the Institute has eyes everywhere. Are you convinced that Ashes is a synth? If this is true, could this terminal be a hint left hidden by the developers that could change everything you know about the sole survivor? Level 4, Hidden Truths. On Level 4, you'll find questions unanswered and may never be. It's left to speculation, but the mystery is a mystery nonetheless. Soon after the release of Fallout 4 more than a decade ago, Todd Howard stated in an interview that there was a game-changing piece of lore hidden in a terminal that nobody had found yet. For years, both players and modders have hunted high and low to this secret terminal. When interviewed, the now retired Pete Hines stated that nobody had found it yet. There are some players who feel that the secret terminal may have finally been uncovered. Though there have been no official statements that this is the terminal, players have reported finding a terminal in the Institute's synth production area, labeled Robotics Terminal 2C. On an entry titled Unique Project, you can find a message that reads, "In select Gen 3 units, the synthetic brain is indeed capable of accepting specific enhancements to the visual cortex, basal ganglia, and right parietal cortex. The result is substantially improved combat effectiveness due to two factors. One, an increased understanding of weapon accuracy to the extent that the combatant can actually visualize the percentage of effectively hitting targets or smaller areas on those targets. Two, an altered sense of perception that mimics the effect of slowing or even stopping time. Recommend we commence surgery and field trials on appropriate operatives in the near future," leading to many players to believe that the sole survivor being a synth due to the entry's description being so similar to VATS. But could this be the same changing hidden terminal Pete Hines and Todd Howard both felt the need to comment on? This seems to be backed by Dima, the leader of the synth colony of Arcadia, and one of the two early prototype synths who appears in the Far Harbor during the DLC's main questline, Where You Belong. After old Longfellow guides the sole survivor to Arcadia to search for Kasumi Nakano, the runaway daughter of Wastelanders Kenji and Rei Nakano. Kasumi believes that she is a synth, and after contacting Dima by accident while restoring a radio, players are greeted at Arcadia by Dima, who asks the sole survivor, "One more question, if you'll indulge me. You're here for Kasumi, but I suspect there could be another reason you came to us. Tell me, are you a synth?" If the player chooses to ask, "How would I know?" Dima responds, "I'm afraid if you're looking for some biological test we can do, there isn't any. None that aren't fatal." So, with that, players are left to decide for themselves, rather the sole survivor is a synth, and if this is indeed the secret terminal. What do you think? Lucky for us, the scientists of the Institute rarely venture into the wasteland, but could there be a more nomadic group out there that we should watch out for in future games? Level 5. Inexplicable hidden locations. Have you ever passed through a location that you find oddly familiar, but can't pinpoint why? On Level 5, we're bringing you a location with real-world references that might be hiding a hint that connects locations in two Fallout games, taking place 200 years apart. Traveling just south of Walden Pond, right off the highway, you will find an elaborate recreation of the famous Stonehenge historical site in England. It's completely made up of stacked vehicles. An interesting site to visit if you're in the area. But who made it? There are no notes nor terminals found at the location. Nearby, you will find a super mutant behemoth. While it seems natural to believe that the behemoth constructed Carhenge, it's hard to imagine that a super mutant that far gone would be able to focus on stacking that many vehicles neatly without knocking the rest over. If the behemoth didn't construct Carhenge, who did, and where did they go? And this isn't the only Carhenge that can be found. There is another in Fallout 76 just northwest of Bailey Family Cabin, except this one has a leather throne in the middle of it, which seems to have been the seat of power for a leader of some kind. Beware though, as the site seems to attract creatures to it, as it is an assault-type random encounter location. This could just be another reference to Stonehenge, until you realize that there was once more than one in Fallout 76. Before the Wastelanders update, there used to be two Carhenges in Fallout 76. When the Cult of the Mothman returned from West Virginia, took over the location, and constructed the Sacrament location dedicated to the Mothmen. In Christian theology, a sacrament is a Christian rite that's recognized as important and significant. They consider the sacraments to be a channel for God's grace. So, could Carhenge have been constructed to channel power of some divine nature, which attracted the Mothman cultists long after the original constructors left? The real-world Stonehenge is believed by historians to have been a significant location that ancient peoples traveled to conduct rituals and gatherings. After the Skyline Valley update, the sacrament was once more renamed to the Crossroad. There are no other apparent changes to the location itself, so why would the devs change the name of a location for a second time if it does not reflect a change in the story? I find it hard to believe that the Fallout series would focus so much on this one location without it having a deeper meaning behind it. With this, we return to real-world lore to examine why the location may have undergone this final name change. In the medieval era of Great Britain, crossroads were commonly used as a place of criminal punishment and execution. This seems to hint that after the Mothman cultists reconstructed the location, the deconstruction of its Carhenge would sever the connection to the divine powers that its constructors may have sought to attain. You can find the crossroad just northeast of the Palace of the Winding Path, and southwest of the converted munitions factory. It's a marked location, and is not too far west from its its counterpart in Fallout 76. It wouldn't make much sense for developers to cover up a location without a reason. The Crossroad is an area tied to multiple quest lines in Fallout 76, so all these changes are part of the overarching story of Appalachia. Considering that there were once 2 in Appalachia and 1 in Boston, could this mean that there is a group of traveling nomads that are constructing Carhenges just like the Druids of England, who constructed the real-world Stonehenge and other such structures? And if they are nomadic, are they trying to channel something, and when will they return? Like nomads, mercenaries travel from place to place, but this is not for cultural reasons. They travel where the work is, so it makes you wonder why there are so many hostile mercenaries in Fallout 4. Level 6. Dark Unsolved Mysteries. For Level 6, we're bringing you a mystery that might have an answer found in other Fallout games, something that, if true, could change how players view a faction entirely. In the ruins of Boston, you will come across a well-armed mercenary group known as the Gunners. They cannot be reasoned with and are known to wipe out entire settlements and leave no survivors. They seem to not be working with any of the known factions of the Wasteland, as they are hostile NPCs and will attack anything they detect. They can even be encountered attempting to fly a vertibird after killing its crew of 2 members of the Brotherhood of Steel. They are responsible for reducing the Minutemen to what they are when the sole survivor first encounters Preston Garvey, having massacred the Minutemen when they came to the aid of the town of Quincy. But who hired them to show up and lay siege to the Boston Wasteland? They are mercenaries after all. They go where the money is, and they're certainly not for hire by many in Boston. To this day, there are no answers in the lore for who hired them, leading many fans to believe that their mysterious benefactor could be none other than the Enclave. In Fallout 3, you can find another mercenary group known as the Talon Company. Attacking the Capitol building, they are then supported by the Enclave, who arrive on a vertibird. So, it would make sense that the Enclave hired the Talon Company to act as their strike force before descending into the Wasteland in full force, as the Talon Company is hostile to everyone else. The leadership of the Gunners and the Talon Company hold the rank of Commander. The Gunners are led by Commander Kyler, Captain Wes, and Captain Bridget, though in the Nuka World DLC for Fallout 4, it is revealed during the main story mission All Aboard. On a note you can loot from Commander Kyler's. The note reveals that she was dispatched by a colonel named Cypress. As for leadership of the Talon Company, there seems to just be Commander Jabsco. If the Talon Company are indeed employed by the Enclave, that would mean that they would be receiving orders from none other than Colonel Augustus Autumn. Could Colonel Cypress be another Enclave leader who attained the rank of colonel after the fall of Autumn, and now commands the Enclave and all of its mercenary groups towards a still unknown goal? In the United States, Commander is a military rank, O5, but it is used as a rank or title in non-military organizations, particularly in law enforcement. With the Enclave seeing themselves as superior to everyone else, could this be why the mercenaries use the leadership rank of Commander, as the Enclave would not view them on the same level as their forces? Considering that both groups are mercenaries, both use a military-style ranking system, both are known to be ruthless, both use pre-war military uniforms and armor, and both have a mysterious third party that hired them for unknown reasons. With one seemingly being affiliated with the Enclave, wouldn't it make sense for the Enclave to have hired another mercenary group to destabilize the Commonwealth before descending from the shadows themselves? This might seem far-fetched until you visit the Creation Club. Released for free on April 25th, 2024, alongside the next-gen update, was the Enclave Remnants Pack, introducing the Echoes of the Past storyline and the Enclave to the Wasteland. Now we know that the Enclave was at work in the East all along. To what extent, we may never know. With this, who do you think hired the Gunners to weaken the Commonwealth? Level 7. Doomsday Secrets. This last mystery would make even a commander of the Gunners keep a guard watching the skies at night. That's why it deserves the 7th and deepest layer of mysteries. For the final level, 7, we're bringing you a deep space horror that might be planning for their final invasion of Earth. Have you ever looked up at the night sky and wondered what's out there, waiting for someone to discover amongst the stars? What if a malevolent threat is casting its gaze at our solar system, wondering the same? While exploring the Commonwealth, you will come across Relay Tower 1DL109, and if you choose to turn it on, you will come across the garbled radio beacon. Following that beacon to its source, you will eventually be met with a strange noise from the sky. If you can catch it quick enough, you will spot a UFO with a trail of smoke crashing nearby. If you choose to follow the trail, you will come across its crash site. Easy, you miss. Amongst the burning trees and crater left in the wake of the crash, you can spot a trail of green blood leading to a nearby cave. There, you will find the only survivor of the crash, injured and resting in the cave near to a skeleton and a ham radio. The small green yellowish-skinned humanoid alien will be hostile, so be prepared. Killing it will allow you to score its alien blaster pistol. You may ask yourself, what is this creature? Why did it crash? And are there more? It's none other than a Zetan and a hostile race of extraterrestrials, and appeared again in the Fallout 4 Creation Club DLC called Zetan Arsenal. There might be some answers for why they are here, if you're able to look between the lines. If you walk through a bridge just southwest of ArcJet Systems, you will find a dead body beside a dead Brahmin and a dead farmer. On the farmer, there is a note. It reads, "I've always had trouble sleeping. Just the slightest noise, and my eyes pop open wider than a cornfield." Of course, out here that ain't a bad thing. Whether it's the raiders trying to steal your lunch, or the muties trying to cook you for it, if you want to survive in the Commonwealth, you gotta have your mind on a hair trigger. But that night, what woke me wasn't a noise, it was a light. My first thought was poachers, coming after Bessie and the herd, so I grabbed my shotgun and ran out to where they were grazing. But somewhere between the farm and the field, I noticed the light wasn't coming from the ground. It was coming from the sky. Now I've been known to spin a tall tale or two, but what I saw next is the God to honest truth. It was my Bessie, hooves and all, 40 feet in the air. The next morning, I tried to tell a trader what happened. They tried to convince me she was carried off by blood bugs, but I've seen them things make a meal out of a Brahmin before. This was different. It was like she got sucked right up into the sky. It's happened 2 more times since. All I got left now is Emma. She's Bessie's only daughter, and I'll be damned if I let them have her too. So I'm taking her back to the wild, back home to live with her kind. It may not be the safest place to be, but if she's off the farm, at least she'll be safe from them. In fact, Emma's been there once before. When I rope a wild Brahmin, I like to have one of my own beside me. It lets them all know I treat my herd well. Of course, Emma took up a spot near the back where the hub flowers grow. At first I thought she was being shy, but later I found out she just liked the smell. Next time I come visit her, I imagine that's where she'll be. Her last wish is to check on Emma, the dead Brahmin next to her. Following the quest marker, you will be tasked with collecting Emma's keepsake and delivering it back to the wild. Arrive at your destination, you will come across a UFO as it is in the process of tractor beaming a Brahmin. Your next task is to kill the Zetans that spawn nearby the Brahmin. This indicates that they returned after the events of the Fallout 3 DLC, Mothership Zeta, which starts with the lone wanderer coming across a similar alien crash in the DC Capital Wasteland. At the DLC's climax, the lone wanderer destroys a second Zetan mothership and returns to the Mojave. Elliot Turkorian, an American soldier abducted during the battle for Anchorage, chooses to stick around on the mothership to keep an eye on things. The other abductees stay as well. With this in mind, was Elliot Turkorian and the rest of the abductees fighting off the Zetan invasion from orbit? Or has Mothership Zeta been destroyed and now something else is holding the Zetans back? Could the Zetans be preparing their forces for another invasion in the near future? If you spawn in 2 Zetans using the ID of the one from the crashed ship, they will attack each other or any Zetan spawned with a different code. This is due to the NPC being set to frenzy, but could it also indicate that there is some sort of alien civil war taking place in the skies above Earth? Only future games can reveal. These were the 7 levels of mysteries in Fallout 4. Fallout 3, like most Bethesda games, is one of those titles you can sink 1,000 hours into and still find something new. Every playthrough reveals another hidden terminal, another random encounter, and another copy-pasted room full of feral ghouls. But even after exploring every corner of the map and clearing every place of interest, some questions just don't have answers. No matter how deep you dig, the truth isn't there, because Bethesda never put it in the game. And since the recent Fallout Day stream basically confirmed we're not getting a remaster anytime soon, and Fallout 5 will probably drop sometime after Season 5 of the show, we might as well keep beating this 17-year-old irradiated dead horse that is Fallout 3. Yeah, you probably feel as old as I look. So today, we're diving back into the Capital Wasteland to break down the biggest unsolved mysteries of Fallout 3, Lion's Expedition. For some context, the Brotherhood expedition to the Capital Wasteland had 2 goals. First, to scour the US, especially the Capital region, for pre-war tech. Second, to re-establish contact with another Brotherhood chapter that had gone dark decades earlier, after their airships crashed over Chicago. It's heavily implied that this little-known Chicago chapter was the Midwestern Brotherhood of Steel, the one seen in Fallout, Tactics. That game takes place between Fallout 1 and Fallout 2, almost a century before Fallout 3. And yeah, that's a whole can of worms. Tactics was made by Interplay, the company that owned Fallout before Bethesda, and it's technically non-canon now, which is a good thing because Tactics had so many lore contradictions. It makes Kid in the Fridge seem perfectly reasonable. It was a wild game where the Brotherhood built a 1,000-mile wide empire spanning from the Great Lakes to the Rockies. Also, they recruited super mutants and sentient mammalian deathclaws. Again, a can of worms we aren't getting into right now. Since then, only some of it, through offhand remarks across games or as snippets in game guides, have been quietly accepted as canon. All that said, how did the East Coast expedition Lyons was part of completely miss them? Even if they never made it to the Rockies, the Midwestern Brotherhood was in the region. And this is the Brotherhood we're talking about. They know how to use radios. The fact they failed to re-establish contact, shrugged, and just kept going east raises some real questions. There are a few possibilities. Option 1. When the Lyons expedition reached Chicago, around 50 years after the original airships vanished, the Midwestern Brotherhood may have already been destroyed or fractured. If their empire had collapsed, their remnants might have been scattered or hiding. And Chicago's huge, if you don't know exactly where to look. It's easy to miss what's left. Option 2, which could have caused option 1. Alright, tinfoil hat time. The Enclave got there first. The Brotherhood expedition Lyons was a part of started in the 2050s, while the Enclave left to the East Coast in the 2040s. So it's possible that the Enclave, armed with their vertibirds and advanced power armor, carved straight through the Midwest. They could have run into the Midwestern Brotherhood, wiped them out or scattered them, scavenged what was left, and kept moving east. The only shred of evidence for this, and I'm using that term generously, is that the Enclave Mark II Black Devil power armor looks suspiciously similar to the unique suits the Midwestern Brotherhood used. Coincidence? I'm 100% sure there's a 50% possibility, but as of right now, we have no idea. Maybe if Chicago is the setting of the next game, Fallout 5 will finally tell us, when it releases in 2036. Though speaking of Elder Lyons, while he failed to find an entire Brotherhood chapter, he did succeed in finding something in the Pit. The Pit. Fallout 3 has plenty of mysteries, but this one is, let's say, on the nose. Metaphorically, anyway. It's the rare case where the game outright tells you, this thing exists, but you don't know what it is. And that thing is whatever Owen Lyons, Elder of the Brotherhood of Steel in Fallout 3, found in the Pit. So, context. Back when Lyons was still a paladin on the Brotherhood of Steel expedition to the Capital Wasteland, he discovered the Pit, the remains of Pittsburgh. Not just nuked, but constantly polluted by the 3 rivers running into it. The only life inside the city were raiders, trogs, and other mutants. Lyons led a team of paladins and knights and scourged the whole area, killing everything that fought back. Along the way, he took a lot with him. A massive haul of pre-war tech, 18 children not yet badly mutated by the environment, and finally, something. All we know is it's something important. Lyons found it in the Pit. Almost no one knows the details besides him, and he brought it back to the Capital Wasteland. As for what it is, it's anyone's guess. That said, we can narrow it a bit. It had to be small enough to move hundreds of miles before the Brotherhood had vertibirds. Given the Brotherhood's obsession with seizing military tech, it was also likely dangerous. Finally, despite said danger, Lyons obviously saw it as valuable enough to keep, not destroy. While we don't know what it is, this kind of potential pocket doomsday device fits very well into the Fallout universe, as there are many such items like it. There's Euclid's Seafinder, a gun in New Vegas, which, if you link it to the proper Poseidon satellite, calls down a laser and erases everything in a dozen square feet. There are Garden of Eden creation kits, or GECKs, that are the size of a suitcase but can rework all surrounding matter at the molecular level, turning even a desert into, well, a literal garden, or hell, depending on how irradiated or damaged it is. And then there are Assaultron heads, each capable of shooting a laser beam strong enough to cut through T-60 power armor like it's made of toilet paper and just delete 2 hours of progress and ruin my day, goddammit. Anyway, whatever Lyons grabbed, we don't know. Maybe the show will tell us. Until then, it's the best kind of mystery. The game confirms it exists, then refuses to explain why it should terrify you. Go ahead and tell us in the comments what you think it could be, but I'm sure the Brotherhood is overreacting. When has the American government in the Fallout universe ever done anything unethical? Oh wait. How the US government knew about ghoulification before the war. One of Fallout's biggest mysteries is how the pre-war US government not only knew about ghouls, but seemingly perfected, or at least understood, ghoulification well enough to trigger it in controlled environments. Across the series, the wider public believes ghouls are exclusively something post-war. The idea is simple. When the bombs fell, radiation and maybe trace exposure to the forced evolutionary virus drifting through the jet stream after West Tech was bombed mutated unlucky survivors into ghouls. That's what everyone thinks anyway. But Fallout 3's Point Lookout DLC definitively proves otherwise. There we meet Desmond Lockhart, a man turned into a ghoul before the Great War, deliberately, to survive long enough to keep fighting the Great Game. Which means not only did certain groups know about ghouls ahead of time, they also knew how to create them. So how could they have known? Based on the lore across the games, here's 2 potential theories. Theory 1. Early nuclear wars created the first ghouls. In the 2050s, Tel Aviv was destroyed by a terrorist nuclear bomb, and soon after the limited limited nuclear exchange between Europe and the Middle East during the resource wars might have produced the earliest ghouls. Powerful organizations, especially the US government, could have discovered and then buried this information, quietly studying radiation's effects and refining the process over the next 2 decades. If that's true, radiation alone can cause ghoulification, since FEV hadn't even been invented yet. Theory 2. Government FEV experiments discovered ghoulification. This one is more straightforward. Between March 2075, when FEV was first developed, and the Great War in October 2077, the US government discovered ghoulification during experimentation. Fallout 1 already established the US government's experiments on unwilling humans was the reason Captain Maxon's military unit defected and founded the Brotherhood of Steel, so it's entirely possible that in those 2 years, with thousands of test subjects and no ethics, researchers discovered, and later refined, the process. Maybe not perfectly, but enough that Desmond was willing to take the risk for a treatment that would keep him alive and ahead of his rivals in the great game. Now, with the Fallout TV show exploring Cooper Howard's investigation into the dirty secrets of Vault-Tec and by extension the US government, we might finally learn how deep this conspiracy goes. Or we don't. All this said, while Desmond might have known some of the risks of turning into a ghoul, I bet he didn't know about the risk of going feral. And frankly, even over 200 years later, neither do we. Feralization. Ghouls have been part of Fallout since the very first game, but the concept of them going feral, actually losing their minds, didn't exist until Fallout 3. Sure, in Fallout 1, most ghouls in Necropolis hated humans, and even threatened to eat them. In Fallout 2, you could get random encounters where you're attacked by shambling ghouls mumbling about being hungry, but in both cases, it wasn't a biological change. It was a conscious choice. In Fallout 1, ghouls were treated like monsters by humans, so some just leaned into it. In Fallout 2, those encounters were just nods to zombie movies in a game already packed with pop culture references. It's Fallout 3 that changed everything. That's where the idea of going feral appears, where a ghoul doesn't just act less human, but stops being human altogether. At some point, they simply lose all reasoning and become a rabid creature driven only by instinct, to attack and to feed. And while Fallout 3 introduces the concept of going feral, it doesn't explain why it happens, and the process of going feral varies dramatically. Some ghouls slowly lose their minds after decades or centuries. Others hit the 200-year mark and are mentally exactly like they were before the bombs fell. And in some cases, the change happens instantly, where someone becomes a ghoul and goes feral at the same time. Now it's possible, with the emphasis on that serum in the Fallout TV show, a chemical that delays going feral that we'll learn more soon. But for now, here's one theory based on my high school level understanding of biology. Don't ask what grade I got in that class. Ghouls are biologically immortal, which means their cells keep dividing indefinitely, which is how they can survive and even heal after centuries. And enough radiation rapidly speeds up the process, with glowing ones resurrecting dead ghouls with a single blast. But that ability might also be their curse. Their healing isn't perfect. Ghoul skin is misshapen, necrotic, and uneven. Their cells divide like a tumor, rapid but flawed. So what if that same imperfect cell division happens in the brain? The brain is just a bunch of neural pathways firing signals. If those brain cells start regenerating wrong, those pathways are broken as the cells just start overriding them. The brain slowly becomes a lump of useless flesh. Over time, memories fade, reasoning collapses, and the ghoul's higher brain functions quite literally die off, leaving only the primitive part scientists call the lizard brain, the one that handles instinct, hunger, and survival. And for that reason, I personally believe the serum in the Fallout show might not be something invented recently, but some kind of pre-war dementia or Alzheimer's drug that's been repurposed for ghouls. But that's just a theory, a game theory. MatPat, please don't sue us. Anyway, all this talk about people slowly losing their minds has been depressing. Let's switch to a lighter, more topical topic. Immigration. Tenpenny immigration. A lot of characters throughout the Fallout series have foreign accents. There's Aradesh from Fallout 1, Moriarty from Fallout 3, Melissa Lewis in New Vegas, and Kate and the Bobrov brothers from Fallout 4, just to name a few. Usually, this doesn't make a lot of sense. These people have been in America for generations, even centuries by the later game, so the accents should have long since faded. It's either a voice actor mistake, or much more commonly a simple suspension of disbelief to add flavor and variety when exploring the games. Which, fair enough, Fallout's theme is America, and hearing a few different accents is part of the American experience. But in the case of Alistair Tenpenny, it's not just window dressing, we actually know he's from the British Isles. The loading screen tip literally tells us, and I quote verbatim, "Tenpenny Tower is the brainchild of Alistair Tenpenny, a British refugee who came to the capital wasteland seeking his fortune." Take a second and let that sink in. A British refugee came to the capital wasteland seeking his fortune. You know, the place where the water glows in the dark and the lucky ones die of radiation poisoning before they are taken by slavers or super mutants. So now, dear viewer, I have to ask, what was he fleeing from? How bad does the United Kingdom have to be for this man to look at the capital freaking wasteland and go, yeah, this is the better option? Feel free to speculate, because this is one mystery that's probably never getting an answer. Tenpenny was already the age of the average American politician back in 2277, and by 2297, when the show takes place, odds are he's long since gone. All we know for sure is even in the chaos of Fallout's world, one truth remains universal. No matter how bad America's doing, the UK somehow manages to do worse. Glad to see nothing's changed. And also, you know the saying, the beauty of their women and the taste of their food made the English the greatest explorers on Earth. And speaking of British food, let's talk about another horror beyond human comprehension, of Ugg Qualtoth. In Fallout 3's Point Lookout DLC, we learn about the seemingly eldritch god, Ugg Qualtoth. Now, the whole thing around Ugg Qualtoth is a very clear nod to the works of H.P. Lovecraft. Ugg Qualtoth and the company that worshipped him, the Dunwich Borers, are an obvious reference to the eldritch god Yog Sothoth from the Dunwich Horror. And in the Dunwich building, a ghoulified Chimey even shouts about Abdul and Alhazred, a direct callback to Abdul al-Hazred, the so-called Mad Arab, who wrote the Necronomicon in another Lovecraft story. Now, we could stop there. Ooh, spooky unknowable god is a Lovecraft reference. But it actually goes deeper, because this Ugg Qualtoth, this Cthulhu-like being, might just have been baked into the lore of the ghouls of Fallout. You see, ghouls are inexplicably drawn to places where Ugg Qualtoth's influence is strongest, like the Dunwich building in Fallout 3 and the Dunwich Borers quarry in Fallout 4. Through his audio logs, we learn that Jaime, a post-war survivor searching for his father, not only goes insane as he goes deeper, but actually turns into a ghoul, which we have to fight later on. And if you choose to destroy the Krivbekni, basically the Necronomicon, by pressing it to the obelisk beneath the Dunwich building, you suddenly get hit with a massive dose of radiation from nowhere. There's no radioactive waste in the building, there isn't any reason that this building should be irradiated any more than the surrounding area, and you certainly shouldn't get blasted by radiation by placing a book against a stone. The implications here are wild. Could there be a supernatural element behind ghoulification? Ugg Qualtoth only appeared starting with Fallout 3, so this influence wasn't part of the original canon. Then again, it's also possible it's just one way to become a ghoul, with his influence driving them to go feral faster. Again, we don't know. It's a mystery that probably won't be solved. And if you think this is just Bethesda doing a campy Lovecraft ripoff, you're absolutely right. But in their defense, Fallout 2 was already a giant pile of irradiated pop culture references. So honestly, I give them a pass. Nothing is a better homage to the OG Fallout games than baking random crap like this into the canon. But surely this is the only thing in Fallout that can't be explained by rational science, right? Pre-war ghouls. In Fallout, when we explore vaults, we usually find one of two things: centuries-old skeletons, or insane dwellers who want to kill us. In the case of Vault 108, we somehow get both, because the centuries-old skeletons are still alive, covered in flesh, and trying to murder us. See, when you enter Vault 108, you find Gary, and Gary, and Gary, and who could forget Gary, and you get the idea. The story goes that Vault-Tec scientists cloned one of the residents, the original Gary, but every clone turned out violently hostile toward anyone who wasn't Gary. So, like any good pre-war scientists, they kept trying again, and again, and again. Each clone got more aggressive until they finally stopped, after making about 50 of them. There's no record of what happened next, but judging by the vault now being full of murderous Garys, it's safe to assume they broke out, killed the other residents, and have been living there ever since. They're honestly one of the best surprises in Fallout 3. A gang of identical twins screaming, "Gary!" while beating you to death with lead pipes. Exactly the vibe I want in this game. But there's one small problem. How are they still alive? The cloning project happened over 200 years ago, and when using VATS, the highest number Gary we find is Gary 47. So, what happened? Well, dear viewers, I've got two theories. Theory 1, the boring one, but it makes sense. The Garys don't actually tell you their number. Your Pip-Boy does. Every Gary wears a Pip-Boy, so it's likely you're just reading the number listed on it. Maybe the original scientists pre-programmed each clone's Pip-Boy, since presumably they were meant to integrate into the vault, if not for the small kill everyone that's not Gary flaw they couldn't iron out. After the uprising, the clones could have kept using the cloning chamber manually. The vault was meant to have limited resources, so they might have only made a new Gary whenever one died. Whenever a Gary died, the next one could have taken his Pip-Boy, inheriting his number. So the Gary 1 we find isn't the original, it's just the Alpha Gary, the one the others agreed was in charge, and given the best weapons and the original's gear. Theory 2, the stupid one, but it fits. They're actually biologically immortal. So cloning, to vastly oversimplify, is taking some cells from something, putting them in a dish, and forcing them to replicate in a specific way until they grow into a copy of that original something. Well, what if that process just worked too well? Those cells kept dividing flawlessly, with none of the degradation that makes regular people age. So the Garys literally don't die of old age. Each one you fight is 200 years old and counting. Either way, I don't think this is a Bethesda Bethesda oversight. Sure, writing consistency isn't exactly their strong suit, but this feels intentional. We're not meant to know the full truth. Vault 108 isn't about answers, it's meant to be a fun ride in the amusement park of Fallout 3. And sure, there's probably a deeper reason behind all of this, we just don't need to know it. Because sometimes you don't need a logical explanation. Sometimes all you need in life is a vault full of guys yelling, "Gary, trying to kill you." If Gary taught us anything, it's that people trying to kill you for no discernible reason is bad. You know what isn't bad? Killing people for a reason, and that reason being money, Talon Company. If you've ever played Fallout 3, you know that if you're too good or too evil, the game notices and sends mercenaries to kill you. If you have good karma, it's the Talon Company. If you have evil karma, it's the Regulators. Now, the Regulators kind of make sense. They're basically a big vigilante group that hunts down and puts bounties on undeniably evil people, which you can collect by bringing their fingers in because they have fingerprints or something. Don't think about it too hard. Granted, it's a little odd that their name was taken from the Fallout 1 faction, the Regulators of Adytum in the ruins of LA, who were secretly corrupt, brutal, and basically ran the town as a protection racket. But in Fallout 3, there's no such complexity. They are good guys who shoot bad guys. It's more of a nod towards the OG game, which was over a decade old by that point. The only real issue is, who's paying them? They hand out an endless stream of caps for every bounty you bring in. Are they collecting protection money from settlements they help, or is there some major funder behind the scenes? If so, who? I can't think of a single good karma character with that many caps to throw around. Then there's Talon Company, and they're only questions, no answers. They're basically the anti-regulators. The first time they ambush you, they call you a goody two-shoes and say they were explicitly hired to kill you because of your good deeds. After that, they attack on sight. Sure, their armor and weapons are great for repairing yours, but the real mystery remains. Who in the name of Adam is funding them? The Capital Wasteland doesn't have that many settlements, and very few have any serious caps to spare. How is it even economical to hire a mercenary company to hunt down random saints? Who's paying these guys to go around kicking puppies and shooting good Samaritans? There are a few possible answers, but none make perfect sense. The game never tells us outright, so all we can do is connect dots and follow vibes. Option 1, the Enclave. The logic's simple. The Enclave doesn't want competition. Keeping the Capital Wasteland divided and weak makes it easier for them to maintain control of the area. So maybe the Talon Company was paid to target do-gooders, whose efforts were stabilizing the region. But there's a major problem. Well, besides the complete lack of evidence. During Broken Steel, the Enclave actually attacks Talon Company strongholds. So maybe it was John Henry Eden funding them while Colonel Autumn opposed it. Or vice versa. Either way, we got literally nothing. Option 2, Little Horn. You bring him ears from good karma characters, and he pays you caps. He even has several secretaries who only talk about how busy they are and are constantly typing away on typewriters, probably logging hits and contracts. This feels more like Bethesda trying to make evil gameplay more rewarding than some major lore addition. But the question stands, how does Little Horn afford all this? He's paying mercenaries, secretaries, and you. So where do the caps come from? Oh no, wait. We're covering a mystery inside a mystery. The singularity's breaking down. Quick move to the next slide before reality collapses in on itself. Option 3, Mr. Burke. This one actually has some evidence. If you tick Burke off, he'll send the Talon Company after you. You can even find a note from him on one of their corpses, threatening them if they don't succeed. Given that Burke works for Tenpenny, one of the richest men in the wasteland, it's entirely possible he's a regular client. And honestly, paying a mercenary company to spice up the Capital Wasteland to keep it entertaining and watch the chaos from the safety of Tenpenny Tower sounds exactly like the kind of messed up thing Burke would do. And with that, we have reached the end of today's video. And so, dear viewer, what did we learn today? Absolutely nothing. Look, I don't know how to sugarcoat it. This video is literally about mysteries. I don't know what you were expecting. These mysteries stay unsolved, Bethesda stays silent, and we stay here overanalyzing a game that will be old enough to vote in next year's midterms instead of touching grass. Today, I'm breaking down every single one of the most disturbing mysteries from the Fallout franchise and everything we know about them, starting with a very creepy one that nobody wants to talk about. On the day the world ended, imagine if your boss demanded overtime, permanent overtime. The doors are locked for a reason. Have you ever had a job where you could feel the building turn against you? Like the place isn't just a workplace. It's not a family business, it's not a mom and pop store, it's cold, it's empty, it's corporate. But more importantly, it's a trap, or at least it turns into one, all because they needed just a little more time. That's Cambridge Polymer Labs. And what makes it disturbing isn't that things went wrong, it's that even in its final moments, the place still behaved like a company, still follows protocol, still treats human beings like they're replaceable parts in a process. Cogs in a machine aren't enough to describe how soulless and hollow the company felt once the bombs dropped. But that's where the mystery starts. Because the story Cambridge Polymer Labs tells you is not clean. It's not one villain in a lab coat. It's a chain of decisions. And chains are harder to break than villains. But what exactly was CPL? Well, Cambridge Polymer Labs was a pre-war research facility, working with military contracts, experimental smart materials and robotics of a field of science few had ever heard or worked in, nucleostrictive and piezoelectric polymers. Once the military caught on, that was all the facility could be built around, a deliverable, something they promised to produce, even if it was ultimately impossible. When you enter the place in Fallout 4, the vibe is immediate. This isn't a ruin you can loot. Well, you could, but you at least should pay some respect to the dead, or at least learn the story before you pick the place clean. But back to the point, this is a place that still feels like it expects employees to show up. There are rules, checkpoints. There's a sense that somebody, at some point, decided no one leaves until the work is done. And here's the big question. Was the lockdown a panicked reaction to the bombs, or was it the facility doing exactly what it was designed to do? Because those are two very different horrors. One is people losing their minds, the other is a system functioning perfectly, as designed, as intended. And it's not hard to imagine the order of events. Just picture it. The first alerts come in. People are whispering about the end of the world, how it might have just happened during a stressful period at the office. Phones are giving dial tones. Radios are spitting out gibberish instead of songs and news. Supervisors walking faster than normal. Something has happened. Something big, something bad. But then the radio clears the static for a brief minute. The broadcast comes through crystal clear. There's been nuclear strikes. Civil defense efforts have ended in failure. There's no time left. The end of the world is here. And in a normal and sane world, that's the moment everyone runs. But in the world of Fallout, more specifically, a place like Cambridge Polymer Labs, that's the moment leadership does something that only feels logical on paper. They lock the doors, they go into containment, they prioritize the project. Because the project is what justifies the building. The project is what justifies the contract. The project is what justifies everything. Because the project is tied to national defense, the government, the same one who funded the operation for so long, the ones who the company wouldn't exist without. Then suddenly, human lives become secondary, not because people are monsters, but because systems turn people into numbers. Now, what makes the Cambridge Polymer situation feel so sinister is how it seems to spiral, not just into chaos, but into a kind of controlled chaos, like a facility trying to maintain order with brute force, security measures, containment policies, escalation. And as the situation falls apart inside, the story starts to look like a blueprint for an internal disaster, as if the one outside couldn't get any worse. People trapped inside a sealed environment, arguments about what to do, accusations. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Both to the video game and real life. But then you get the question that always appears in places like this. Who's trying to get out, and who's trying to keep them in? Because once a building becomes a prison, everyone inside becomes a suspect. And if you've ever worked in any corporate environment, you know, the most terrifying part is this. A lot of people will obey a badge and a rule even when it's clearly wrong. They'll tell themselves it's for safety, that it's temporary, that it's above their pay grade. Complacency in compliance. Abiding to the system because it's all they have left when the world ends. That's what Cambridge Polymer Labs feels like. A place where policy becomes violence. And there's another layer here that makes it worse. The lab wasn't just a place that made just plain old anything. It was a place that made objects, military objects, which means it's the kind of place that could justify anything. If the work was important enough, you could lock down the facility, suspend labor laws, what little there was left in the America of 2077, at least. Delay evacuations of the facility, you could call it patriotism. Patriotic it was not. So here's the disturbing thing. What was the priority order inside that building when the bombs fell? Because if the top priority was to protect the public, then you evacuate. If the top priority was to protect the research, you lock down. And Cambridge Polymer Labs looks like a place that is locked down. For what, exactly? Ironically enough, nothing more than a set of shinied up armor, all because it wasn't ready in time for a military demonstration. Now, let's talk about the emotional core of this. Because the Commonwealth is filled with raiders and monsters, but raiders don't scare you the same way this should. Plenty of raiders are chaotic. What happened at the CPL was structure. This was a workplace turning into a controlled environment where people start treating each other as obstacles. And that's the most believable horror Fallout 4 ever tells. Because it's not fantasy, it's a system. Now, here's the implication that ties into the bigger mystery. If Cambridge Polymer Labs locked itself down because of policy, then it suggests pre-war America had places that were designed to become sealed boxes during the apocalypse. not to save the workers, but to protect the assets. And if you've played Fallout 3 or New Vegas, Cambridge Polymer Labs isn't an isolated tragedy. It's a preview of what would ultimately lead Vault-Tec to study and perfect the Vault mentality, a building built around the assumption of the idea that we can always keep control if we just close the doors. And that brings us to the next file, because this next disturbing mystery may require a moment to let things sink in. This isn't a mere workplace shutdown, it's about something worse. A project, more specifically, a disease, and a detail so specific you can't ignore it. Because even if it's not listed in the game itself, the official material, the Fallout 4 game guide, mentions a virus. And it doesn't target soldiers, it targets kids. Once you hear that, you'll never look at pre-war medical research the same way again. Why was this never written down? Alright, let me start this one carefully, because it's dark. Much darker than Cambridge. MedTech Research is one of those Fallout locations that feels like it's full of implications. Not just loot, not just enemies. Implications. These are the guys who brought you Fixer Mentats of all flavors, infirmaries, automatic doctors, but those products we won't be focusing on here. The big mystery comes from official non-game material, the kind of text that, on first read, can be hand-waved as summarizing a location and moving on. But the Fallout 4 developers who wrote it dropped a detail that basically screams that something horrifying happened here. The detail is this: a virus, and not just any virus. A virus that specifically affected teenagers and children. Now, stop there, because that's the moment your brain should go, why would that exist? How could it exist? Why does it exist? What is the scenario where a corporation is researching a virus with that kind of targeting? There are a few possibilities. None of them are comforting. Maybe it was a genuine medical pursuit. They made Fixer and were working on Prevent. Maybe they were working on a cure to this virus as well. Perhaps there was a treatment being developed. Or if there was nothing else they could do, they might have performed containment studies. But Fallout's pre-war world rarely gives you clean charity. Fixer was a temporary fix at best, and Prevent was to be sold at price hike rates that even real-world drug companies could only dream of. So the other possibilities hover in the background like a shadow. You know the usual ones: weaponization, population control, behavioral science, optimization. And that's the mystery. Fallout 4 doesn't tell you the purpose directly. It leaves you with the implication. And the implication is horrifying. Because even if it began as medical research, it's still a world where megacorporations profit off suffering. Good thing that sort of thing never happens in real life. And MedTech as a name already sounds like one of those companies that makes its money from manufactured repeat customers and addictions to products that are supposed to help, not hurt. Compassion is a word they only know because they have to have something to tell their employees to justify the awful things they did, or telling the families of those harmed that they care, even if they really don't. Now, let's build the case. MedTech is the kind of place that, on the surface, looks like any other research facility. Sterile, clinical, professional. But the Commonwealth, along with many other regions of post-war America, is built on ruins of professionalism. Thankfully, the ruins tend to reveal what people really did when no one was watching. In Fallout, what may first appear to be nothing more than a humble medical research facility is very rarely just that. It's usually a place where ethics were negotiated down until they disappeared. So here's the core question. Who were the test subjects? Because you don't research a teen-child virus without encountering teens and children in the equation. That alone is enough to make the story feel sick. And here's the disturbing thing about Fallout's world building. It often suggests, if not outright states, the pre-war America had the ability to do things quietly, bury things, classify things. And if MedTech was researching something like this, it implies there was a chain of approval, but more dreadful than that, a demand. Somebody signed off on it. Somebody funded it. Somebody decided it was worth doing. And it brings us back to the paperwork horror theme. When a monster reveals itself to you, you know it's evil. When a committee approves your suffering without your consent, without your knowledge, it's worse. Now, there's another piece to this. The facility, much like most facilities across the franchise, locks down when the bombs fall, and the lockdown is never lifted. That line is chilling, because it implies the place stayed sealed, not as a refuge, but as a tomb. Only substitute mummies and pharaohs for everyday workers and scientists. And in a world where people would break into anything for resources, the fact that it's framed as never lifted suggests either 1. No one could safely access it, 2. No one wanted to, or 3. Someone preferred it remain closed forever. That third possibility is the most disturbing of all, simply because in the world of Fallout, not only is that often the case, but any sane reaction is played off as irrational, while the most irrational decisions are deemed standard. The lockdown being placed upon MedTech research implies that the knowledge inside is not lost. It's contained. Now, why would you contain something? Because it's dangerous. Not just physically, politically, morally. If it got out that a company was researching something targeting children, even pre-war America would have to handle the optics. Just look at how the new plague was handled. Fallout is obsessed with optics. Everything is branding, safe, and non-threatening. Everything is made with the mindset of giving the illusion that they care about you. So, you lock the facility to prevent harsh, cold reality from getting out. Lock the doors and throw away the key, and should the end of the world happen to occur that day, you simply let the bombs erase the witnesses. Then you hope history never digs it up. But history does dig it up, because what's hidden in the dark is always brought to the light sooner or later. Now, I'm not saying the game gives us every detail, it most certainly doesn't, but that's why it's a mystery. Evidence is a breadcrumb. Breadcrumbs become trails, and trails always lead to somewhere. It could take you in circles, back to where you started, or exactly what you were looking for the whole time. And here, it's the lack of explanation that becomes the story. So here's the bigger implication. MedTech is just one of the many horrors in the pre-war era that weren't just Vault-Tec doing experiments, they were part of a larger ecosystem, corporate science, military contracts, classified projects, a world that was already sick before the radiation. And if the pre-war world was already okay with this, then the Commonwealth isn't a fall from grace. It's a continuation. A fall from grace doesn't begin to describe the levels of depravity this kind of thing would bring upon not just the company, but the society it was part of. Now, here's something to chew on. If MedTech is about hidden research, then let's take it a step further. Go beyond research, or rather, conduct hidden research via a hidden replacement, because the Institute takes the idea of quiet evil and perfects it. And the most disturbing part? It isn't the killing, it's what comes after. A family keeps eating dinner with something who looks like their father, but isn't. The Warwick replacement. Let's talk about something Fallout 4 does better than almost any other Fallout game. Paranoia. The past games certainly have their moments of feeling like someone is watching you, but the Commonwealth takes it not just a step further, but leaps beyond. Fallout 4's towns and settlements are not just built on a fear that someone you know isn't who they say they are. They were built, destroyed, and only continue to exist because of it. Most of the time, that fear feels like rumor, mere superstition, like people trying to explain chaos, until you hit Warwick Homestead. What first comes off as a humble farm, of which Fallout 4 has many, turns out to be where many players find out that the rumor isn't just rumor, it's reality. Because in this case, the game doesn't just imply replacement, it documents it, and that creates the mystery. There's no question of if it happened, because we know it happened. The mystery is, how many times did it happen when we weren't looking? Warwick feels like the one case that slipped through the cracks. Perhaps it was an intentional slip-up by the developers, or by the Institute themselves. The one case where the paperwork still exists because the Institute hasn't finished their research. They can't burn and hide everything when there is still so much left to learn and do in this experiment. And unlike Raiders, they're one group who isn't going burn, baby, burn. They sweep in within the dead of night, kill everyone, and leave like they were never there. But Warwick isn't the only one documented case. There are dozens of undocumented ones. What makes Warwick uniquely disturbing is how unassuming, civilian, how benign it is. It's not a battlefield infiltration, as they do with Dance. It's not a military target. It's a farm, a farmer and his family, a daily life. And the Institute looks at that and sees not just crops, but ripe ground to perform an experiment. They replace Roger Warwick and use him as a living sensor inside a family unit. That alone is horrifying. But the part that really stings is the purpose. It's not just espionage. They picked the homestead for a reason. It's agricultural research. They want data. They want long-term observation. They want to measure the effects of their modified crops. What kind of crops? Gourds. Genetically modified gourds, but indistinguishable from everyday gourds. So to get the best results, they take away a human being's life. They take him out of the world, and they put a replica in his place. The replica certainly isn't as abusive or mean as the human version was, but it's not him. It's a hollow shell. It's simply another tool of the Institute. Now, from a pure evil logic perspective, you can see why it's efficient, but that's what makes it disturbing, because it's not a raider doing something impulsive for necessity or sadism. It's a lab doing something calculated, not just before the war, but after. And now it's experiments that to many people make no sense. MedTech working with a virus is understandable for a medical company, but the Institute is growing crops, then plans to burn away all evidence. It's the same kind of nonsensical logic Cambridge Polymer Labs and MedTech research were following, just updated, more advanced, quieter. Now, let's dig into human horror, where this will all start to make a much more sense momentarily. A synth replacement isn't just a corpse, it's a mask, a performance. As Cooper Howard would say, it seems more like an Amish production of The Count of Monte Cristo, that the family is living inside inside a lie orchestrated not just by a man parading around as their father, but a clinical and sterile facility of alleged geniuses who, instead of truly attempting to benefit or help the world, instead see fit to repeat endless cycles of tests, watching, notating, and destroying. Every conversation is contaminated, because you don't know when Roger was replaced, and the Institute isn't telling. Every memory becomes suspect. The Warwick family doesn't even get the dignity of knowing the truth at first. They don't get closure, not in a healthy or safe way. It took an outsider that came to the farm just before the game started, heavily paranoid of synths, to even begin getting the family to ask questions. The family, the friends, everyone gets manipulated by the Institute's ploy. And if you're the spouse or the kid, you're emotionally bonded, no longer to a human being, but instead to a thing that was built to collect data. You think your husband or father might have changed a bit, but you have no clue, no idea, that it's now a machine that has his memories, has his face, but is no longer him. That's not just murder. That's identity theft at a spiritual level. And ironically enough, the man who questions Roger to be a synth wants him murdered as well. As the old saying goes, an eye for an eye drives the whole world blind. To the Commonwealth, the only way to solve the murder of a friend or loved one is to kill the thing that replaced them. But it also means they're paranoid enough to kill flesh and blood humans simply because they think they're a robot. Now here's the mystery angle to this story. Warwick Homestead is one of the few stories where the game gives you the operational outline. The Institute lays it all out on the table. You can infer a process. And when you can infer a process, you can infer scale, identify targets, abduct, extract information, build a replica, insert replica, finally monitor until complete, then incinerate and destroy. That's a pipeline. And as Fallout 4 shows over and over again, pipelines aren't built for one unit or one routine. Pipelines are built to run. Warwick was simply one of the many demented tests the Institute was running, had forgotten about, or simply performed just to see if it was capable of performing it. It's where the Institute becomes so terrifying, because they're not raiders. They're not a cult, at least not one defined by religion. They instigate fear in how emotionless they are. They don't burn. They don't declare victory. They simply edit reality. And if reality can't be edited, they make it so it can be edited. They change one person, then another, and create processes and pipelines to satisfy a goal, be it arbitrary or highly impactful. Then they watch the world ripple. They can do it once. They can do it 1,000 or more times, with no recourse, no remorse. Warwick shows you the post-war version of science without consent, progress without ethics, experimentation without point. It's the same ethical disease as medtech, the same as Cambridge, just evolved. Some could even call it devolved. Doesn't that remind you of someone? Or rather, something? The Institute's field experiments are basically vault experiments without vault tech branding. They turn the surface into a lab or a field experimentation site. They turn people into variables, and they never ask permission. Now, bear with me here, because as bad as replacement is, it still leaves you at least recognizably human. The world still treats you as a person-shaped object, which, let's be honest, they're not saying that about ghouls or super mutants. There are definitely worse fates out there, like what we'll look at next, because what you're about to witness takes people and turns them into equipment, not unlike the Institute and their synths. It's not a metaphor, it's literal. Brains in jars, bodies on gurneys, and a military label sealing their stamp of not only approval, but effectively an order. Prisoners go in. Machines come out. Okay, now we're getting into some of the heavy hitters. Automatron. If you've played the DLC, you probably remember the vibe. Robots everywhere, chaos on the roads, and this creeping realization that the Commonwealth's robot problem isn't new. The robo-brains might be, but a lot isn't. It's ancient. After all, robotics were baked into the pre-war world, but while we know where some of those machines came from, others we don't, like the robo-brain. Somewhere along the way, the line between robot and person got erased. The Mechanist's Lair, formerly known as Robotics Technology Facility RB2851, gives you a plethora of lore that is genuinely one of the most disturbing things Fallout has ever done. It continues a legacy of facilities that acted like a prison and treated inmates like a resource. Not people, but a resource. Something to be produced, transformed, exploited, harvested. The pipeline is simple. Prisoners go in, brains come out, robo-brains roll out. Now you might think, yeah, that's Fallout. It's dark, but sit with it for a moment. The robo-brain isn't just an ordinary Protectron, a servile Mr. Handy, or a war-focused Assaultron. The robo-brain's concept is uniquely horrifying in a way that's easy to miss. A normal robot is a machine, right? Well, depending on which one you meet, any robo-brain is a person trapped inside a machine. That means every robo-brain you fight is not just a hostile unit, a machine with bad programming, or having gone haywire after 200 years without maintenance. It's the aftermath of not only a medical atrocity, but an ethical and moral one. It's a mind that was stolen, altered, and locked into a chassis. Sometimes the prisoners are stripped of their memory, flushed away like a dead goldfish down a toilet. Sometimes they're scrambled, unable to recall who they are or what they were before they became conscious. Sometimes the mind simply is too smart and needs to be reduced to fragments of instinct to create the perfect killing machine. And the worst part? This wasn't done by some post-war entity like the Institute. This was done by institutions, specifically the U.S. Army, a group that pre-war citizens trusted to keep them safe and free. The U.S. Army worked with Robco and General Atomics to not just fund, but expand existing facilities with massive production and research capabilities. Facilities manned with immoral and apathetic staff, with procedures that robbed not just those it attacked, but those who worked there, of what little humanity they had remaining, with predictive and routine maintenance schedules, with compliance checklists to ensure everything was operating as intended. Again, paperwork horror. Now, here's the mystery. How widespread was this? There are a few clues to answer that. First, RoboBrains appear in multiple places across the broader Fallout universe, from the very first game to the most recent game. That suggests production, distribution, and deployment. Secondly, if a facility is set up like a prison and a processing center, it implies long-term planning. Obviously, you don't build a pipeline for 1 or 2 brains. You build it for volume, mass production. And thirdly, the pre-war world of Fallout had a genuine obsession with solving human problems with machines. Police robots, security robots, military robots. And the RoboBrain is the darkest expression of that obsession, because it says that, from the perspective of the military, human beings are flawed. They would much rather keep the brain and throw away the body. They would instead try to keep the intelligence and processing power of the human brain and remove the freedom and those pesky ethics and morals. Now, let's get specific about why it's disturbing. Prisoners, at least in the Fallout universe, are already a group that suffers more than necessary. Some are people who were falsely accused, thrown in prison because they looked Chinese or dared to question the government. They already have reduced rights as is. And in a corrupt, collapsing America, it's very easy to imagine somebody further reducing their humanity in the belief that they're nothing more than criminals. They're expendable, no one will miss them. That's how atrocities happen. Not with demons, but with rationalizations. Once you can rationalize it for prisoners, you can rationalize it for anyone. That's the nightmare. Now, here's the deeper mystery. If you can turn prisoners into RoboBrains, then the RoboBrain program becomes a quiet weapon for not just military command and combat, but also social control. You remove whoever could be considered undesirable. You convert them into useful assets. You deploy them as law enforcement, labor, or military support, and you call it efficiency. That's the kind of horror Fallout's pre-war world loved. And if you want to push it further, you can definitely know that prisoners were not the only source. Because if the pipeline exists, it creates demand, and demand leads to expansion. Now, the game explicitly shows only the most horrifying and immoral steps. It doesn't lay out every single detail for us to follow, but the implication is heavy, because any system that can accept prisoners can also accept removing the justice element and move to the dissidents without even bothering to go through any kind of legal process. Political dissidents, homeless people, unproductive citizens, captured enemies, anyone you can classify and disappear without fear of recourse or question. And in Fallout's America, classification may as well have been a national sport. Now, the biggest mystery element is this. RoboBrains exist post-war, functioning just as well as they did when they were created, even if insane and hostile. So, someone designed the tech to survive long after they deployed it, even after society collapsed, and even more than 200 years later. Which raises the question, who kept these systems alive? Was it fully automated? RoboBrains creating more RoboBrains? Was it military continuity? Enclave remnants turning wastelanders into more killing machines? Or was it just inertia? Machines continuing to do what they were designed to do because nobody ever turned them off. That's the scariest kind of horror, a process without a human driver. A system that keeps eating people long after the original planners are dust. But after all this corporate institutional horror, here's a shift of gears. It's still disturbing, yet in a different way. Because the last mystery isn't about a lab, or a contract, or a pipeline. It's about faith, and the possibility that the most powerful force on Far Harbor isn't a monster. It's a story. A story that guides people into the fog. A miracle that might be real, and still can be very dangerous. The mother of the fog. Far Harbor is already unsettling. The fog, radioactive and shrouding most of the land in secrecy, makes it feel like the island is breathing. The coastline and forests feel like they're watching you. Every group out there is holding on to some story just to stay sane, whether they want the fog to flood the island or to drive it back. But nothing on the island is as quietly disturbing as the mother of the fog, a local Children of Atom superstition, because she's not a monster you can shoot. She's not a raider you can try to negotiate with. She's more like an idea made reality, a figure a presence, and she sits right at the intersection of religion and survival, which means she has power. Now, here's the mystery. The children of Adam treat the mother of the fog like a kind of saint, as should anyone who meets her. They are considered truly blessed by their holy figure, Adam. She's considered something of a messenger, and when you meet her for yourself, she acts a lot like a guide, someone who appears at key moments and steers the faithful. But the game leaves room for doubt. Some people interpret her as a literal supernatural presence. Others think she might be a human hermit, an old woman surviving in the fog that gained religious significance. The game gives possibilities for both, that there's some entity and that there's an ordinary person. And you might think that makes the mystery less disturbing, but no, that's what makes it all the more intriguing. Because if she's a person, it means something terrifying. A human being can become a miracle if conditions are right. Not just talk of religious figures, but becoming one in real life due to your abilities. And Far Harbor has perfect conditions. The fog is disorienting. The island itself is very deadly. People are scared. They're exhausted. They're looking for meaning. So when someone or something appears in the fog at the right time, it feels divine. It feels like whatever deity you pray to has sent something to help you, or something to take you to your final resting place. Once it feels divine, you stop questioning it. Now here's the key point. Whether she's supernatural or human, she functions the same way. She guides people. She validates the beliefs of both those who do believe in her and those who do not. She acts as a living sign that says that the fog is not random, that the fog has a purpose. And that kind of belief can reshape an entire community. The existence of the Fog Mother comes as a sign to some as a key figure of the idea of turning survival into destiny. Now, let's zoom in on why this is disturbing. The primary religion that worships her, the Children of Adam, is not just a religion. They're an ideology built around radiation. Every sect is different, but this group is particularly militant. They interpret pain as purification. They interpret exposure as a blessing. Now at Far Harbor, where the fog literally kills people, that belief can become a weapon, not against enemies, against their own instincts, against their own self-preservation. So when the mother of the fog appears, she becomes a reinforcement mechanism, a proof, a holy stamp, a sign from Adam that what they are doing is right. Herein lies the question. Is she intentionally steering people into danger? Or, if she's supernatural, then what is she? A benevolent guide? Or a force that wants something? If she's human, then is she complicit with the children of Adam? Is she manipulating their faith and the faith of others? Or is she sincerely trying to help? Both options are deeply unsettling. Now, there's a detail I always come back to with this. In a place like the island, people can mistake coincidence for design. They can mistake survival for divine favor. And once that happens, the story becomes self-sustaining. People will seek the miracle, they will interpret anything as a sign, they will build doctrine around it, and if you are the miracle, you can steer them, even if you never meant to. So the Mother of the Fog becomes the perfect final disturbing mystery. She demonstrates the most subtle horror in the entire DLC. Not all control is mechanical. Not all control is corporate. Sometimes control is spiritual. Sometimes it's narrative. Sometimes it's a myth that walks through the fog and points you in a direction. And that leads us to the conclusion. Because when you lay all of these mysteries from Fallout 4 on the table, you see the same shape, the same patterns and cycles repeating over and over. Locked doors for the sake of a petty project. Controlled populations being defined by a virus that infects the youngest of us. Human beings are reduced to an input, driving everyone else mad in their paranoia. A system that treats people as expendable. A religious figure being used to help or harm a population. And the most horrifying part? Some of these systems are still running, whether it's continuations of pre-war entities, like corporations such as Vault-Tec or the government that permitted these to begin with, like the Enclave. A main theme of Fallout is that war never changes, but people do. And at the end of the day, it's not gore that horrifies people the most. It's not the monsters, the death claws, and feral ghouls. It's not even the apocalypse. It's the fact that the apocalypse didn't create the horror. It simply revealed it. Cambridge Polymer Labs shows you the corporate instinct to trap people for results. A building that treats workers like resources at the very moment the world ends, in service for nothing more than money. MedTech suggests research so ethically radioactive that the safest option was to seal it and pretend it never happened. Warwick proves the Institute will erase a person and replace them just to watch a farm grow slightly better crops. Automatron's RoboBrain pipeline shows the ultimate industrial cruelty. People turned into machinery because it's efficient. And Far Harbor shows a different kind of control. Not a lab, not a contract, a miracle. A story that can steer people into death with a gentle hand. The Commonwealth isn't terrifying because it has monsters. It's terrifying because it has systems, and some of them never shut down. So, the next time you walk into a suspiciously clean hallway, or you read a terminal entry that sounds professional but clearly uses coded language, or you hear someone say, "It's for the greater good," just remember, in Fallout, that's usually the line someone says right before they decide you're acceptable to loot. Every installment of the Fallout series seems to include just a bit more of the unknown, leaving mysteries hidden around every corner that reflects the deepest corners of our imaginations. So today, we're exploring every supernatural mystery in Fallout 4, starting with a secret location that holds a dark and unpleasant secret. 1. The Grantchester Mystery Mansion. In the Nuka World DLC, south of the Nuka World Junkyard, you can find a curiously intact pre-war mansion that has a gruesome mystery held within. This is the Grantchester Mystery Mansion. To get in, you will have to present a ticket to the Protectron that stands outside, which isn't too hard as there are plenty on the ground behind him. The mystery begins with the story of Hannibal and Morticia Grantchester, though one could say it didn't really begin until Morticia nearly died after giving birth to their daughter, Lucy. A narrative reveals shortly after entering the mansion that Hannibal never wanted a child and resents her for the near death of his wife, which could not have been good for the psyche of anyone around. Morticia loved Lucy, though everyone else in the girl's life would go on to view her as the spawn of Satan. Her elderly mother would often read her stories written by Mary Shelley, Edgar Allan Poe, and the history of the Borgias, who were Renaissance Italy's most infamous family. The Borgias were said to have committed adultery, incest, theft, bribery, and murder. Their murders were most often committed by arsenic poisoning. This may have been what led to many of the bizarre behaviors that Lucy would go on to express. Lucy was mostly isolated by her parents due to her often cruel behavior. Her only friends were whatever small creatures she could capture. She would play with them until they were dead, after which she would skin them and nail them to the undersides of furniture. She put some of them in her father's favorite stew while it was being cooked, leading to Hannibal's favorite cook quitting and declaring Lucy the spawn of Satan. This was no ordinary cook, as she had previously worked at a prison and was no stranger to dealing with the worst of the worst. She was their longest-serving cook, having worked there a mere 5 months. After that, Lucy's behavior would lead to many of their servants quitting. Morticia would complain of ghostly chills afflicting her as she walked the halls of the house, believing that there were evil spirits lurking just out of sight. She would acquire advice from a psychic named Madame Scarlata, who would instruct her that fireplaces would ward off evil spirits from the house, which she convinced her husband to construct. This led to Lucy becoming fascinated with fire, which she exhibited by throwing small creatures into the many fireplaces so that she could watch them burn. As Lucy's behavior became more and more strange, Morticia would become more and more convinced that their daughter was possessed. Morticia would continue to acquire the help of Madame Scarlata, who believed that the evil spirits could be driven out from Lucy by confusing them, which led to Morticia convincing Hannibal to set up a series of rooms that were designed to throw off the evil spirits. Madame Scarlata would frequent the mansion to conduct seances as yet another attempt to drive out the spirits and save Lucy, though Lucy would sit in the room above as they conducted them and knock on the ceiling. Despite the seances, Hannibal would often beat Lucy, as he believed that it would be the most effective way to cast the evil spirits out of her. Morticia ordered a stairway to be built that led to nowhere, ending at a wall in an attempt to confuse the evil spirits she thought to be possessing her daughter. She would also have a room built where all the furniture hung upside down from the ceiling, as if the room had been flipped. One morning, Hannibal would enter the upside-down room and find a doll that was designed to look like him hanging from a noose tied to the furniture. Throughout the mansion, you will find many doors that open to dead ends. These were built as yet another attempt to confuse the evil spirits, with deadly booby traps placed just outside of them, possibly to give the impression that they lead to real rooms. Those traps seem to have been put there post-war by an AWOL gunner by the name of Zachariah, whose handiwork can be found through a series of locked doors, which leads to a pile of the fresh bodies of traitors stacked in a nearly empty room. As rumor began to spread of the strange construction projects happening at the Grantchester mansion, Hannibal and Morticia would become shunned by the former elites of high society that they had previously considered their friends. As time passed, Lucy would make her first attempt at killing her parents by putting poison in their dessert. This incident would cause lasting health effects to Hannibal, rendering him unable to walk without the assistance of a cane. When Lucy would get too close to him, he would smack her with his cane and beat her until he tired. Things would only get worse when one morning, Hannibal was impaled by a rusty spike that had been placed in his shoe. Hannibal would go up Lucy's room in order to beat her once again, as he believed her to be responsible. No one will ever truly know what unfolded there, but if Lucy is to be believed, she held the scissors in self-defense as Hannibal came to beat her with his cane. With his foot wounded, he would trip and land on the scissors, which passed through his eye into his brain. Though authorities would question why his fingers had also been cut off, she would tell them that it was so he could never beat her with the cane again. That same morning, Morticia would also be found murdered in her bedroom. The exact cause of her death is unknown, though she had rope burns along her arms and a doll stuffed in her mouth. Though rope would never be found, Lucy would claim that it was the doll, who lashed out after it had been denied a goodnight kiss. After her parents had been murdered, police would search Lucy's room to find knives, makeshift weapons, animal bones, toxic substances, and a journal that had been written in a code that they could not decipher. This would lead to her being committed to an asylum where she would escape on her 18th birthday. It was 9 days after that when she was found hung in the attic, with police ruling it a suicide. Curious enough, if you look up at the windows as you first arrive at the mansion, you can see a little girl staring at you from inside the mansion's attic. Zachariah seems to know nothing of this girl, but he does write in a terminal that he has heard a girl's laughter, though he attributes it to a malfunctioning robot. The attic can be entered through the room where Zachariah is, though he will have to be killed to obtain its key. Surely, killing Zachariah will spare many from meeting the same fate as those that he has stacked in the kitchen's basement. Entering the attic, you'll see a little girl who will run into a nearby doorway while laughing. Following her leads to a dead end, another fake door. Could this be Lucy's ghost, tied to her childhood home where she had suffered so much abuse at the hands of her father? With good reason too, as it seems that the Grantchesters may have been played for fools. Years after Lucy's death, the house would be put up for auction. Curators would investigate the room where the seances had been conducted to find a variety of hidden speakers, tripwires, fog machines, and other devices that Madame Scarlatti had used to stage false seances. This led many to believe that Madame Scarlatti had been taking advantage of Morticia's belief that there were spirits in the house to suck as much money as possible from the Grantchester fortune. This was further supported by trick candles having been amongst the many trinkets found throughout the house. So what do you think happened here? And do ghosts exist in Fallout? This next mystery dives deep into the depths of the darkest locations in Fallout, leading us to fear the forces beyond our understanding. 2. Terrors of the Deep. In Fallout 4, you can find a location known as Hugo's Hole. You'll know you found it because you will hear a gunshot as you approach. There, you can find the remains of a raider that had offed themselves after being transfixed by some kind of entity. A holotape can be found nearby him. He talks about wanting to go inside a quarry, as it had been too long, but he was cast from the rest of his group that resides there for acting far too strange. In the holotape, he further states that he could just kill them all, but the entity would not want that. Nearby, you can find a pre-war marble quarry that, if you choose to explore it, will reveal more than you could have ever expected. The mystery here is a dark one, with ancient ties, some of which can be found in previous releases as well as Fallout 76. To get inside, you'll be pitted against a large group of raiders that will test your skills, but once inside, it does not take long to start to unravel that all is not right here. The raiders appear to have been cooking the unfortunate wastelanders that they captured, above a large pyre at the center of the pit outside of the quarry. Whether this is related to whatever may have been communicating with Hugo is never revealed, but what is revealed is that the raiders had originally come to scrap all the pre-war metal that had been preserved into the mine to send back to the ironworks, their headquarters. It became evident that there was far less metal down in this quarry than they had initially expected, as a terminal entry states that a request for additional support beams than the limited number that were previously used had been denied, which would have led to accidents amongst the miners. Terminal entries would also mention that there have been reports of rumblings and instability all over the quarry. This is strange, considering that the mine is still pretty much pristine 200 years later. Later entries will talk about increasing incidents involving safety standards being cut. These include the lack of railing on drop-offs, lack of support beams, and a backlog of safety inspections. To combat complaint reports, management requests there to be no more complaint reports issued as they're probably already in the backlog. It becomes more and more clear that the management of the quarry does not care about employee safety, almost to a shocking degree, as management would hold a weekly happy hour where miners were allowed to drink on the job. Despite management stating the lack of employee safety measures were due to budget cuts, they would upgrade the boring equipment regularly, though it would not increase the yield by much. This seems suspicious, as if they're trying to cause as many casualties as possible. The whole quarry will start to rumble, and the sole survivor will be granted visions from a dark source depicting the workers there before the war. As you go further down into the mine, you'll find reports that all the workers were being called down to station number 4 to gather for some odd reason. This would also be where raiders were sent to deal with a feral ghoul problem, though the raiders would never return after being sent. Raider leadership down in the quarry would eventually plummet altogether, with one going insane and writing, "I'm safe in the light," over and over again in a terminal entry. Inside Section 4, we begin to encounter ghouls and find the skeletal remains of miners all over. As to what happened here, we will find out soon enough. Continuing further, you will find station number 5 that doesn't seem to have been mentioned in any other terminal, but a holotape can be found inside. This holotape, titled Tim Shoots, mentions that the crew at Station 4 still do not suspect their true intentions and believe them to be transporting equipment to a new section of the mine, but the author of the holotape, Tim Shoots, believes that they need to complete their plan quick, as the more serious supervisors might begin to question things. The visions will continue until you enter the last room of the quarry, where you'll be granted a vision of a pre-war sacrificial ritual involving a strange ritual blade. Evidenced by a holotape found on the ghoulified remains of Tim Shoots, management requested that all the supervisors meet in Section 4, where they were to discuss safety concerns. There, they were seemingly ambushed, tied down, and sacrificed to whatever entity is haunting the quarry. Strangely enough, this whole ritual site appears as though this chamber had always been there, long before it was uncovered by management of the mine. From there, you will find a hole in the ground filled with water, almost like a well. Going down this underwater shaft, you will come face to face with a colossal statue in a much wider chamber that resembles a Roman amphitheater, with pillars and stairs surrounding an altar at the center. It's on this altar that you will find an ancient blade of unknown origin known as Krimvish's Tooth. This is not the same blade as the one used in the ritual, unless it has undergone significant changes after the sacrifices, as it looks completely different. Could this blade have been what the mysterious management of Dunwich borers were after the entire time? Shockingly enough, this mystery goes so much deeper, as we are introduced to a mysterious pre-war cult existing in the Point Lookout National Park in Fallout 3. This swampy marshland had never been hit by the atomic bombs, as the nuclear submarine that may have been tasked with that can be found beached, with its crew dead. Most of the locals are inbred abominations, mostly incapable of speech, and have been this way since long before the bombs were dropped. They are all part of a cult, which worships an entity called Ugg Qualtoth, though there is another member of this cult that brings to light more of the dark beings behind it. The only regular human that seems to revere Ugg Qualtoth is Obadiah Blackhall, who tasks the player with finding a family heirloom, a book known as the Krivbekni, and guides you to where the locals conduct ritualistic sacrifice. During this quest, you will meet a Christian missionary by the name of Marcella, who claims that Obadiah plans to use the Krivbekni to control the swamp folk. After meeting both Marcella and Obadiah, it becomes clear that Obadiah despises the other locals of Point Lookout, though it's unclear why. Perhaps it's due to how degraded their genetics are from the rampant incest, or because of the suspected theft of the Krivbekni. We can only speculate. However, he seems to covet the power that this book holds, as he may see it as a way to extend his life. Obadiah is very old, and the only chair he will sit in is a wheelchair, which has an oxygen tank next to it. Arriving at the ritual site, it becomes evident that the swamp folk had indeed stolen the Krivbekni, which lies in the middle of the shrine. The whole shrine is littered with gore, revealing the dark nature of the rituals that the Krivbekni hold the secrets of. Returning to Marcella, you'll find her dead, having been murdered by a group of smugglers hired by Obadiah to put an end to her interfering in his plans. She, however, left a holotape with instructions on how to destroy the Krivbekni, which seems to be the right thing to do, as these secrets in the wrong hands could devastate the wasteland. To destroy the Krivbekni, you will have to travel back to the capital wasteland, to the Dunwich building, where you'll have to make your way to the virulent underchambers located in its basement. By now, I'm sure you're making the connection between Dunwich borers and the Dunwich building, as both were owned by the same company. It's also revealed that Obadiah is the great-great-great-grandnephew of Richard Dunwich. In the innermost chamber of the Dunwich building, you'll experience a lot more strange happenings that you had overcome in Fallout 4. There'll be one feral ghoul who stands by a note that reads, "Sharp knife to send him to Deep Temple. Flay and say my words. Abdul comes again, on the Feast of the Weaker. Feast for the Deep Temple. Born again, Here, Al-Hazred Giyeth Giyeth. Near the note, you'll find the black obelisk. If you activate it, the book and all nearby feral ghouls will be incinerated in a burst of flame from unknown origins. The questline is over, and answers are never fully given, as they had planted the seeds for Dunwich Borers in Fallout 4. So could there be ancient gods brewing in the deep places of the Fallout series? Or could all this be due to gaseous fumes causing hallucinations for all those involved? This next one is hard to fathom, as so much of it does not make any sense and could just as well be hallucinations. We'll leave that up to you to decide. 3. Listening Post Bravo. Listening Post Bravo can be found nearby Dunwich Borers, and is one of the many military outposts found throughout the map. While it can be easy to overlook, you'll eventually have to go here during a questline involving Paladin Danse. There are no clear paths that lead to this listening post, and it's surrounded by hills and a dense forest. Inside, you'll find what looks to be just an average military station, though there is the skeleton of a soldier still seated at the desk he died at. As a security precaution, the elevator has been powered down and is completely inoperable. You'll have to bypass this by hacking into the terminal mounted on the wall next to it. With the elevator now powered, you can journey to the bunker below. Deep underground, you'll find 2 destroyed Protectrons and an offline sentry turret. It will mostly be what you expected. A military listening post, full of equipment used for just that, but strangely enough, there is a Yaoguai that should not be down there. Its home is a cave exposed by collapsed sections of the bunker. It has no way out and no way in, so it shouldn't be alive down there. But it is, which makes no sense and is very confusing. In its cave are 5 skeletons that are mostly soldiers who appear to have been stationed in the bunker when the bombs dropped. If this is true, then that means that the Yaoguai may have been down there for 200 years. But it couldn't have been, as a series of entries found on a terminal in this bunker sheds some light on what happened here, though it does not paint a clear picture. On Monitoring Terminal 03, operated by a Sergeant J.P. Renksy, we find a series of reports. LP Bravo Monitoring Report 10 seems to reveal that the skeleton at the desk on the surface level could be that of Captain Rutledge, who ordered Sergeant Renksy to take over the long-range monitoring duties for 4 weeks. During that time, he'd be completely isolated from the outside world. So we are left to assume that only one of the soldiers whose skeletons are found here were supposed to be there. So why are there plenty more? This isn't even where it gets weird, as the next entry, LP Bravo Monitoring Report 14, reveals that while Renksy was monitoring the low-band frequencies, which was mainly used to detect the frequencies used by outdated equipment, he detected a very cryptic message that repeated itself for an entire hour. The site was used to monitor Chinese spy networks, so he was surprised that it was in English, though the signal was full of static and hard to make out. The phrases Renksy could make out were "internal void," "dreams are getting darker," "blood runs so still," and DEK, the last of which he assumed to be a call sign. He would report the signal to Washington in hopes that they could decrypt what it could mean. He waited for days, hearing nothing back from Washington. Eventually, he would be woken up by a series of loud banging noises on the elevator door. Security measures prevented the elevator from being used during the 4-week period of each monitoring duty, so he activated the bunker's defense systems and took out his emergency rifle, preparing for an enemy attack. The banging at the elevator continued for almost an hour, when suddenly it stopped. Renksy soon began to feel as though this was somehow related to the mysterious broadcast frequency that he had intercepted. According to the entry titled LP Bravo Monitoring Report 25, it wasn't until another 5 days had passed that Washington finally responded to his message, stating that the holotape they had been sent by him was blank, something he would confirm himself when he checked on a second recording that he had of it. He would mention the banging he had heard, and they would suspect him to be experiencing auditory hallucinations from being isolated for so long, which he believed was possible as isolation could play tricks on the mind. They said they would send someone to relieve him of his duty so that he could recover. The final words of this entry would be, "Maybe I wanted to find a mystery to solve to occupy the time so badly. My imagination decided to take over. Whatever it was, I hope this doesn't go down on my permanent record." And then nothing else is revealed from there. We just find a Yaoguai that shouldn't be there with another group of soldiers rendered skeletons in a cave that shouldn't be there. The soldiers must have been sent there to relieve him, with more being sent this time to avoid the auditory symptoms of isolation experienced by Renzi. But where did the Yao Guai come from? Could the Yao Guai have been someone trapped down there by a survivor who cleverly thought of a way to imprison it so that he would not have to fight it himself? And what happened here could have been Renzi going insane from the isolation, attacking the soldiers that arrived to relieve him. With all the questions left by that one, this last mystery is more straightforward, but also leaves us with so much to question. For instance, what connection could this have to the Zetans in the ruins at Dunwich Borers? 4. The ancient crown. While parts of this next mystery could also be viewed as hallucinations, there is too much proving that aspects of it are so much more than that, leaving so many questions with few answers. To understand this mystery, we will first have to start where it began. In 1894, Lorenzo Cabot, scientist and archaeologist, went on an expedition to the Rub al-Khali Desert in the Middle East, searching for proof that there could be a precursor civilization called Ubar, hiding below the sands. In the real world, Ubar is known as the Atlantis of the sands, and though many have claimed to have discovered it, none of their discoveries can be confirmed to be the mysterious city. Though many believed his theory that this civilization could exist to be insane, including his own son Jack Cabot, he would find vindication when he and his team unearthed a vast subterranean city that held within it the artifacts and remains that could not be of human origin. The pair, along with a team of locals hired as diggers for the expedition, would discover parts of the city. Though a sandstorm would brew and once more bury most of what they had discovered, they would eventually discover a sealed tomb of ancient design. They would remove its seal, which resealed, discovering a sarcophagus that held within it an otherworldly humanoid creature that wore upon its head a great crown. The local diggers were so terrified that they fled from the site, refusing to ever enter it again. Lorenzo would remove the crown from its head carefully, ordering the tomb to be sealed and putting an end to the expedition. That night, Lorenzo studied the crown and felt increasingly compelled by some unknown force to don the crown upon his head. The longer he wore the crown, the more he came to understand it and the civilization it had been from. He would realize that this could not be the city of Ubar he had been seeking, as no human could have designed what they discovered, and the ruins were far older than even the earliest of human artifacts. This crown, though ancient and alien, could somehow influence the mind of a human despite being far older than humanity. He would share his discovery with only his wife Wilhelmina, his son Jack, and his daughter Imogen. When he returned to his wife and children in Boston, he would be a changed man and intended to teach his family of his discoveries so that they could return to it together. The crown had made his physical state overall superior to what it had been, increasing his strength and ending any further signs of aging. It would also grant him powerful psychic abilities, but at the cost of his sanity. It's very strange that an alien artifact would be able to do this, as our DNA would be vastly different. For example, medicine intended to cure a specific ailment for a human would not necessarily work on a fish, a turtle, or even a bird. Over time, his family would become very influential in American society, though he would become increasingly paranoid, even violent, and begin to commit crimes that would have landed anyone else on death row. He could no longer remove the crown, as attempting to do so would cause him great pain, with the crown seemingly having bonded to his head. 4 years after his return, his personality would change so much that Jack Cabot would have him confined in the basement of Parsons State Insane Asylum to keep him from harming those around him. He accepted this, as it was the only way he could hope to convince his family that he was, indeed, sane and get them to return to the Rub al-Khali Desert with him to continue uncovering what waited for them below its sands. Jack would study Lorenzo's blood and the crown in hopes that he could uncover a way to cure his father of its influence. Along the way, he would discover that he could use his father's blood to create a serum that granted his family the ability to temporarily gain the same healing effects that rendered his father ageless. Centuries would pass. Jack would continue to study his father's crown and use the serum to extend the life of his family, adding further safety precautions over time and paying off the asylum's staff to keep it all a secret. Why no one questioned this is beyond me, as most people would have raised an eyebrow at this. Lorenzo would remain in confinement for 400 years, while his son Jack continued to study the crown with his sister Imogen, who would begin to suspect that Jack was no longer trying to cure his father and was instead working to extend their lives permanently. After Jack had installed dampeners that prevented Lorenzo from using his psychic abilities, Lorenzo would begin to hate his family for what he saw as a betrayal and desired revenge. Trapped beneath Parsons, he would commune with the crown and gain more of its knowledge. Jack would employ the sole survivor to retrieve a shipment of the serum from a group of raiders that had intercepted his mercenaries as they were delivering it. Doing so would earn earn him their trust, and the Cabots would soon find themselves in further need of his service. Wilhelmina fears that Imogen might be in danger and sends the sole survivor to find her, where he would discover that she had joined a cult and convinced its leaders to let her return home. After freeing Imogen, she will reveal the dark truth behind the serum and leave ahead of the sole survivor, who will return to the Cabot house to claim their reward. But Jack is busy, as Lorenzo's psychic abilities have begun to overpower his prison, and he has compelled a group of raiders to invade Parsons State Insane Asylum, with Edward updating Jack of the situation. Jack and the sole survivor make their way to Parsons State Insane Asylum to fully access the situation and prevent Lorenzo from escaping. They arrive to find it completely overrun by raiders. Locating Edward wounded inside, they continue to fight through the raiders until they reach the basement where Lorenzo is being held, to find that the raiders have almost succeeded in freeing him from his prison. The sole survivor will talk to Lorenzo, who will reveal his story and some of the secrets of the crown, though it's clear that Lorenzo has gone mad over his long isolation. Jack will instruct the sole survivor to set the Abramelin generators to overdrive by flipped a switch, which would kill his father by flooding his cell with Lorenzo's cell with lethal Zeta radiation. Upon flipping the switches and killing Lorenzo, Jack tells the sole survivor that had he listened to his father and freed him, he would have killed his family, continuing on to say that nothing would have stopped his father from returning to his criminal activity. Though he is sad that he has lost the ability to produce his immortality serum, Jack seems to have genuinely believed that with just a little more research, he could have cured his father and removed the crown from his head. Were these artifacts Zeton, or something far more ancient? These mysteries are amongst the many aspects of the Fallout series that inspire us to keep exploring, discovering new things around every corner, in every playthrough. Almost every vault in Fallout is horrifying, because that's the point. They were meant to test what people would do in horrible situations and hide some of the most disturbing mysteries. Some will make you question the sanity of the devs that created them. So, with that cheerful note out of the way, let's go traumatize ourselves. The all clear. Clearance that never came. You know what might be the cruelest lie Vault-Tec ever told? It's not the experiments. It wasn't the marketing. Not even the vague and sometimes threatening excuse of, it's for your own good. It was the idea that one day, someone would press a button, speak into a microphone, or even just play a recorded message, and the people of the vault would hear an all clear, a signal that says, okay, it's safe now, open the door. Because across Fallout, we keep seeing vaults that were clearly built around that expectation. A timer, a schedule, a plan for something to happen that would make everything okay again. Restore things to how they once were, but then nothing. There's no broadcast. There's no coordinated reopening. No instances or implications of a Phase 2. Not even an annoying ad break from Vault-Tec to remind you that help is on the way. A better life underground? More like a better burial. Our first big mystery may sound simple, but in reality, it's huge. Was there ever an all clear at all? Or was it always a story Vault-Tec told to keep people compliant? Because once you start looking, the evidence doesn't just point one way. It points in multiple directions. And that's what makes this scary. The promise of wait it out, then rebuild, that never came true for many, if anyone. Here's something to think about. Most vaults only make psychological sense if the residents believed the door would open eventually. Vault-Tec didn't sell the vaults as tombs. They sold them for survival, a temporary shelter for a permanent future. And across the series, you see vaults built with long-term infrastructure, education, medical wings, and social spaces. Like the vault is supposed to be a bridge, not a coffin. That only works if the residents believe there's a finish line, an end to the waiting, a moment where the vault becomes the seed of the next world. But here's the problem with that line of logic. Fallout also shows vaults where the finish line was never real. Simply put, some vaults had the open sesame code baked in, while others never had code to open at all, or were only to open after the lab rats had completed their required task. That's because the vault program doesn't behave like one unified plan. It behaves like multiple plans wearing the same logo. For instance, you've got vaults that open on a schedule, clearly meant to rejoin the surface at a specific point. Vault 8, Vault 13, and Vault 76 come to mind, and then you've got vaults with orders that effectively translate to staying sealed indefinitely, even when the outside world becomes survivable. Vaults 101, 81, and 51 represent that mindset. So if a single all-clear signal existed, why would Vault-Tec need both? Why build some vaults with explicit or implied ultimate goals of rebuilding humanity, and others that come off like "do not enter," dead inside? Let's think ahead here, because once you see that inconsistency, the mystery shifts from "why didn't they open" to "who was supposed to tell them to open in the first place?" That brings us to the conveniently missing button. Who was really holding the all clear? First, let's review. An all clear is a chain of authority, and Fallout is full of both broken and connected chains. For an all clear to work, somebody has to survive the war with enough power to monitor conditions, communicate with vaults, and enforce the plan. That means infrastructure. That means continuity. You know who I'm talking about. Yet we don't see that second act in a clean, centralized way. We see fragments, we see isolated instructions, we see vaults that 90% of the time only open because something goes wrong. Equipment failure, internal collapse, outside interference, anything except a smooth exit, which strongly suggests one of three things. 1. The all-clear system existed for every vault and continuously failed outside of a few exceptions. 2. It existed for all vaults, but was selective on who left and who stayed. Or 3. It never existed, not for every individual vault at least, because the vaults were never built for rescue. They were built for containment. One thing is certain, regardless if Vault Tech intended for the all-clear signal to go off, or if it was only for a select few, the next mystery is far more sinister. Data collection, research, or reassurance? Alright, so the all-clear signal never came for a lot of vaults, and we know the stories of those that did get the signal, or at least thought they would get it. That's all fine and dandy. But Vault-Tec still had one reason to build all this. Data. Not just the kind of data that you tend to scroll down to the end to press accept or turn off cookies on. The kind of data that Vault-Tec thought justified putting hundreds of people into confined spaces to conduct terrible, or at least unethical experiments on them. Let's get into our next mystery. If every vault was an experiment, where did the results go? Because you don't spend billions, even trillions, building a continent-wide series of combination home and laboratory just to leave the paperwork in a basement terminal or piled up on a desk somewhere in the many abandoned or destroyed levels of the vaults we explore. Once you take a deeper look inside how Vault-Tec tested and collected its data, the ways vaults either succeed or collapse start looking less like vaults went wrong, and more like someone was supposed to be watching. Let's think. Vault experiments only make sense if Vault-Tec had a way to collect and compare outcomes. Most vaults aren't simply weird living conditions or stuffy lab coat-filled geek centers. They're structured tests, long-term, decades and centuries in the making, controlled variables, overseer, authority, lots of terminals, notebooks, and logbooks, surveys, medical records, behavioral notes, the kind of stuff that's useless to many unless it gets compiled into a bigger picture. So either Vault-Tec had a collection system, or the entire program was just corporate sadism with extra steps. And we know Vault-Tec too well for it to simply be corporate sadism, most of the time. Realistically, there are only a few ways Vault-Tec could have done it. Number 1. Central collection, pre-war style. Vault-Tec planned to gather everything through a central authority. Pre-war America in Fallout loves centralized control. Government contracts, corporate networks, regional HQs, layers upon layers of managers. It would be totally on brand for Vault-Tec to say every vault reports up a chain. After all, many vaults operated under the assumption that either there would never be a nuclear war, or that any situation in a real nuclear war would be far less worse than it turned out to be. Overseer files get sent via email. Data gets copied and stapled together. Reports go to a regional office, then to a main hub. That would mean the vaults were never the end goal, which we already know is obvious. They were field stations. The real drop-off point was a location revealed to us as far back as Fallout 2, the Enclave Vault Research Control, listed as still active at the time the game takes place. Except that the moment the bombs drop, this method has a flaw, a big one. Humans don't survive long enough to manage Phase 2. If the collection plan relied on people doing their jobs, it collapses instantly after October 23rd, 2077. Even if some executive figures survived, you'd need transport, security, stable power, working communications, and a staffed operation that can last centuries. Not days, not months, not years, centuries. Now, if you've ever explored the Wasteland, and let's face it, the outside world is basically a tutorial on what happens when supply chains die, meaning that if and when the data was ever collected, it probably wasn't because somebody drove around with a clipboard. Option number 1 obviously doesn't work, so let's get into option number 2. Now, this is one that, when you hear it, simply feels like the real Vault-Tec solution. Automated uplinks and silent telemetry. Vault-Tec could have, and even did, built the vaults to report automatically. You don't need a courier, or 6, if you have a network. You don't need a manager if you have a system that just pings home at a designated point in time. Could be once a week, or it could be once the experiment has run its course and failed or succeeded. Basic stuff like population counts, medical metrics, incident reports, resource consumption, anything that could be boiled down into numbers and transmitted. You can imagine Vault-Tec loving this because it keeps subjects unaware. They don't feel watched, but they are. On every camera in the hallway, on every word they type on a terminal, even when they're asleep. If this is the method they used, then every vault wasn't just a shelter, it was a sensor, a data node, a living spreadsheet. And that leads to the creepiest question of this section. If the vaults were transmitting, who was receiving it? The receiver problem. Vault-Tec, the government, or something else? A signal implies a listener, and Fallout is full of potential listeners that never announce themselves. It could have been Vault-Tec corporate. It could have been the Enclave. It could have been the Zetans or other aliens overhead planning to experiment or conquer our world. The real reason this mystery works is because the games keep showing you pieces of oversight, notes that imply supervision, protocols that imply reporting, systems that imply external control, without ever showing you the clean HQ that ties it all together. When you eliminate the impossible and improbable, only 2 possibilities are left. Either the receiver died, or the receiver survived and stayed hidden. But there's one more possibility that explains something important. The third and final option is this. The simplest explanation, really. The data never left because it was meant to be retrieved later. Vault-Tec might have planned a physical post-war retrieval operation, not a live network. Think about it. If you're expecting to reclaim America later, you don't need the data right away. You just need it preserved. And so you store it locally. You lock it behind overseer access. You build redundancies, you make sure it survives time. Then, when the vaults open, the collection begins. A team comes through and scoops it all up, clean and intact. That would turn vaults into time capsules, waiting for a landlord who would never need to show up. But here's the twist that makes this whole mystery feel personal, as though it was meant for someone. If the data was supposed to be retrieved, why do we, the player, keep finding it? That's the mystery, isn't it? As far as its show, it's because nobody ever came. Somebody came and only took some of it. Or somebody is still collecting it, and we're just too late to see the tracks. And if that last one is true, then the Vault program never ended. It just went quiet. A doozy of a revelation, huh? But our next big mystery might cause you to scratch your head further than you were before. Unfinished vaults. Incomplete versus incompetent. Okay, so if the all clear never came, and the data pipeline is still a question mark, what gives? How is Vault-Tec both this monolithic entity responsible for so much in the world of Fallout, yet can't even create a working product without at least something going wrong? Right there is the next Vault mystery. Don't worry, it'll sound obvious once you hear it asked out loud. What about the vaults that weren't even finished? Fallout loves showing you Vault-Tec's grand plan like it was this clean, controlled machine. In spite of that, the Wasteland keeps revealing something messier. Some vaults weren't sealed masterpieces. In fact, some were little more than construction sites when the world ended. Because once you ask this, you're not asking what was the experiment. You're asking how many vaults were never ready to run the experiment at all? Or worse, what if the fact they weren't complete was the experiment? Despite all the billboards, radio ads, logos you see everywhere, the network of 122 known vaults wasn't complete when the bombs fell. Vault-Tec sells the vaults like a finished safety net, keeping you safe when the world ends. But the evidence suggests parts of that net were still being stitched together. You can physically see it in places like Vault 88, with unfinished wings, active construction areas, and that feeling of this was supposed to be bigger, but time ran out. And this isn't the only example of unfinished construction, even as far back as the second game in the series. You had examples of unfinished or under construction vaults, from the fake Vault 13 in Fallout 2, to Vault 114 in Fallout 4, to Vault 63 in Fallout 76. It only reinforces the point. If multiple vaults were incomplete, then the Vault program wasn't just morally broken, it was logistically unstable. And that leads to the following questions. Were people promised spots in vaults that couldn't take them? What did Vault-Tec do with unfinished vaults when the countdown hit 0? And ultimately, did unfinished vaults become experiments by accident or by design? Certainly scarier than the dog eating your homework, huh? Let's tackle the first question to start. If a vault wasn't finished, then a lot of people who paid for salvation may have been sold a seat on a lifeboat that didn't exist yet. Vault-Tec didn't sell maybe. They sold certainty, plans, assignments, a spot with you and your family's name on it. But if the door opens and the interior is still scaffolding and rubble, what happens to the families assigned there? they don't get a refund. They get a locked door, if a door is even built, and a sky full of fire. That means some of the Vault program's biggest casualties might have happened before the experiments ever started, just from unfinished infrastructure. Going ahead with the second question, the simplest answer is likely nothing, but let's think deeper about it. An unfinished vault forces an ugly decision, and Vault-Tec loves ugly decisions. If the vault isn't ready, you've got a few options, and all of them are bad. Option A, seal people inside anyway and figure it out later. This was exactly what happened to Vault 63, and it didn't quite turn out so well. Next option, Option B, use the vault as a temporary shelter. We see this happen with Vault 114, abandoned and later used by the local mobsters as an interrogation site. And finally, Option C, abandon it and pretend it was never part of the promise. And in a company built on secrecy and control, Option C is dangerously realistic. If Vault-Tec abandoned unfinished vaults, that's not a project delay. That's mass murder by bureaucracy. But if they didn't abandon them, then you get a new nightmare. Last question for this subject. Did unfinished vaults become experiments by accident? A half-built vault creates its own experiment even if Vault-Tec never designed one. Think about what being unfinished means underground. Bad seals, incomplete life support, unfinished medical bays, missing security systems, unmapped tunnels, no clean boundaries. That turns survival into a chaotic gamble between life and death, all because there wasn't enough time or effort put into finishing what should have been a safe shelter. Not because Vault-Tec planned it, but because Vault-Tec failed to finish the cage. And since we know for a fact that this has happened at least a few times, then some vault horrors aren't twisted science or science for science's sake. They're what happens when construction failure meets the apocalypse. And now, we hit the part that ties back to the data mystery in the creepiest way. The question behind the question, if a vault was unfinished, was it ever supposed to be counted? Unfinished vaults might explain why the vault list feels incomplete and inconsistent across the series. If some vaults never went live, Vault-Tec might have buried them in paperwork. No residents, no logs, no overseer reports, no public record. Just a number on a blueprint and a door that was never meant to open. Which means there could be ghost vaults we never see, not because they're unimportant, but because they were embarrassing or incriminating. The unfinished vault problem isn't just about construction, it's about missing history. Vaults that vanish from the story because they never became a story. And if that's true, then the next mystery is brutal, as it's not just the unfinished vaults that go on to have a legacy, it's the finished ones as well. But what happens when that legacy is slowly shifted or corrupted? Or is it simply Vault-Tec getting more success than what they ever could have hoped for? Vault mythology, mystery, history, hysteria. Now we hit the part that's way harder to explain with terminals and charts, because some vaults don't just fail. Some vaults become stories. Some of them have positive legacies, ones that went on to help the area or save the world. But others performed quite the opposite. They became the kind people whisper about like they're haunted houses. The kind traders detour around even if it costs them days. The kind even raiders won't raid because, nah man, that place is cursed. Which only begs the question, why do certain vaults stop being locations and start being myths? Because this isn't just simple wasteland superstition. In Fallout, myth is usually what's left when the truth is too horrifying to survive intact. Deathclaws started out as myths, as did the Enclave and Institute. It was only later on that people learned just how real and dangerous they were. Starting with the basics, a vault can outlive its facts. Most wastelanders don't learn vault history from terminals or books. They learn it from rumors, word of mouth from the town drunk or a local gossiper. Think about how knowledge travels in the wasteland. There's no internet, no textbooks, no stable government archives. Just caravans, bars, mercs, and old people telling stories with missing pieces. Maybe the radio will give a news story, but even then, no one's listening to a radio all day, every day. So when something terrifying happens in a vault, the exact details don't spread. The vibe does though. That's how a vault becomes a myth. The facts decay, but the fear doesn't. And the fear sticks to certain vaults for specific reasons. Patterns you can actually track. The first pattern is probably the most obvious. A vault that eats people. Vault myths often start with one simple outcome. People go in. You wait for an hour, a day, a week. After a month has passed, it becomes apparent that they won't come back. You don't need to understand FEV or social experiments to know what that means. If a scavenger vanishes, if a caravan crew never returns, if a raider band or gang goes inside and only one runs out screaming, you don't get a case study. You get a warning story. Because a vault becomes a myth the moment it develops a reputation for being a one-way door. And a lot of vaults in the Fallout world have that reputation for one reason or another, but it's the ones that don't earn that reputation that makes the situation all the worse. Because sometimes the vault isn't just dangerous. Sometimes it's actively misleading. Some vaults don't look dirty, worn down, broken. Some are ones that, upon first inspection, look safe, clean, working machinery, coated in bright colors. That's the second pattern. It looks safe until you're already in too deep. Some vaults don't announce danger, they hide it. When it's not coated in 200 years of dirt and rust, the vault aesthetic is comforting by design. Clean corridors, bright lights, familiar signs. Even when it's rotting, it still looks like a form of safety at first glance. But anyone who has played a horror game or watched a scary movie knows what's up. That's why these vaults become the stuff of legend fast. They don't kill you, not immediately, not intentionally. They make you feel stupid for believing the myth of the vault in the first place. They're places where you can kick your feet up, take a sip of Nuka-Cola, and finally take a breath, free from the stress and horrors of the wasteland. And that's where it gets you. These are the vaults that create curses, because they punish curiosity. But myths don't form from traps or scares. Sometimes they form from something worse, something that changes the people who come back out. This is the third pattern you can tell the type of vault mythos by. Beyond the scares and comforts, it produces something else, something either long forgotten or something twisted and deformed. Survivors who don't sound human anymore. When a vault produces survivors who are wrong, it fuels myth faster than any corpse pile. A community can rationalize raiders. It can rationalize the dangers and products of radiation. But when somebody, or something, comes back, no longer recognizable, speaking gibberish, or they can't explain what happened without breaking down, or they start repeating the same phrase like it's a prayer, now you've got a story that spreads on its own. The vault becomes a myth factory, not because people know what happened, but because the survivors prove something happened that won't fit into normal words. And here's where this connects to the Vault-Tec data question in a nasty way. The less documentation a vault leaves behind, the more myth fills the gaps. Like it was said before, Wastelanders rely on word of mouth more than text or actual data. Except when a vault has no clear logs, no coherent history, no visible experiment notes, people don't conclude that there's no information available. We aren't machines, after all. They conclude basic concepts such as haunted, cursed, a monster, ghosts, demons, whatever fits their worldview. And Fallout encourages this by making some vaults feel like they're infected by a presence, not just a problem. Think back to places like Vault 18, Vault 11, Vault 51, so on and so forth. It occurs not just once per game, it's practically a staple for there to be multiple in each game. So myth isn't the opposite of data. Myth is what happens when data gets erased, taken, forgotten, which leads to the sharpest question in this entire section. Did Vault-Tec want some vaults to become myths? After all, a feared vault is a controlled vault, even centuries later. If a vault becomes taboo, people avoid it. They don't salvage it, repurpose it, or settle near it. They most especially don't open doors that might reveal the truth. After all, that place is haunted. You shouldn't be going near it, lest you die, get transformed, or have something else happen to not only you, but to the rest of the wasteland as well. Mythology becomes a security system that runs without electricity, and that raises the possibility that some vault failures weren't failures at all. They were designed to become legends, to protect something inside, or to bury what happened so deep nobody would ever dig it back up. So what exactly was Vault-Tec hoping to accomplish with all this? Getting into that may be perhaps the biggest vault mystery of all. Vault criteria. Success? Alright, last piece of the puzzle. Once you've asked why the all-clear never came, where the data went or how it was collected, how many vaults were simply unfinished, and why some vaults turned into myths, you eventually run into the question Vault-Tec never wanted anyone to ask. What did Vault-Tec actually call a successful vault? It certainly wasn't a vault that closed and opened back up without issue. Vault-Tec wanted problems. Vault-Tec needed problems. They engineered problems in one vault and gave the solution to another vault. If their success criteria wasn't the simple idea of people surviving and rebuilding, then everything else suddenly makes sense. This is where the whole Vault program flips upside down. There's only one singular uncomfortable truth. Success wasn't survival. It was a statistic. Vault-Tec's success wasn't measured in lives saved. It was measured in outcomes produced. Look at the pattern across vault stories. So many vaults are built like they expect long-term stability, then have a single variable introduced that destroys stability on purpose. That isn't a shelter plan. That's a test. If survival was the goal, you remove variables. If data is the goal, you introduce them. And once you accept that, you can start guessing the real metrics. Metric number 1, compliance under pressure. Vault-Tec may have defined success as how controllable people are when isolated. A vault is the perfect controlled environment. Take vaults like Vault 101, with the ideal life so long as you never want to leave. Vault 8, a dystopia built on routine and identical identity. Vaults can only provide limited resources, limited exits, and a built-in authority figure. That's not just safety design, because the safety is only for the results Vault-Tec anticipated or wanted to begin with. That's behavior design, turning humans into mice, guinea pigs, or revealing the savage beast that lies beneath civilized nature. In that framework, a successful vault isn't peaceful, it's predictable. And that predictable behavior is incredibly valuable to someone who has made a business out of studying it. Metric 2. Clean data, unhappy subjects. Vault 95, Vault 19, Vault 92. In each of these instances, and many more beyond those, Vault-Tec clearly cared more about usable data than the human cost. That explains why the all-clear never came for those types of vaults. You don't end the test early, you simply can't. You let it run until it produces a result, the desired result, or collapse. Collapse can be a result. If the experiment ends in disaster, that might still be successful if the data is recorded. Which brings us back to the creepiest part of the metric mystery. Who was this for? Put it in a frame of reference of what Vault-Tec clearly wanted for some of these vaults. Selecting winners for the next world. That's Vault-Tec's third metric, creating survivors and thriving groups to overcome the apocalypse and the wasteland. In certain instances, Vault-Tec had been using vaults to identify which kinds of societies are easiest to rebuild, and also the easiest to rule. Vault 11, Vault 75, Vault 51. Some vaults clearly feel like they were meant to create specific outputs, stable communities, specialized personnel, hardened survivors, all part of one obedient structure. In that model, vaults aren't just protection for experiments or homes, they're filters. And that ties directly into the unfinished vault problem, because for Vault-Tec, even failure can be a feature as the fourth metric of success. An unfinished vault isn't necessarily a mistake in this mindset. It's an extreme stress test. If you're measuring what breaks people or what forces adaptation, an unfinished vault produces chaos fast, while also not being liable to random factors that could accelerate or slow down the process. Think of it like doing a school or work project the night before it's due. Sure, it might not get you a perfect score, but it produces data fast. That means some vault nightmares might not be a plan that failed. They might be accelerated planning. And if and when those results leak onto the surface, you get the next outcome, the mythos. You get myths as a form of containment. That's the fifth and ultimate way Vault-Tec ensured that long after the war, their experiments, their test subjects, their data would remain secure, contained, and protected. After all, a vault that becomes a legend is a vault that stays undisturbed. If people fear a vault, they don't move in. Just look at what happened to Vault 19 and Vault 94. They don't salvage it. They don't pull apart its systems. They don't expose what happened. And that means the idea of a vault becoming a myth might be the most elegant security system Vault-Tec ever devised, intentionally or not. So when you connect all of this, everything that's been covered, explored, and explained, get ready for a grim answer. Here's the thread that ties the whole mystery board together. For some vaults, the all-clear never came because it was never the point. It was a way of getting vaults to accept their conditioning, the promise that one day, Vault-Tec and the civilized world would make their grand return, and they could set out and reclaim humanity and America's rightful place in the world. For other vaults, the data didn't disappear. It was never meant for us to find in the first place. It had already been taken away, transmitted, teleported to a location that maybe a future episode of the TV show or a future game may one day reveal. Or maybe it was never real to begin with. Another illusion by Vault-Tec. Perhaps the unfinished vaults weren't embarrassing accidents caused by incompetence, poor planning, contentment with the status quo. Maybe they were just experiments that started early, if only because the world ending puts a rather large delay on the idea of finishing on schedule. And maybe the vaults that became myths didn't become myths by chance. Maybe that was the final layer of one of the deepest and biggest mysteries that Vault-Tec, that the Fallout franchise, continues to linger and tease us with to this day. Because if Vault-Tec's success criteria wasn't simply to save humanity, but measure humanity, and measure it in all of the ways that were just discussed, then the Vault program doesn't look like a tragedy. It looks like a machine that worked exactly as designed. And the scariest part, we're still walking through the result. Fallout 4 is filled with secrets that you have probably never seen. Some are pretty unique, and others are shown as Easter eggs or storylines that just never came to life. That's why today, I'm going to be looking at some of the biggest secrets. Kicking things off with the first one, our good boy knows Nick Valentine. 1. Dogmeat secrets. I think everyone knows Dogmeat, or at least one of the multiple versions that you can find on every entry of Fallout. New Vegas Rex is kinda not for my taste. He doesn't really have a companion, but is always loyal to whoever chooses to follow. In Mama Murphy words, is his own man. You know, it's almost general culture information, but if you need a reminder, you can meet him on Red Rocket or via Nick Valentine, and he will be your follower from here to the end of the game, if you want. The first detail we can extract from here is that the first time you meet him, he will be simply named as Dog. The only ways of changing the name to the one everyone knows is entering the Museum of Freedom during the quest When Freedom Calls and chatting a bit with Mama Murphy. Another one is to avoid the original meeting on Red Rock and get all the way to the quest Getting a Clue and Nick Valentine will do the honors, get you the companion, and also you will already know he is called Dogmeat. A really more secret way is avoiding meeting Preston Garvey and roam a while. Eventually our sole survivor can name it that way if dialogue with him and use the positive response. He suggests calling him Dogmeat, and that it. This is the most hidden one, because a great part of the player base will follow the main quest anyway, but a nice touch to get diverse ways of naming him. Maybe in the future we can also get a bit more interactions, or even have him permanently as our dog and not fill the companion slot. He is also the only real ninja in the game, as he has the highest stealth compared to the other companions, also unique as is the only German Shepherd breed that appears in the game. And finally, he can wear almost all the armor and apparel items in the game that cannot be scrapped, making him a customizable character and, in my opinion, looks amazing. Sadly that it took me this long to know that. What if I told you that you can play the old water rocket competition of high school, but now with propane? 2. Rocket science on the cabin. This is one of the classic secrets, so we couldn't leave it outside of the list. It's fun, a bit hidden, and only provides an escape from all the serious quests that you are living for a while. In my book, that is one great way of creating an Easter egg, so let's see where it is, and why I think so highly of it. First of all, this is located on the northeast part of where the relay tower 0BB915 is located. Here lies an unassuming shack that rests on the top of the cliff. A beautiful view, if you let me say it. When you climb here, you can find a fun reward. This is where a crazy or maybe physics PhD wastelander worked on his studies, because all you can find are propane canisters and makeshift launches that are aimed over the Commonwealth. Also, as a note, there is some ammunition behind to get some serious fun if you like the system and the physics of this game. I do. To be honest, that's all. No secret note, some hidden disturbing lore, or a bizarre enemy. My theory is that the devs left this as a reminder of their tests on the physics, or just for mindless fun. Anyway, it works and is a different type of reward. Not everything has to be an item or lore. So we already are on the topic, so why not continue showing some secrets that maybe not everyone had the luck of founding? 3. The Titanic reference. This one can be a bit hidden since it's locked away on Far Harbor. A paid DLC launched a while after the original game. Now is highly common that you buy the full edition that already has everything. But if you are one of the people that played it at launch and never come back, this will be new for you. If you are exploring the new zone, you will spot a ton of different zones that worth looking. One of them is the Nucleus Shipwreck. You enter this ruins and can see a floating door with 2 skeletons, one lying on the top and the other is submerged with a bit of the body outside. You can already think of the reference that this situation is representing. So now tell me, do you believe that both could have gotten on the door or not? That is what we commonly think as we continue exploring the giant and never boring wasteland. 4. The third kind weapon. Let's be honest here, it's not a new encounter with the series. This is more a tribute to the original, and it has become a sort of meta Easter egg. With that on the side, that doesn't make it any less of great. The zone is awesome, the weapon is useful, and the enemy is cool. We are talking about the UFO crash site. In this encounter, we will actually see the event evolve. You have 2 ways of activating the UFO. It always crashes on the same location. The first one is after you grind, or by natural progression to level 20. A different random encounter is unlocked. At some point in our adventures, we will hear a sound provided by the sky. You cannot actually see it fly. As mere moments after the sound happens, the vessel will pass quickly by overhead before actually crashing on the designated zone. It's possible to lose the encounter as it's hard to be doing nothing around the wasteland. Maybe you're fighting your way into a raider's den or talking with someone, but when it happens, will leave a very particular trail of smoke, and the actual sound of the explosion when crashes down is pretty hard to miss. Alternatively, if you activate the relay tower with the code 1DL109, a signal of radio will be titled Garbled Radio Beacon will appear on the Pip-Boy. If you tune the radio to its frequency, you will be getting better quality as you travel near, ultimately finding the crashed alien vessel. Whatever the method, when you reach the vessel, a half-buried UFO will be in a hillside. Around you will find destruction and more destruction with broken trees, a flattened ground, flames everywhere, and as a curiosity, in this place the flames never disappear, effectively marking the spot for posterior travels here. Sadly, we cannot go inside the UFO or can scavenge anything around it. The good news are that a trail of green blood can be found. If you follow it, you will go north and down a ravine to a nearby cave unmarked on the map. If you decide to enter, an alien will meet you with some fresh violence. As he automatically starts attacking you, there's no way to calm him down or get near him without killing him. Also, the VATS will get a right leg crippled message. Consequence of the crash. Easy work, to be honest. After that little nuisance, you can get an alien blaster pistol and 295 to 500 alien blaster rounds. Yes, it is RNG. Additionally, next to the alien is a human skeleton. What happened here? We will never know. And also a ham radio that is the source of the nearby garbled radio beacon. This will mean find something if you came this way following the signal? Turning off the ham radio will disable the beacon, so mission complete. Some curiosities additional to the main event are also interesting. For example, the most far away that you can see the actual crash is the Museum of Witchcraft. The trail of debris at the crash site shows the path to the northwest, but you can see this smoke from anywhere, making it an inconsistency in favor of the player. If you visit the crash site before the crash, you can see some things like some trees already burned, a lot of mole rats, and a skeleton crushed by a fallen tree. Also, after the crash, the green blood trail will disappear after you kill the alien and get his things. Now, I know Fallout 4 has some crazy weapons, but I am more of a cowboy. So finding this treasure was automatically finding the main weapon of my posterior runs. Want to know where? 5. The Gainer. This is a secret location charged weapon that is located just south of the Hub City Auto Wreckers and to the east of Finch Farm. To be fair, it is pretty easy to get here just by chance. Anyway, this is a location with a higher probability of getting here by pure luck. It's hidden, yes, but near some important locations, so it's much more probable to get here than other zones that we already see on this video. We are looking for a pump house. Its entrance is between a small corridor and has 2 rooms. One locked behind a code. If you already know the password, it's kinda easy, but has a bit of a trick. Looking for clues in the room will rapidly get you to look at the south wall of the room, one with a code written, 0451, but that is not it. Why do you ask? Well, because a bit higher is a 1 written, so your most plausible option is 10 to 451, and that's it. Entering that code will get you in the second room. Here lies a red skeleton, and to the left, the reason we are here, the Gainer, a unique .44 pistol, or more known as a Magnum. The special characteristic is his bullets. The revolver has the incendiary legendary effect, and also comes fully equipped with a bull barrel, a comfort grip, a standard receiver, and last, a reflex sight. Outside of the weapon, we have a reference to Looking Glass Studios, the devs of System Shock, as the first code you see, 0451, is a number used many times. And also a nod to a lead-level designer friend that has a love for a nasty-ass video game Magnum. Also, the red skeleton is a reference to Hideo Kojima game, Snatcher, making this effectively an Easter egg into an Easter egg. To change to another topic, now let's see one of the most disturbing places in Fallout 4. Yeah, I know the game isn't exactly lacking in this type of place, but trust me, everyone has its own charm. 6. The Milton Parking Garage. Disturbing zones are the cup and tea of the unmarked locations. The one we are tackling today is located on the central section of the map near the Fallon's department store, a bit to the west across from Milton General Hospital. This is a 5-story building that, like the name says, is a garage. To enter this place, you have 3 options, kinda, as 2 of them are initially barred and you have to get to them from the inside to unbarrel them. For the initial option, there is a red door that is accessible only from the first floor, and oh boy, what we have here. Radroaches are the first ones to welcome us. The main hallway leads to a room with several mannequins, the north to radioactive barrels and basically a dead end. To the east, and the correct way, 3 red buttons and 4 jail cells. Yeah, I understand. This makes absolutely no sense. Clicking the buttons gets you in, and continuing we'll get to see clapping cymbal monkeys. This is creeping me out a lot. Continuing, there is a ramp to the second floor. These few steps are an introduction to whatever happened, so take it as a training. To the second floor we go. We are met with tripwires and some abandoned trucks, normal to this point, but this floor is heavily trapped with diverse weaponry. Mostly tripwires, obviously, but some other crazy things like a mounted laser gun and gasoline with automatic ignition. In the middle of all that, we can find a lot of dead settlers and traders. They died of their own traps or something more sinister. This creeps me up, but as we continue, we will eventually find the ramp to the 3rd floor, and here we go. Let's be honest here, you are a bit nervous as the first 2 floors put the bar a bit higher in sinister vibes, but as you ascend to the 3rd floor, all you will find will be feral ghouls that can jump scare you in a maze, so not much to work with. So after a while, you find the ramp and to the 4th floor. The tripwires are back on this floor, and for some reason, a lot, and I mean it, a lot of bathroom scales. Just why? Also, this floor is even more guarded than the second ceiling-mounted Tesla traps. Shotgun traps behind doors, and don't forget the tripwires. They were on discount recently or what? Besides the creepy atmosphere and all the traps, we can get some good loot. And in a near bedroom, a workbench for whatever reason. Also opening the first cell will surprise you with a flamethrower trap. Cool, right? After all, we eventually find our way to a barren door. Don't forget to unbarrel the door leading outside and then run to the rooftop. Here we have a lot of derelict vehicles, 1 lone wanderer motorcycle, and several loot inside stations wagons. Yeah, I don't know how they aren't on the very button of the building with the nukes. After exploring the rooftop, you will find an exit via the makeshift set of wooden stairs that will lead you down to a door of the 2nd floor of the Milton General Hospital. Besides the actual vibes, this is actually a good place to farm components while you disarm the traps along the way. Also, if you fast travel to this location, there is a secret percent that 3 super mutant suiciders will be there to surprise you. I don't know about you, but this is a giant location with some serious sinister vibes as we don't really know what happened happened here or who set up all the traps if the settlers were dead on the second floor. Also, as you already know, a set of wooden stairs is found on the rooftop. That wasn't there originally. So the question remains, who did this and why? We explored a building full of creepy things. So what do you say if I said that you could go to a pre-war submarine? Interesting, right? 7. The submarine Yangtze. When you are walking around the Boston Harbor, it's lodged in the shallow waters. And to be honest, it's pretty hard to miss it. For more details of the ubication, Boston Harbor is just south of the airport and northeast of the fish packing plant Four Leaf. It's not marked on the map, but is part of a side quest. You can begin it in two ways, talking with a particular person on the Shamrock Tap House, or swimming to the submarine yourself. The most interesting part of this discovery is that the submarine is part of the Chinese People's Liberation Army Navy, a nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarine, cool and scary at the same time. Before the Great War, the Yangtze, this submarine, had a war payload consisting of 6 warheads and an unknown number of nuclear missiles and torpedoes. As for the story of the submarine, the Captain Zhao obeyed his orders to fire the nuclear weapons at the targets. Only one missile was left behind by malfunction. At the time of launchment, the Yangtze hit a mine that severely damaged her reactor. So they got trapped on it, the reactor started to leak, and finally killed, and in some other cases ghoulified the crew. As a matter of fact, only Zhao retained his sanity. You can explore the submarine and find a fair number of things that are interesting. For example, you can go and see the reactor control room, the 3 propellers, and the rear of the submarine. North of the reactor room, you can find 2 decontamination showers, and a terminal locked behind an expert-level lock. After it, you find a stairway to the lower sea. Overall, the most interesting things that you can find are the dead crew and the ghoulified crew too. For the specifics, 30 former crew members are to be found across the sub, live and dead. Some are simple skeletons and others are feral ghouls. The sole survivor can choose to put the warhead to use and destroy it with you inside. You can escape, but the explosion radius will always catch up to you. Now you explore the submarine and reach Captain Zhao. Now we can talk about him and the secret choices you can make. 8. Captain Zhao and its cut roll. After all the journey of the submarine to get to him, here we are. When you start talking with him, he reminisces his experiences. He recalls firing his ship's nuclear cargo on October 23, 2077. So that indicates that he was the responsible for the Boston explosions. Right now is a curious moment for Fallout history. As you already know, the Chinese are mentioned and some robots even appear here. But actually meeting the responsible in flesh and blood is an experience that in my opinion deserved its own mainline quest. But I take what I got too. Works fine as a secret too. He also shows a bit of humanity as he talks about the shame when he saw the ruined city. Also, we learn about what I already explained of the mine and the submarine, but learn new details. For example, the radiation leaking from the reactor damaged in the explosion was responsible for eventually turning the captain and the crew into ghouls. When he made it to the port and saw the ruins that he created, he didn't want to leave the ship as he wanted to maintain the stealth. The direct chaos also helped. Now advancing the time, he explains that had lived 2 centuries based on scavenging what he could from the city and fighting the casual raider here and there. His ultimate goal is to return to China after gathering enough intelligence and information that in some way could help rebuild its home. On the side, has developed an immense amount of guilt and regret for all the lives and destruction he caused. Still, he's reluctant to leave his vessel undefended to try and find components to repair it, so basically he reached an impasse. I know he sounds hypocritical, but that exactly is why is a likable character depending how you see it. After all, the only companions Zhao had during the last 210 years were dead and transformed crewmates, so in some way, he actually paid a big price too, as he couldn't bring herself to put the ones that turned out of their misery. After all, he still holds the traditional values of the old world, like considering the American as a joke of liberation. He actually refers to us as capitalist and American. If you play your cards right, he can accept the help of the one that could have been his greatest enemy in another time. This puts another quest on your log, and that is a story for another day, but basically you help him find the resources needed to repair the submarine. If you bartered a higher reward or not, show animosity through the negotiation, you will have zero trouble getting to this point. Now this quest has a great repercussion because the players are basically helping who blow everything in your city and change your life forever. For that, the devs also showed us the path of simply killing him, and that's done. Not recommended, but good to have. The rewards for helping him are worth leaving your probable hate behind. If you can achieve this, that will net you some good rewards actually. One of them is pretty unique, as you can get 3 homing beacons for a tactical nuclear strike. Cool, but not very smart to use it. Also, his sword, but only if you pass 3 charisma checks while talking to him. As a curious aftermath of the quest, if you hear the Diamond City radio, some reports mention that a Chinese submarine was seen leaving the harbor. In lore, they actually leave, or I think so. But in terms of gameplay, the submarine stays where it was originally all the game. Another secret side note is that Zhao, for being a hidden side quest, is very much a really crafted well-crafted character with a variety of dialogues, interesting lore, and a grim context that makes him likable in certain ways. But why all the trouble of making him like that just for a few hours of even less than one of seeing him? Well, he is part of a section of cut content before the launch of the game, as he was originally designed to be a bigger part of the story. He would get its own quest on an epic location while maintaining a larger role through the whole game, and the player could have the possibility of riding the submarine to a deep sea vault and be there for the final confrontation of that quest. Two awesome ideas, a deep sea vault and the help of a fellow Chinese, and of all the Chinese, the one and only that blew your home. Very high loss that it was cut of the original run. I only hope that this idea isn't scrapped in a future sequel or even a remake. Now, after ending with such a sad tone, how about having your own island and even a settlement? Would that improve your mood? 9. Spectacle Island. Paradise on the Wasteland. This is a secret location in the middle of the sea, hard to discover and even harder to reach. But where is it? Located near Warwick Homestead near the coast on the southeast, it was once a home for a millionaire living the dream of having his own private island paradise. So obviously he built a mansion. This doesn't end here. The original settlers actually put some effort and constructed a settlement with a sonar pulse beacon that could kill, or at least repel, the Mirelurks. Sadly, as we know when we get there, the settlers are long dead or gone. We only find that someone, probably raiders, disabled the pulse beacon, so the Mirelurks soon invaded the area. For us to reach that faraway location, we have to actually put some work. For starters, we have to go to all the way along the seabed and, more preferable, inside a power armor, eat some Mirelurk cake, or have the Aquaman perk for the swim to be more comfortable, or at least you ensure survival. Then walk all the way on the southern tip. It takes a while, and if you're not prepared enough, can drown or die by radiation, but trust me, it's worth it. When you're there, start searching for some power cables across the island. Those lead you to circuit breakers. This way you can unlock the settlement option to use on this island. After a while, when you find the circuit breaker aboard the near ship, not on the submerged one, then a large fight will be unleashed as the screen will shake, and a Mirelurk queen and several normal Mirelurks will emerge. The fight for the land is on. When you win, you have to. You have to return to the radio tower and flip the final circuit breaker. This will turn on the solar pulse, effectively killing all the Mirelurks on the zone. Yeah, that is right. Even the queen will automatically die, but that would mean that you ran away. Come on, don't tell me you didn't win the fight. After a few seconds, you finish the secret quest and get your own secure and free of Mirelurks Island. Congratulations. Also, as a plus, if you didn't find it before, there's actually some good loot around, and now is easy to find him, like 2 Nuka-Cola Quantums on the underwater wrecked house, or a fat man on the sunken green boat on the southern tip of the Islam. This island doesn't have any secret notes or terminals, leaving us with a sinister story. But in exchange, we get this cool settlement, private island if you want. A fine reward if I've ever seen one. And those were only 9 of all the cool and awesome secrets this game has. Fallout 4 had everything, from interesting lore and great gameplay, to unsolved mysteries that nobody can truly explain the meaning of. That's why today, I'm breaking down 8 hidden mysteries in Fallout 4 that you have probably never heard of. Starting with a very creepy one that nobody talks about, Vault-Tec and the Great War. What would you say if China and the United States of America got on a thermonuclear exchange? You will run, scream, accept your imminent being blown to bits, or, drumroll, sign this cool-ass contract to live a better life as a mole, but at least you lived to tell the tale. These things defined what our sole survivor had to live in the final moments of the world as he knew. And only arises one question: was ever signing up for the Vault-Tec promotional vault ever attractive? I mean, we were already submitted because of our past with military services. Remember that you will be spending basically your life in one of those famous vaults that you can find and in some cases even explore. So get your conclusions. Mine, for one extent, is that is a meaningless life. Talking about the horrors some vaults did, I would prefer that the bombs came and nuked me. In other moments of life, would really anyone accept this package of some random dude knocking on the door, a unique trait that our other main characters didn't have the luck or misfortune of living through. The truth is that a lot of games have this wasteland after a great war is finished, and you live to see the consequences. That is Fallout 4 in your character POV, and what makes it interesting is all the lore behind that you can find. It has the most unique environment in my opinion, as you actually see how the people are starting to acknowledge his new life, and are at the same time exploring as our early ancestors, while others are already forming settlements. Stay with me here, because it is about to go much deeper. To this day, Fallout 4 is the only one where you can actually live up the moment when the bombs fell and destroy everything, so it makes sense to get the most information from this game. As I said before, one of the most important moments in any Fallout game, it's already in the game as a scripted event, not just any dialogue or terminal with a text. You lived it. Hell, you even lived before the war actually happens, so who will say you're lying? The point is that Vault-Tec preys on the lack of confidence in the federal government to sell the idea of preservation. If everything was lost in the conflict, the stakes of countless individuals, industries, and business, and in general important people, rested on the vaults idea. At some point, the company deemed the great USA, who were pummeling China to the ground, at the moment of the bombs, China was basically good as dead, as a failed nation, and started to entertain the idea of instigating the Great War themselves to start again. Obviously, this wasn't a general population request, only for a select group of people, and it's not hard to believe. If you know a bit about some vaults here and there, you already know that those were far from being a safe environment to live, serving obscure purposes. Will you believe me if I said that after everything I said, as we know from exploring the vaults in Fallout 4, only 0.1% of the population got into a vault, an absolutely demonic number taking into account all the time and vaults that were supposed to maintain the most of the population. Sad at that is, with that slim number and they still continued with secret unethical experiments, so comes to mind, were the bombs really a consequence or a direct action of our own side? The true purpose was to maintain power and control after the restart. And I am straight up looking at you, Enclave, so the mystery is partially solved between Fallout 3 and 4. When you get bits of information or even find a missile in use, the only thing that stops you from blowing something up is a bug on the terminal, hilarious and scary at the same time. Knowing that Vault-Tec had basically the power of the federal government and their obscure experimentation, why only that handful of vaults? Makes no sense at all, and even worse with all the failed vaults that from one way or another killed everyone inside. Picture this, the vaults weren't a final resource. They were planned ahead, and with far too many resources that at some point Vault-Tec was more powerful than the government. Kinda hard to know exactly what went wrong. All this raises a second question, and even more important than the first. If they were so secure about the vaults and still weren't enough, who destroyed America? Who launched the bombs first? A question that to this day still feeds on the paranoia and skepticism of the fans. Theories, lore, diaries, entries, even the TV series talk about it. Without a doubt, this was the pivotal event that began Fallout as something. I know, Fallout 4 isn't the earliest one after the Great War. Obviously, that title goes to Fallout 76, not even a century after it. Everything is still in constant change, and nature has started cohabitating with radiation. Would you believe me if I said that maybe Vault-Tec is innocent? This question is actually answered in one of the important plot missions of Fallout 4. In a terminal with the railroad, it is described that invading submarines and unidentified planes were registered. Shock apart, what closes the deal is the changing DEFCON status. I mean, why would they bother activating all the alarms of invaders and defense alerts if they would be blowing everything? Wouldn't it be easier to explode everything and effectively let the submarines take the blame as they fly under the radar? Another thing that happens is, in Fallout 3, as I explained early, on your many journeys, eventually you will find your way to a missile silo with an actual nuclear missile armed but never launched. Why would they save it? For Great War II, if you work a bit around the silo, you can arm the launchment and start the countdown, but everything will break down to a bug that stops the missile. Even so, nothing points out to having ever tried to launch it before. I think that alone kind of proves the point that Vault-Tec didn't launch the bombs first, but that doesn't mean that they're innocent. As in other instances, they already had everything planned for launch of at least one missile to a city, and in final instance they did at Shady Sands on the TV series. This is shown. To close this point with a knob, China was invaded after the anchorage had been taken back, and also were getting absolutely crushed by the US forcers, so it kind of makes sense to drop everything and fire off all they had in the hopes of a final stand or destroy everything. Why the buildings withstanded the nukes? Maybe this comes as a shock, because from a gameplay perspective, it wouldn't make any fun to explore just pieces of scrap on devastated buildings, shot out to the urban area of Fallout 3. But still, it is strange that so many buildings got even the carpet almost untouched. This plus the Lovecraftian references and the dark things that happen in some buildings make me think if there's actually something more working in the dark that has interest in people going in those dark and mysterious spaces. I mean, someone could argument that the bombs do so much more damage in the radiation outside the impact point, logical, but still you saw the bombs, they were near in a more real-to-life scale. The city is absolutely abysmal, so a unique nuke don't do that much damage, so maybe, and just maybe, is a scale problem. Imagine the glowing sea, those nukes weren't a joke. Still, after all the theories and mysteries, like the mannequins, the devs are saying to us that all that is irrelevant. Remember, the mannequins are watching you. Hell, even the first main building that you enter and get your power armor from is pretty neat. Carpet, doors, and well, even the food is just a bit dusted, and there are raiders. I don't think they have a cleaning crew and a restoration one too, but whatever. We can rule this out from a purely gameplay perspective. I am only leaving the door open for a future installment that can work a bit more on this mystery and shed light on it. Continuing to a more prominent mystery that to this day remains hidden for all the wrong reasons. What the freaking hell the Institute was trying to achieve? Kinda strange as the method and purpose comes to clash heavily. Bear with me here. We learn through the game that they are replacing people with synths. From this, only you clearly understand that they are bad guys. But let's dive deeper. They claim that they want to do, kinda, you know what? I don't have the slightest idea, but only, and I really mean only focusing on their word, they want to bring stability and basically survive at all costs. Actions speak otherwise. Stealing people, infiltrating human settlements, and basically making a slave race isn't a good way of preserving what they have. Maybe the stealth approach would be better, if only they had me as an advisor, mostly because of all the attention they are getting, and also they are killing the very people they are dependent on for continuing, well, existing. Let's get some facts straight. They build a slave race, robots that basically are programmed to kill and even how to say it, mutants. Father Institute doesn't have some long-term viable path to getting their goal, just consolidate power and hope to not be wiped out. How's that for that long work that they do and the fact of survival at the epitome of the race like they want to? Okay, beside jokes and cryptic information, let's get serious. They are nothing much apart from a group of mad scientists that want to destroy everything before that everything destroys them. But it's the same problem as any villain that wants to rule the world and actively try to destroy it. If they are successful, what will be left? You would think, for example, that for that setting, nobody would even know about the existence of the Institute. Maybe research the radiation for ways of eliminating it. Try to reclaim the planet again from all the abominations that exist, no? Then what? Oh yeah, of course. We can continue the kidnapping and replacing them with synths, establish terror and insecurity across the Commonwealth, destroying our main points of trade and resources. Astonish plan? Alright pal, have it your way. Father, letting the sole survivor live was also something that you could brand as an error, kind of the only powerful enough being to make a dent on their plans. You can argue that it was for the probability of the SS to join the Institute, but still, not everything is bad. At least by gameplay, and lore is always epic to you being the final piece that can destroy or complete the puzzle. And remember that neither the Railroad or the Minutemen were a thing. Everything was, well, kind of dropping to pieces. I honestly don't think that the Brotherhood could have won without our interference either, and I know I said it before, but the Institute got a long way ahead, and nobody could do anything about it. Great power for remaking humanity, and what we got, humanoids that can't work as a human or produce as a perfectly calibrated tool. That's it, thanks for coming, goodbye. After my rant, bear with me here, I have a bit more to say about it. Seriously, what the actual fuck? They made artificial people, and the more important problem that they were copies of actual humans. Like, why? They aren't proving anything or getting much benefits besides infiltrating for bragging rights, something I highly doubt they care about. The only goal you can get out literally is mankind, redefined, as Father always dodges the questions, and the others brag about not being humans at all. Like, okay dude, that alone shows us that they aren't mankind as they are copying what exists and not achieving anything by it. You could argue that they are using the destruction before building, but they aren't building anything solid. For example, the ones that infiltrate your camps, they don't exactly do anything like disrupt your operations. They only attack you as normal when the invasion happens. Why bother? Oh, and neither redefined, by the way, because at most they're a downgrade as robots for the actual perfectly functional robots on the universe. Sometimes they can't talk or highlight 2 words in a row. Funny, because they also can invade settlements and nobody could tell they are synths. Just how it works. In conclusion, the goal of the Institute and the actions don't align by a mile. Strange decisions. Focus on things that don't align with the general objective, while at the same time removes themselves from the goal, funny as they are intellectuals, but far from being congruent with their actions. Kind of funny if you ask me to shift the air. Now we continue to one of the most cursed mysteries that are famous for particular reasons. Yeah, Bethesda knew what he was doing with this next one. What happened on Dunwich Borers? We all can concur on one thing about Dunwich Borers. It shouldn't exist, not in a logical way, but as something that doesn't exactly fit on this game. Like it came straight up from some eldritch horror's mind to haunt the bold survivors that decide to go there. Oh boy, you go there for a simple quest. We already dived a bit on this one in the last video, but we didn't cover everything. A favor for some raiders. That was all that it took to get us here. Fairly simple. Get a sword, quick and easy, get in and out. You already did it 1,000 times before, but when you're there, if you are a bit like me, the thrill of adventure and curiosity gets the best of you. Kill the big raider boy to keep looking at your leisure, but eventually you get to a chained door. A descend deep enough for ghouls to start attacking you, and then you start an astral travel experience for pre-war flashbacks that aren't yours, but you're already here. A shame to go back before exploring everything. The most strangish thing is the one of cultists performing rituals around an altar or body of water. Kinda strange. Anyways, continue a bit more and start diving. Trust me, it's worth it. 3 words. Massive underground temple. Oh boy, the plot tickens. This one worships the bombs with a face carved into stone and a dagger. That's when you find the end of this cryptic place. First of all, the people surrounding the water were worshippers of a god that was down there. You can see a statue of an eye at the bottom of the water. As any eldritch horror to date, this says volumes about being there a long time, even before you existed. It's presumably true that those ghouls that attacked you were turned by the influence of those malevolent gods. Well, not exactly malevolent, but they simply don't care for their worshippers. Factor of this is a recording of people on Dunwich Building on F3 turning to ghouls. Sadly, gameplay-wise and visually, they function as any other ghoul. High five for the dev that put that face at the bottom of the tunnel. It gave me a freaking jump scare because of the tense I was during all the investigation. With this context, I continued to look for more lore on the game and other games of the saga, and found a couple of interesting facts across F3 to F76. Bonus info on F76 you can see in Sleeping Eldritch Horror, so accompany me to learn about this a bit more. If you're scared, sorry, I know you are as interested too, so you will bear with me here. Kellogg reference to past Fallouts. Kellogg's memories are a box of secrets and a sad story. As you know, its origins are everything but happy, from a dysfunctional family to getting out of the RNC because the laws were getting obnoxious. To enter the hard times, he at some point got a revolver from his own mom in his first mission, kill its dangerous father, an alcoholic raider. This got bad really quick as Kellogg didn't have the guts or the heart and ran away from home. Fast forward to him living in San Francisco with his wife and daughter at the same time that was building a scary reputation as a security member of SHI. We don't know the details, but his family got killed over problems with himself as dangerous people attacked his house without him to defend it, and the family paid the ultimate price. Factual point, he located and killed every one of the implicates. So fast forward to the game that precedes us, he got to the Commonwealth as a mercenary and got jobs to different outcomes. At some point, its effectiveness started to become a problem for the Institute, but besides trying to kill him, they planned ahead and started hiring him. Great idea. If only they used their intelligence a bit more, there wouldn't be a game. So in record time, he became their best agent on the surface. Obviously, the most important mission was the one that started the game, the search for free of radiation humans, and so he kidnapped Sean and killed the sole survivor partner. For the actual start of the game, he already was a cyborg. That's why on the encounter with the sole survivor is still a medium-aged man. After all, he came and went, doing a variety of missions before dying in the hands of the sole survivor. The interesting fragments are when you recover the chip that has the memories, and Nick Valentine comes clutch and helps us. Kellogg is, in my opinion, a way of referencing our adventures through Fallout 1 to 4 if you investigate his story. He comes from New California all the way to San Francisco. Some interesting locations are the hub from Fallout 1, the New California Republic, or the NCR that ties F2 and 4, the SHIR that appeared in Fallout 2. The gangs from his father can be original or are a fit for the cans of New Vegas. And there could be many, many more escapes from me today. And that leads me to my other point. Kellogg easily could have been a protagonist of a Fallout. Still, he ran its whole life as his family was killed, and some scenes in the game show this, just like the one on the bar. Sadly, it's dead, and we have to move on, but it is a brilliant way of storytelling and brings to the spotlight just how cruel the world is. Put a +10 or more on cruel for Fallout World, as he comes from the very bottom position that you can see fairly commonly through the games but never see a whole character life. They are an NPC saying something or a quick quest, and that's it. This one really hit it off the park, showing us the world from another POV through different situations and years of his life. Another cruel fact that adds to the behavior of this dude is that, contrary to what you would believe, he wasn't exactly beloved in the Institute, but kinda hated in reality. The reason? Simple, but maintains accuracy with the way that the Institute works. After countless missions between Sean kidnapping and the awakening of the sole survivor, he was chosen to improve his expectancy of life. This was an option negated to a lot of the scientists of the Institute, growing envy and hatred for him. Kinda sad to do everything you're told to continue the investigations and still be hated by your side. So, to another mystery we go, and its relations Kellogg too. Who is exactly the main antagonist, or the old man that he mentions a lot? Who is exactly the old man? Kellogg's past is shown to us via the memory den, most exact, via the artificial chip of his brain that you get after Dangerous Minds. One important fact that we get, besides all the lore and in my opinion rich backstory, is the multiple mentions of the old man of the Institute. For starters, look at this quote before saying that the old man is referencing Sean. I never knew why we didn't just refreeze the rest of them, but we had our orders. I guess the old man didn't want so many loose ends. Too bad he left alive the one person he shouldn't have. When he said that Sean wasn't even a thing, he was speaking about the kidnapping part in the vault, way before the director came to be, who we all already know. So time travel or shenanigans? What do you think? But you can also argue and overlook. Stick with me please to clear that up. From this point it is a bit of theory, because you can seek info even on Fallout 3 with the leader of the SRB. He is also referred as the Old Man, or in more known words, the disappeared Dr. Zimmer. Every time their name is dropped on Fallout 4, that is quite a lot. You don't get a continuity to it or even meet him, and as you know, in Fallout 3 had quite important work. Recapture a synth or help the synth if you're feeling generous. To our surprise, on Fallout 4, the SRB, Synth Retention Bureau for clarification, outside of the actual cut content that data miners had found, and we already talked about in the part 1 of this video. We aren't talking about small bits. This comes in the form of full dialogues, quests, and a continuity to Fallout 3 when you follow a sequence when he recognizes you and follows a type of quest line. That's kinda strange because we are a different character, but suits me. Abysmal potential to have a hell of presentation for the faction, but reduced to a mention here and there. All this info disregards the theory of him being being the old man that Kellogg talked about. My personal preference would have been that the old man was the previous boss, or even the plan was actually that Dr. Zimmer would have been the original director, so with all the cut content, it's easy to say with a certain grade of security that everything was scrapped and forgotten. We probably will never know. A bonus data is that in Fallout 3 he has a synth component on him, not pickpocketable, meaning that he himself is a synth, not carrying one. Cool detail, right? Sadly, my dream shatters as the moment of Sean kidnapping Zimmerman would not be even close to being an old man. Remember that he was 58 on Fallout 3 and the kidnapping occurs way before. Another thing that can encapsulate everything to be reduced to an error is when Travis speaks to the radio about Piper and Kellogg intercedes, mentioning that the sole survivor was in Diamond City by idea of the old man, and from that time is very clear that is referring to Sean. So to wrap up this mystery, we have two mentions. One where it's clearly impossible that the old man is Sean, and another one where it fits the bill, so we can reduce it to an error or to a mystery that will remain unsolved for at the very least Fallout 5. If not, then forever. Anyway, that was 8 extra mysteries and theories that you probably didn't know. Some probably will find their way to newer entries, so that only adds more to the lore. Today, I'm explaining the most disturbing mysteries that haunt the Fallout universe, and the secret nobody tells you about these mysteries. And by the end of this video, you'll understand why the Wasteland's real nightmare isn't radiation or mutants. It's what humanity chose to become before the bombs even fell, starting with the corporation that made nuclear annihilation look merciful, Vault Experiments. The company built 122 vaults before the bombs dropped, and only 17 were actual control vaults meant to function normally. The other 105 were psychological and biological experiments disguised as shelters, all feeding data back to the Enclave for some twisted plan involving space colonization. Families walked into these vaults thinking they'd found safety, and instead became lab rats in experiments that would make Nazi scientists uncomfortable. Vault 11 forced residents to elect someone to die every year, creating a society built on betrayal and paranoia that ended with the survivors choosing mass suicide over continuing. Vault 92 pumped white noise into the air to test subliminal messaging for super soldier programs, driving everyone violently insane. Vault 106 released psychoactive drugs through the ventilation system, causing residents to hallucinate until they murdered each other in fits of paranoid delusion. And Vault 75 told parents their children would get the best education possible, then killed all the adults and harvested the kids for genetic material. These weren't accidents or malfunctions. Every horrific detail was planned, documented, and monitored by people who got paid to imagine new ways to torture entire communities. The scary part is how normal everything looked on the surface. These vaults had schools, apartments, and community spaces, all while running experiments that would violate every ethical standard ever written. Vault-Tec turned the apocalypse into a business opportunity and made the Wasteland seem like a better option than their shelters. And here's the part that'll mess with your head. Every Vault experiment was designed with a specific goal, testing human behavior under extreme stress. But Vault 11's suicide pact wasn't the variable they were testing. It was the desired outcome. The experiment was never about sacrifice. It was about whether humans would choose extinction over moral compromise. That terminal entry that says, "Congratulations, you're free to go," after everyone's dead, that was always the end goal. Vault-Tec wanted to know if people would rather die than keep killing. They got their answer, and they documented it for someone. But if corporate evil seems bad, wait until you see what their scientists created in the labs. FEV Horror. The forced evolutionary virus started as a cure for disease and became the Wasteland's worst nightmare. This green liquid doesn't just mutate you, it rewrites your DNA while you're conscious enough to feel every agonizing second. Pre-war scientists at West Tech developed FEV from something called the pan-immunity virion, originally meant to cure the new plague that was killing millions. Instead, they created a bioweapon that could transform humans into super soldiers, because apparently solving a plague wasn't profitable enough. After the bombs dropped, a scientist named Richard Gray found the FEV research and decided to use it to create a master race of super mutants, because he thought regular humans were too flawed to survive. His process involved dunking people into vats of FEV, and the survival rate was about 20%, meaning 8 out of 10 people died screaming as their bodies rejected the transformation. The ones who survived grew to over 10 feet tall, gained massive strength and immunity to radiation, but lost their ability to reproduce and often their intelligence. Gray's own diary describes the mutations as feeling like your bones are breaking and reforming while your skin stretches and tears. And he did this to thousands of people while calling it salvation. The virus has different strains too. Vault 87's aerosolized version created aggressive feral mutants who never stopped growing. Huntersville's water contamination produced the green-skinned variants we see everywhere, and the Enclave even modified it into Curling 13, a toxin designed to kill every mutated creature in the Wasteland. wasteland. The Master's experiments alone created an army of super mutants that waged war on the wasteland for decades, and communities are still dealing with the FEV threat 2 centuries later. What makes FEV truly disturbing? The virus literally rewrites what it means to be human at a genetic level. This was deliberate biological warfare that turned thousands of people into monsters against their will. And somewhere in the wasteland, there's probably still vats of this stuff waiting to be found. But the real question nobody asks is why the pre-war government funded FEV development at all. The new plague cure story is the official record, but West Tech's classified files tell a different story. They were developing FEV before the plague even started, before they had a disease to cure. The timeline doesn't match, which means someone knew a plague was coming, or they created the plague to justify developing FEV. Either way, the virus that turned thousands into monsters was always the plan, never the accident. And the Master? He found their work and finished what they started. He wasn't a mad scientist who went rogue. He was following the blueprint they left behind. Though FEV created monsters from people, the next mystery trapped people inside monsters. Robo-brains? Imagine your brain getting removed and stuffed into a robot chassis, except you stay conscious the whole time. That's exactly what robo-brains are, and the process is even worse than it sounds. These mechanical nightmares were developed by General Atomics and the US military as multi-purpose robots for both civilian and combat roles. The original prototypes used chimpanzee brains, but apparently that wasn't horrifying enough, so they switched to using human brains harvested from criminals and prisoners. The process involved removing your brain while you were alive, preserving it in a nutrient solution, then wiring it directly into a tracked robotic body with manipulator arms and built-in weapons. You'd think they'd wipe the brain's personality to avoid issues, but no. Many robo-brains retain fragments of their original consciousness, leading to machines that beg for death or scream about remembering their families. Terminals in facilities like the Sierra Depot describe workers who recognized the voices of prisoners they'd processed, realizing these robots were still people trapped in metal bodies. The brains can last for centuries in their preservation fluid, meaning some robo-brains have been conscious and trapped for over 200 years since the bombs fell. They were used in various vault experiments too, with some facilities employing them as security or maintenance units, completely ignoring the ethical nightmare of using enslaved human consciousness as cheap labor. What really messes you up is hearing their combat dialogue. Some robo-brains say things like, "I'm not programmed to fail," in a way that suggests they're desperately clinging to their programming because acknowledging what they've become would break them completely. This isn't artificial intelligence or machine consciousness. It's actual human beings imprisoned in robot bodies, fully aware of what was done to them. The technology exists in the Fallout universe to transfer consciousness into machines, which raises terrifying questions about identity and what counts as being alive. General Atomics created a fate worse than death, and mass-produced it as a commercial product. The Automatron DLC reveals something even darker, though. The Mechanist's production notes describe robo-brain units that retain full cognitive function and memory. These aren't fragments of consciousness. These are complete people, aware of every second of their imprisonment. And get this, the longer a brain stays in the chassis, the more it adapts. Some units have been operating for so long they've developed new neural pathways. They're evolving past human consciousness while trapped in mechanical bodies. The question isn't whether they're still human, it's whether they're becoming something else entirely. Something that remembers being human and hates us for what we did. And people wonder why the robots in Fallout are so aggressive. Speaking of nightmares disguised as technology, let's talk about the virtual reality hell that trapped an entire neighborhood, Tranquility Lane. Virtual reality sounds fun until you're trapped in a 1950s simulation run by a sadistic scientist who's kept you imprisoned for 200 years. Tranquility Lane proves that sometimes the real monsters wear white coats. Dr. Stanislaus Brown created a life support system called the Tranquility Lounger that could sustain human bodies indefinitely while their minds lived in a virtual world. He convinced Vault 112's residents this was paradise, eternal life in a perfect simulation of pre-war America, and they volunteered to be permanently plugged in. What they didn't know was that Braun also uploaded himself as the simulation's administrator with godlike powers and zero oversight. He can't die, can't leave, and apparently can't stop torturing the same dozen people for 2 centuries. The simulation runs on a loop where Braun forces the residents to play out his sick fantasies, usually involving elaborate ways to make them hurt each other. He makes a woman's husband beat her to death, forces a little girl to watch her dog get killed repeatedly, and resets everyone's memories so they don't remember but still carry the psychological trauma. When you finally enter the simulation in Fallout 3, you find these people have been suffering in this nightmare suburb since 2077, locked in an eternal hell while their real bodies rot in loungers. Braun appears as a little girl named Betty to add extra creepiness, using a child avatar to orchestrate domestic horror. The worst part is, you can't free them unless you kill their physical bodies or navigate Braun's failsafe failsafe system, and even then he's still in there, alone with his madness for eternity. Virtual immortality turned into the longest-running torture session in human history. Braun had the power to create heaven and chose to build hell instead. This is what happens when you give someone infinite power with zero accountability. They spend 200 years inventing new ways to hurt the only people they have left. Tranquility Lane isn't just disturbing because of what Braun did, it's disturbing because he's still doing it right now, in every playthrough. And Braun isn't unique. Vault-Tec built multiple simulation programs. Tranquility Lane was just the one where the Overseer went insane. The others are still running, still torturing their residents, controlled by administrators who haven't seen reality in 200 years. How many virtual hells exist in sealed vaults across America? How many people are trapped in perfect suburban nightmares? The simulation technology Braun used is the same foundation the Institute builds on. Virtual consciousness, digital immortality, uploading human minds. Braun was the prototype for something much bigger, but at least Tranquility Lane's horror was contained to one vault. The next mystery infected an entire ecosystem. Vault 22. Vault-Tec's agricultural experiment seemed harmless compared to the others. Just scientists trying to solve food scarcity with genetically modified plants. Then the plants started growing in people's lungs. Vault 22's experiment involved developing a pest control fungus that would protect crops without harmful chemicals. The scientists modified a strain of fungus to target insects, and it worked perfectly until it mutated and decided humans made even better hosts. The infection spread through spores released by the plants, and once you breathed them in, you were done. The fungus would germinate inside your respiratory system, spreading through your body and slowly transforming you into what the Wasteland calls a spore carrier, a shambling infected human who exists only to spread more spores to new hosts. Vault 22's logs describe the outbreak in horrifying detail. Residents coughing up blood and plant matter, people developing green mold on their skin, and the final entries from survivors barricaded in the lower levels as infected former friends tried to break through. The survivors eventually fled to Zion Canyon, and we know how that ended because you can find their remains in Fallout New Vegas, massacred by tribals who didn't understand the spore carriers weren't human anymore. The vault itself became a vertical jungle where the fungus took over completely, with infected humans still shambling through the corridors decades later, spreading spores that can infect any new visitors stupid enough to breathe without a mask. What makes Vault 22 uniquely disturbing is how slow and inevitable the infection was. These weren't people who died quickly or turned into mindless ghouls. They stayed conscious during their transformation, aware they were becoming something else, knowing they'd eventually lose themselves to the fungus wearing their bodies like suits. The Brotherhood of Steel wants the agricultural data from Vault 22, but they have no idea they're asking you to retrieve research from humanity's worst biological disaster. This wasn't an accident. The scientists kept experimenting even after they knew the fungus was dangerous, because stopping would mean admitting they'd created a plague. But Vault 22's fungus has a feature that doesn't get enough attention. It's intelligent. Not in the way humans are intelligent, but it learns and adapts. The spore carriers aren't random shambling zombies. They coordinate. They set up ambushes. They protect the fungal colonies. The infection isn't just hijacking human bodies. It's networking them into a collective organism. Every infected person becomes a node in a distributed intelligence that spans the entire vault. The Brotherhood wants that agricultural data, but they don't realize what they're really asking for. The fungus wasn't designed to control pests. It was designed to control populations, and it's still spreading, slowly, underground, through connected root systems that span hundreds of miles. Vault 22 wasn't the outbreak, it was the test site, and the test succeeded. And speaking of plagues, the next location shows what happens when ideology becomes more infectious than any disease. Nipton. Caesar's Legion did a lot of messed up things during their campaign, but what they did to Nipton stands out as pure psychological warfare. This wasn't just conquest. It was a message written in corpses. Nipton was a small Nevada town that survived the apocalypse by playing every faction against each other, selling information and supplies to whoever paid. Mayor Joseph Stein thought he was being clever, staying neutral while profiting from everyone's conflict. Then Vulpes and Kulta showed up with a plan to demonstrate what happens when you bet on the wrong side. The Legion rounded up every person in town, including NCR soldiers, powder gangers, and the civilians who'd been selling to both sides. They held a lottery where winners got to live as slaves, runners-up got crucified, and the losers were burned alive in their homes. Mayor Stein himself was forced to watch while his entire town got destroyed. Then they crucified him facing the aftermath so he could die slowly while staring at his failure. The Legion didn't just kill Nipton, they turned it into a monument to betrayal, with crucified victims still hanging on crosses along the highway to warn travelers about the cost cost of opposing Caesar. When you arrive, the place reeks of burned flesh and despair, with Vulpes calmly explaining his philosophy while standing among the bodies. He gives you Stein's personal lottery ticket as a souvenir, marking you as a witness who survived to spread the tale. This wasn't about military strategy, it was about breaking people's will to resist by showing that neutrality isn't an option. The Legion transformed an entire settlement into a cautionary tale about the price of cowardice. What makes Nipton stand out from other Legion atrocities is the methodical cruelty. They used the town's own greed against itself, turning its survival strategy into the cause of its destruction. You can still hear Mayor Stein moaning on his cross, taking days to die while the Legion moved on to their next target. Vulpes Inculta is smart though, smarter than people give him credit for. He didn't choose Nipton randomly, he chose a town that represented everything Caesar's philosophy opposes: moral relativism, profit over principle, neutrality. The lottery wasn't random either. He knew exactly who'd win. He'd studied the town for weeks. Every outcome was predetermined. The horror wasn't the randomness, it was the illusion of choice, just like Vault 11, just like Tranquility Lane. The Wasteland keeps teaching the same lesson. Your choices don't matter when someone else wrote the outcomes. But Legion cruelty was at least motivated by conquest. The next horror came from the best intentions gone completely wrong: the Pit. Pittsburgh survived the nuclear apocalypse only to become something worse than a radioactive crater. The Pit is what happens when industrial hell meets wasteland survival, and nobody wins. The city's steel mills somehow kept running after the bombs, making it strategically valuable and completely toxic at the same time. The river and air are so irradiated that long-term exposure mutates people into trogs, mindless, degraded humans who attack anything they see, and there's no cure or prevention beyond leaving the city entirely. The remaining population split into two factions: Asher's raiders who run the mills and use slaves to extract steel, and the slaves themselves who dream of freedom, while slowly turning into trogs. Asher isn't your typical raider boss though. He genuinely believes he's rebuilding civilization by maintaining industrial capacity, and his baby daughter Marie might be the genetic key to curing the trog mutation. The slaves see things differently. They're worked to death in radioactive mills, knowing they're sacrificing their humanity for steel that profits their captors. The moral complexity gets worse when you realize Asher needs the slave labor to keep the mills running, which produces the only source of high-quality steel in the wasteland, and without that steel, the entire region's reconstruction efforts collapse. So you're left choosing between freeing slaves who will likely turn into trogs anyway once the mills shut down, or supporting a system built on suffering that might actually save more lives in the long run. The Pit doesn't give you clean answers, it forces you to decide whose suffering matters more and live with the consequences. Every slave you see is already infected, already dying, and nothing you do will save them. This is wasteland utilitarianism at its darkest, the question of how many people you can sacrifice for the greater good, and whether greater good means anything when it's built on broken bodies and stolen futures. Asher's cure exists in his daughter's DNA, but using it means deciding one child's blood is worth more than freedom for hundreds of slaves. The Pit proves that sometimes the apocalypse's worst aspect isn't the destruction, it's the impossible choices survivors have to make to keep breathing. And the steel mills keep churning, because they always do, no matter who's feeding them. Asher's daughter Marie represents something the series barely explores though. She's naturally immune to the trog mutation. Not resistant, immune, which means her DNA has something the rest of humanity lacks. Something that could rewrite what humans become after radiation exposure. The Pit's slaves are dying for steel, but Marie's DNA could cure every radiation mutation in the wasteland. Ghouls, super mutants, spore carriers, everything. Asher knows this. He's not just rebuilding civilization with steel, he's rebuilding it with genetics. The same way Vault-Tec planned, the same way the Enclave wanted, the same way the Institute is doing. Everyone with power in the Fallout universe eventually decides they need to genetically modify humanity to save it, and they're all willing to sacrifice thousands to do it. Though Pitt's horror came from necessity, our next mystery was pure scientific curiosity with zero ethics attached. Big Empty. The Big Mountain Research and Development Center represents everything wrong with pre-war science culture: unlimited funding, no oversight, and researchers who treated ethics as optional suggestions. What they created makes Vault-Tec look responsible. Big MT's scientists were working on projects that ranged from world-changing to absolutely deranged. They developed stealth suit technology, sonic weapons, and genetic modifications alongside experiments like extracting people's brains for robotics and creating cyberdogs from pre-war pets. The think tank, the facility's leadership, literally removed their own brains and put them in floating jars with robotic screens, giving up their humanity to pursue immortal research. They kidnapped people from the wasteland for experiments, erased their memories, and sent them back without explanation, including your own character if you play the Old World Blues DLC. The facility ran for 200 years after the bombs dropped because the scientists couldn't remember the world had ended. Their brain preservation process damaged their long-term memory so severely that they forgot the apocalypse happened and kept working on their insane projects. You'll find test subjects who had their skeletons replaced with robotic frames, patients whose hearts and spines were extracted as independent experiments, and enough failed genetic modifications to populate a nightmare zoo. The biological research station alone contains pods full of abominations that were human before Big MT's scientists decided to improve them. What makes Big MT especially disturbing is how excited these researchers are about their work. They don't see themselves as monsters, they see themselves as pioneers pushing the boundaries of human knowledge. And they're not entirely wrong. The technology they developed could revolutionize the wasteland. If you ignore the pile of bodies it took to create, this is science without conscience, progress without consideration for who pays the price. The think tank traded their humanity for immortality and scientific achievement, not realizing they'd already lost everything that mattered. Big MT shows the dark side of the Fallout universe's retrofuturism. All that optimism about science saving humanity twisted into experiments that should never have been approved. The facility still runs, still experiments, still believes it's helping. The think tank's memory problems aren't just damaged though, they're deliberate. You find evidence scattered through terminals that they erased their own memories of the outside world. They chose to forget the apocalypse. They chose to forget the people they hurt. They chose to forget everything except their research, because remembering would mean confronting what they'd become. It's the same logic that drove Vault-Tec, the same logic that created the FEV, the same logic behind every horror in this list. If you can't remember your humanity, you can't mourn its loss. The scientists didn't lose their ethics. They surgically removed them. But Big MT's scientists at least kept their research behind closed doors. Our next horror story trapped visitors in a casino they could never leave: Sierra Madre. The Sierra Madre Casino was supposed to be Frederick Sinclair's gift to his love, Vera Keyes, an impregnable fortress of luxury that could survive nuclear war. Instead, it became a tomb that kills everyone who enters, and it's been doing it for 200 years. Sinclair built the casino with experimental security systems that included explosive collars, holographic security guards, and a cloud of toxic gas that fills the streets and dissolves organic matter. When the bombs fell, the systems locked down with staff and guests still inside, trapping them in what became known as the Ghost People, humans who mutated inside hazmat suits and now shamble through the poisonous cloud, attacking anyone new. The casino itself is pristine, untouched by time or radiation, filled with pre-war treasures and Sierra Madre chips worth more than anything in the wasteland. But the explosive collars Sinclair used for construction workers are still active, and they'll detonate if you try to leave, or if your companions die, forcing impossible choices about who lives. The toxic cloud causes instant damage on contact, and there's no cure, just temporary protective measures that wear off. Sinclair's dream of impregnable security became a trap that's claimed hundreds of treasure hunters who thought they could beat the casino's defenses. The Dead Money DLC makes you experience the Sierra Madre's horror firsthand, forced to work with other desperate people while knowing the collars ensure you can't trust anyone completely. You're competing for survival in a location that was designed to keep everyone inside forever. What destroys people about the Sierra Madre isn't just the death traps or the ghost people, it's the greed. You can see the treasures, touch the gold bars, imagine yourself rich beyond measure, but the explosive collar means you can only carry what you can sprint with. Sinclair's love letter to Vera became a metaphor for letting go, teaching survivors that some treasures cost more than their worth. The Sierra Madre doesn't just kill you physically, it breaks you psychologically, forcing you to choose between wealth and freedom, between saving your companions and saving yourself. And Sinclair's ghost still broadcasts his message about letting go, not realizing he created a monument to exactly the opposite. But here's the connection nobody makes. Frederick Sinclair worked with Vault-Tec on the Sierra Madre's security systems. The same company that built the vaults built his casino. The same philosophy, the same technology, the same goal of creating an environment that tests human nature under impossible pressure. Sinclair wanted to know if love could survive absolute security. Vault-Tec wanted to know if society could survive extreme conditions. They're asking the same question with different variables, and they got the same answer. Humans break every time in predictable ways, ways that can be measured, documented, and replicated. The truly disturbing part isn't any individual mystery. It's that they're all connected by the same philosophy. Pre-war America's scientific and corporate elite looked at humanity and decided it needed to be improved, fixed, rewritten, and they were willing to do anything to figure out how. Vault-Tec ran social experiments. West Tech ran genetic experiments. Big MT ran biological psychological experiments. The Enclave ran extinction experiments. The Institute ran replacement experiments. Every faction with resources decided the problem with humanity was humanity itself. And here's the kicker. They might be right. Every survivor in the wasteland is a descendant of people who either participated in these experiments or survived them. The Vault Dwellers, the Super Mutants, the Ghouls, the Synths, the Wastelanders. Everyone living 200 years after the bombs is already post-human in some way, already changed, already modified. The experiments never stopped. They just moved from controlled environments into the wild. The bombs didn't end civilization. They freed these experiments from containment and let them run at scale. The wasteland isn't humanity recovering from disaster. It's humanity being actively rewritten. And somewhere, in a sealed lab or a hidden vault or an underground facility, someone is still taking notes, still collecting data, still trying to answer that question. How much can you change humanity before it stops being human? Almost every vault in Fallout is horrifying, because that's the point. They were meant to test what people would do in horrible situations and hide some of the most disturbing mysteries. Some will make you question the sanity of the devs that created them. So, with that cheerful note out of the way, let's go traumatize ourselves. The all clear. Clearance that never came. You know what might be the cruelest lie Vault-Tec ever told? It's not the experiments. It wasn't the marketing. Not even the vague and sometimes threatening excuse of, it's for your own good. It was the idea that one day, someone would press a button, speak into a microphone, or even just play a recorded message, and the people of the vault would hear an all clear, a signal that says, okay, it's safe now, open the door. Because across Fallout, we keep seeing vaults that were clearly built around that expectation. A timer, a schedule, a plan for something to happen that would make everything okay again. Restore things to how they once were, but then nothing. There's no broadcast. There's no coordinated reopening. No instances or implications of a Phase 2. Not even an annoying ad break from Vault-Tec to remind you that help is on the way. A better life underground? More like a better burial. Our first big mystery may sound simple, but in reality, it's huge. Was there ever an all clear at all? Or was it always a story Vault-Tec told to keep people compliant? Because once you start looking, the evidence doesn't just point one way. It points in multiple directions. And that's what makes this scary. The promise of wait it out, then rebuild, that never came true for many, if anyone. Here's something to think about. Most vaults only make psychological sense if the residents believed the door would open eventually. Vault-Tec didn't sell the vaults as tombs. They sold them for survival, a temporary shelter for a permanent future. And across the series, you see vaults built with long-term infrastructure, education, medical wings, and social spaces. Like the vault is supposed to be a bridge, not a coffin. That only works if the residents believe there's a finish line, an end to the waiting, a moment where the vault becomes the seed of the next world. But here's the problem with that line of logic. Fallout also shows vaults where the finish line was never real. Simply put, some vaults had the open sesame code baked in, while others never had code to open at all, or were only to open after the lab rats had completed their required task. That's because the Vault program doesn't behave like one unified plan. It behaves like multiple plans wearing the same logo. For instance, you've got vaults that open on a schedule, clearly meant to rejoin the surface at a specific point. Vault 8, Vault 13, and Vault 76 come to mind, and then you've got vaults with orders that effectively translate to staying sealed indefinitely, even when the outside world becomes survivable. Vaults 101, 81, and 51 represent that mindset. So if a single all-clear signal existed, why would Vault-Tec need both? Why build some vaults with explicit or implied ultimate goals of rebuilding humanity, and others that come off like do not enter, dead inside? Let's think ahead here. Because once you see that inconsistency, the mystery shifts from why didn't they open to who was supposed to tell them to open in the first place. That brings us to the conveniently missing button. Who was really holding the all clear? First, let's review. An all clear is a chain of authority, and Fallout is full of both broken and connected chains. For an all clear to work, somebody has to survive the war with enough power to monitor conditions, communicate with vaults, and enforce the plan. That means infrastructure. That means continuity. You know who I'm talking about. Yet we don't see that second act in a clean, centralized way. We see fragments, we see isolated instructions, we see vaults that 90% of the time only open because something goes wrong. Equipment failure, internal collapse, outside interference, anything except a smooth exit, which strongly suggests one of three things. 1. The all-clear system existed for every vault and continuously failed outside of a few exceptions. 2. It existed for all vaults, but was selective on who left and who stayed. Or 3. It never existed, not for every individual vault at least, because the vaults were never built for rescue. They were built for containment. One thing is certain, regardless if Vault-Tec intended for the all-clear signal to go off, or if it was only for a select few, the next mystery is far more sinister. Data collection, research, or reassurance? Alright, so the all-clear signal never came for a lot of vaults, and we know the stories of those that did get the signal, or at least thought they would get it. That's all fine and dandy. But Vault-Tec still had one reason to build all this: data. Not just the kind of data that you tend to scroll down to the end to press accept or turn off cookies on. The kind of data that Vault-Tec thought justified putting hundreds of people into confined spaces to conduct terrible, or at least unethical experiments on them. Let's get into our next mystery. If every vault was an experiment, where did the results go? Because you don't spend billions, even trillions, building a continent-wide series of combination home and laboratory just to leave the paperwork in a basement terminal or piled up on a desk somewhere in the many abandoned or destroyed levels of the vaults we explore. Once you take a deeper look inside how Vault-Tec tested and collected its data, the ways vaults either succeed or collapse start looking less like vaults went wrong, and more like someone was supposed to be watching. Let's think. Vault experiments only make sense if Vault-Tec had a way to collect and compare outcomes. Most vaults aren't simply weird living conditions or stuffy lab coat-filled geek centers. They're structured tests, long-term, decades and centuries in the making, controlled variables, overseer, authority, lots of terminals, notebooks, and logbooks, surveys, medical records, behavioral notes, the kind of stuff that's useless to many unless it gets compiled into a bigger picture. So either Vault-Tec had a collection system, or the entire program was just corporate sadism with extra steps. And we know Vault-Tec too well for it to simply be corporate sadism, most of the time. Realistically, there are only a few ways Vault-Tec could have done it. Number 1. Central collection, pre-war style. Vault-Tec planned to gather everything through a central authority. Pre-war America in Fallout loves centralized control. Government contracts, corporate networks, regional HQs, layers upon layers of managers. It would be totally on brand for Vault-Tec to say every vault reports up a chain. After all, many vaults operated under the assumption that either there would never be a nuclear war, or that any situation in a real nuclear war would be far less worse than it turned out to be. Overseer files get sent via email. Data gets copied and stapled together. Reports go to a regional office, then to a main hub. That would mean the vaults were never the end goal, which we already know is obvious. They were field stations. The real drop-off point was a location revealed to us as far back as Fallout 2, the Enclave Vault Research Control, listed as still active at the time the game takes place. Except that the moment the bombs drop, this method has a flaw, a big one. Humans don't survive long enough to manage Phase 2. If the collection plan relied on people doing their jobs, it collapses instantly after October 23, 2077. Even if some executive figures survived, you'd need transport, security, stable power, working communications, and a staffed operation that can last centuries. Not days, not months, not years. Centuries. Now, if you've ever explored the Wasteland, and let's face it, the outside world is basically a tutorial on what happens when supply chains die, meaning that if and when the data was ever collected, it probably wasn't because somebody drove around with a clipboard. Option number 1 obviously doesn't work, so let's get into option number 2. Now, this is one that, when you hear it, simply feels like the real Vault-Tec solution. Automated uplinks and silent telemetry. Vault-Tec could have, and even did, built the vaults to report automatically. You don't need a courier or 6 if you have a network. You don't need a manager if you have a system that just pings home at a designated point in time. Could be once a week, or it could be once the experiment has run its course and failed or succeeded. Basic stuff like population counts, medical metrics, incident reports, resource consumption, anything that could be boiled down into numbers and transmitted. You can imagine Vault-Tec loving this because it keeps subjects unaware. They don't feel watched, but they are. On every camera in the hallway, on every word they type on a terminal, even when they're asleep. If this is the method they used, then every vault wasn't just a shelter. It was a sensor, a data node, a living spreadsheet. And that leads to the creepiest question of this section. If the vaults were transmitting, who was receiving it? The receiver problem. Vault-Tec, the government, or something else? A signal implies a listener, and Fallout is full of potential listeners that never announce themselves. It could have been Vault-Tec corporate. It could have been the Enclave. It could have been the Zetans or other aliens overhead planning to experiment or conquer our world. The real reason this mystery works is because the games keep showing you pieces of oversight, notes that imply supervision, protocols that imply reporting, systems that imply external control, without ever showing you the clean HQ that ties it all together. When you eliminate the impossible and improbable, only 2 possibilities are left. Either the receiver died, or the receiver survived, and stayed hidden. But there's one more possibility that explains something important. The third and final option is this, the simplest explanation, really. The data never left because it was meant to be retrieved later. Vault-Tec might have planned a physical post-war retrieval operation, not a live network. Think about it. If you're expecting to reclaim America later, you don't need the data right away. You just need it preserved. And so you store it locally. You lock it behind overseer access. You build redundancies, you make sure it survives time. Then, when the vault's open, the collection begins. A team comes through and scoops it all up, clean and intact. That would turn vaults into time capsules, waiting for a landlord who would never need to show up. But here's the twist that makes this whole mystery feel personal, as though it was meant for someone. If the data was supposed to be retrieved, why do we, the player, keep finding it? That's the mystery, isn't it? As far as its show, it's because nobody ever came. Somebody came and only took some of it. Or somebody is still collecting it, and we're just too late to see the tracks. And if that last one is true, then the Vault program never ended. It just went quiet. A doozy of a revelation, huh? But our next big mystery might cause you to scratch your head further than you were before. Unfinished vaults. Incomplete versus incompetent. Okay, so if the all-clear never came, and the data pipeline is still a question mark, what gives? How is Vault-Tec both this monolithic entity responsible for so much in the world of Fallout, yet can't even create a working product without at least something going wrong? Right there is the next Vault mystery. Don't worry, it'll sound obvious once you hear it asked out loud. What about the vaults that weren't even finished? Fallout loves showing you Vault-Tec's grand plan like it was this clean, controlled machine. In spite of that, the Wasteland keeps revealing something messier. Some vaults weren't sealed masterpieces. In fact, some were little more than construction sites when the world ended. Because once you ask this, you're not asking what was the experiment. You're asking how many vaults were never ready to run the experiment at all? Or worse, what if the fact they weren't complete was the experiment? Despite all the billboards, radio ads, logos you see everywhere, the network of 122 known vaults wasn't complete when the bombs fell. Vault-Tec sells the vaults like a finished safety net, keeping you safe when the world ends. But the evidence suggests parts of that net were still being stitched together. You can physically see it in places like Vault 88, with unfinished wings, active construction areas, and that feeling of this was supposed to be bigger, but time ran out. And this isn't the only example of unfinished construction, even as far back as the second game in the series. You had examples of unfinished or under construction vaults, from the fake Vault 13 in Fallout 2, to Vault 114 in Fallout 4, to Vault 63 in Fallout 76. It only reinforces the point. If multiple vaults were incomplete, then the Vault program wasn't just morally broken, it was logistically unstable. And that leads to the following questions. Were people promised spots in vaults that couldn't take them? What did Vault-Tec do with unfinished vaults when the countdown hit 0? And ultimately, did unfinished vaults become experiments by accident or by design? Certainly scarier than the dog eating your homework, huh? Let's tackle the first question to start. If a vault wasn't finished, then a lot of people who paid for salvation may have been sold a seat on a lifeboat that didn't exist yet. Vault-Tec didn't sell maybe. They sold certainty, plans, assignments, a spot with you and your family's name on it. But if the door opens and the interior is still scaffolding and rubble, what happens to the families assigned there? They don't get a refund. They get a locked door, if a door is even built, and a sky full of fire. That means some of the Vault program's biggest casualties might have happened before the experiments ever started, just from unfinished infrastructure. Going ahead with the second question, the simplest answer is likely nothing, but let's think deeper about it. An unfinished vault forces an ugly decision, and Vault-Tec loves ugly decisions. If the vault isn't ready, you've got a few options, and all of them are bad. Option A, seal people inside anyway and figure it out later. This was exactly what happened to Vault 63, and it didn't quite turn out so well. Next option, Option B, use the vault as a temporary shelter. We see this happen with Vault 114, abandoned and later used by the local mobsters as an interrogation site. And finally, Option C, abandon it and pretend it was never part of the promise. And in a company built on secrecy and control, Option C is dangerously realistic. If Vault-Tec abandoned unfinished vaults, that's not a project delay. That's mass murder by bureaucracy. But if they didn't abandon them, then you get a new nightmare. Last question for this subject. Did unfinished vaults become experiments by accident? A half-built vault creates its own experiment even if Vault-Tec never designed one. Think about what being unfinished means underground. Bad seals, incomplete life support, unfinished medical bays, missing security systems, unmapped tunnels, no clean boundaries. That turns survival into a chaotic gamble between life and death, all because there wasn't enough time or effort put into finishing what should have been a safe shelter. Not because Vault-Tec planned it, but because Vault-Tec failed to finish the cage. And since we know for a fact that this has happened at least a few times, then some vault horrors aren't twisted science or science for science's sake. They're what happens when construction failure meets the apocalypse. And now, we hit the part that ties back to the data mystery in the creepiest way. The question behind the question: if a vault was unfinished, was it ever supposed to be counted? Unfinished vaults might explain why the vault list feels incomplete and inconsistent across the series. If some vaults never went live, Vault-Tec might have buried them in paperwork. No residents, no logs, no overseer reports, no public record. Just a number on a blueprint and a door that was never meant to open, which means there could be ghost vaults we never see, not because they're unimportant, but because they were embarrassing or incriminating. The unfinished vault problem isn't just about construction, it's about missing history. Vaults that vanish from the story because they never became a story. And if that's true, then the next mystery is brutal, as it's not just the unfinished vaults that go on to have a legacy, it's the finished ones as well. But what happens when that legacy is slowly shifted or corrupted? Or is it simply Vault-Tec getting more success than what they ever could have hoped for? Vault mythology, mystery, history, hysteria. Now we hit the part that's way harder to explain with terminals and charts, because some vaults don't just fail. Some vaults become stories. Some of them have positive legacies, ones that went on to help the area or save the world. But others performed quite the opposite. They became the kind people whisper about like they're haunted houses. The kind traders detour around even if it costs them days. The kind even raiders won't raid because, nah man, that place is cursed. Which only begs the question, why do certain vaults stop being locations and start being myths? Because this isn't just simple wasteland superstition. In Fallout, myth is usually what's left when the truth is too horrifying to survive intact. Deathclaws started out as myths, as did the Enclave and Institute. It was only later on that people learned just how real and dangerous they were. Starting with the basics, a vault can outlive its facts. Most wastelanders don't learn vault history from terminals or books. They learn it from rumors, word of mouth from the town drunk or a local gossiper. Think about how knowledge travels in the wasteland. There's no internet, no textbooks, no stable government archives. Just caravans, bars, mercs, and old people telling stories with missing pieces. Maybe the radio will give a news story, but even then, no one's listening to a radio all day, every day. So when something terrifying happens in a vault, the exact details don't spread. The vibe does though. That's how a vault becomes a myth. The facts decay, but the fear doesn't, and the fear sticks to certain vaults for specific reasons. Patterns you can actually track. The first pattern is probably the most obvious: a vault that eats people. Vault myths often start with one simple outcome. People go in. You wait for an hour, a day, a week. After a month has passed, it becomes apparent that they won't come back. You don't need to understand FEV or social experiments to know what that means. If a scavenger vanishes, if a caravan crew never returns, if a raider band or gang goes inside and only one runs out screaming, you don't get a case study. You get a warning story. Because a vault becomes a myth the moment it develops a reputation for being a one-way door. And a lot of vaults in the Fallout world have that reputation for one reason or another, but it's the ones that don't earn that reputation that makes the situation all the worse. Because sometimes the vault isn't just dangerous. Sometimes it's actively misleading. Some vaults don't look dirty, worn down, broken. Some are ones that, upon first inspection, look safe. Clean, working machinery, coated in bright colors. That's the second pattern. It looks safe until you're already in too deep. Some vaults don't announce danger. They hide it. When it's not coated in 200 years of dirt and rust, the vault aesthetic is comforting by design. Clean corridors, bright lights, familiar signs. Even when it's rotting, it still looks like a form of safety at first glance. But anyone who has played a horror game or watched a scary movie knows what's up. That's why these vaults become the stuff of legend fast. They don't kill you, not immediately, not intentionally. They make you feel stupid for believing the myth of the vault in the first place. They're places where you can kick your feet up, take a sip of Nuka-Cola, and finally take a breath, free from the stress and horrors of the wasteland. And that's where it gets you. These are the vaults that create curses, because they punish curiosity. But myths don't form from traps or scares. Sometimes they form from something worse, something that changes the people who come back out. This is the third pattern you can tell the type of vault mythos by. Beyond the scares and comforts, it produces something else, something either long forgotten or something twisted and deformed. Survivors who don't sound human anymore. When a vault produces survivors who are wrong, it fuels myth faster than any corpse pile. A community can rationalize raiders. It can rationalize the dangers and products of radiation. But when somebody, or something, comes back, no longer recognizable, speaking gibberish, or they can't explain what happened without breaking down, or they start repeating the same phrase like it's a prayer, now you've got a story that spreads on its own. The vault becomes a myth factory. Not because people know what happened, but because the survivors prove something happened that won't fit into normal words. And here's where this connects to the Vault-Tec data question in a nasty way. The less documentation a vault leaves behind, the more myth fills the gaps. Like it was said before, wastelanders rely on word of mouth more than text or actual data. Except when a vault has no clear logs, no coherent history, no visible experiment notes, people don't conclude that there's no information available. We aren't machines, after all. They conclude basic concepts such as haunted, cursed, a monster, ghosts, demons, whatever fits their worldview. And Fallout encourages this by making some vaults feel like they're infected by a presence, not just a problem. Think back to places like Vault 18, Vault 11, Vault 51, so on and so forth. It occurs not just once per game, it's practically a staple for there to be multiple in each game. So myth isn't the opposite of data. Myth is what happens when data gets erased, taken, forgotten, which leads to the sharpest question in this entire section. Did Vault-Tec want some vaults to become myths? After all, a feared vault is a controlled vault, even centuries later. If a vault becomes taboo, people avoid it. They don't salvage it, repurpose it, or settle near it. They most especially don't open doors that might reveal the truth. After all, that place is haunted. You shouldn't be going near it, lest you die, get transformed, or have something else happen to not only you, but to the rest of the wasteland as well. Mythology becomes a security system that runs without electricity, and that raises the possibility that some vault failures weren't failures at all. They were designed to become legends, to protect something inside, or to bury what happened so deep nobody would ever dig it back up. So what exactly was Vault-Tec hoping to accomplish with all this? Getting into that may be perhaps the biggest vault mystery of all. Vault criteria. Success? Alright, last piece of the puzzle. Once you've asked why the all-clear never came, where the data went or how it was collected, how many vaults were simply unfinished, and why some vaults turned into myths, you eventually run into the question Vault-Tec never wanted anyone to ask. What did Vault-Tec actually call a successful vault? It certainly wasn't a vault that closed and opened back up without issue. Vault-Tec wanted problems. Vault-Tec needed problems. They engineered problems in one vault and gave the solution to another vault. If their success criteria wasn't the simple idea of people surviving and rebuilding, then everything else suddenly makes sense. This is where the whole vault program flips upside down. There's only one singular uncomfortable truth. Success wasn't survival. It was a statistic. Vault-Tec's success wasn't measured in lives saved. It was measured in outcomes produced. Look at the pattern across vault stories. So many vaults are built like they expect long-term stability, then have a single variable introduced that destroys stability on purpose. That isn't a shelter plan. That's a test. If survival was the goal, you remove variables. If data is the goal, you introduce them. And once you accept that, you can start guessing the real metrics. Metric number 1, compliance under pressure. Vault-Tec may have defined success as how controllable people are when isolated. A vault is the perfect controlled environment. Take vaults like Vault 101, with the ideal life so long as you never want to leave. Vault 8, a dystopia built on routine and identical identity. Vaults can only provide limited resources, limited exits, and a built-in authority figure. That's not just safety design, because the safety is only for the results Vault-Tec anticipated or wanted to begin with. That's behavior design, turning humans into mice, guinea pigs, or revealing the savage beast that lies beneath civilized nature. In that framework, a successful vault isn't peaceful, it's predictable. And that predictable behavior is incredibly valuable to someone who has made a business out of studying it. Metric 2, clean data, unhappy subjects. Vault 95, Vault 19, Vault 92. In each of these instances, and many more beyond those, Vault-Tec clearly cared more about usable data than the human cost. That explains why the all-clear never came for those types of vaults. You don't end the test early, you simply can't. You let it run until it produces a result, the desired result, or collapse. Collapse can be a result. If the experiment ends in disaster, that might still be successful if the data is recorded. Which brings us back to the creepiest part of the metric mystery. Who was this for? Put it in a frame of reference of what Vault-Tec clearly wanted for some of these vaults. Selecting winners for the next world. That's Vault-Tec's third metric, creating survivors and thriving groups to overcome the apocalypse and the wasteland. In certain instances, Vault-Tec had been using vaults to identify which kinds of societies are easiest to rebuild, and also the easiest to rule. Vault 11, Vault 75, Vault 51. Some vaults clearly feel like they were meant to create specific outputs, stable communities, specialized personnel, hardened survivors, all part of one obedient structure. In that model, vaults aren't just protection for experiments or homes, they're filters. And that ties directly into the unfinished vault problem, because for Vault-Tec, even failure can be a feature as the fourth metric of success. An unfinished vault isn't necessarily a mistake in this mindset. It's an extreme stress test. If you're measuring what breaks people or what forces adaptation, an unfinished vault produces chaos fast, while also not being liable to random factors that could accelerate or slow down the process. Think of it like doing a school or work project the night before it's due. Sure, it might not get you a perfect score, but it produces data fast. That means some vault nightmares might not be a plan that failed. They might be accelerated planning. And if and when those results leak onto the surface, you get the next outcome, the mythos. You get myths as a form of containment. That's the fifth and ultimate way Vault-Tec ensured that long after the war, their experiments, their test subjects, their data would remain secure, contained, and protected. After all, a vault that becomes a legend is a vault that stays undisturbed. If people fear a vault, they don't move in. Just look at what happened to Vault 19 and Vault 94. They don't salvage it. They don't pull apart its systems. They don't expose what happened. And that means the idea of a vault becoming a myth might be the most elegant security system Vault-Tec ever devised, intentionally or not. So when you connect all of this, everything that's been covered, explored, and explained, get ready for a grim answer. Here's the thread that ties the whole mystery board together. For some vaults, the all-clear never came because it was never the point. It was a way of getting vaults to accept their conditioning, the promise that one day Vault-Tec and the civilized world would make their grand return, and they could set out and reclaim humanity and America's rightful place in the world. For other vaults, the data didn't disappear. It was never meant for us to find in the first place. It had already been taken away, transmitted, teleported to a location that maybe a future episode of the TV show or a future game may one day reveal. Or maybe it was never real to begin with. Another illusion by Vault-Tec. Perhaps the unfinished vaults weren't embarrassing accidents caused by incompetence, poor planning, contentment with the status quo. Maybe they were just experiments that started early, if only because the world ending puts a rather large delay on the idea of finishing on schedule. And maybe the vaults that became myths didn't become myths by chance. Maybe that was the final layer of one of the deepest and biggest mysteries that Vault-Tec, that the Fallout franchise, continues to linger and tease us with to this day. Because if Vault-Tec's success criteria wasn't simply to save humanity, but measure humanity, and measure it in all of the ways that were just discussed, then the Vault program doesn't look like a tragedy. It looks like a machine that worked exactly as designed. And the scariest part, we're still walking through the results. From a unique pale wolf that cares for her pups to an unknown bloodsucker monster, today I'm going to explore some of the most mysterious cryptid creatures of Fallout, starting with a hard one that begins with a person committing cannibalism: Wendigo. The Wendigos are mutated humanoids that we meet and fight in Appalachia. We know that the progenitor Wendigo was named Morris Stevens, and at some point before the transformation happened, he ate human flesh. Since then, mere days after the bombs fell, he mutated and became connected to the act of cannibalism. Fallout 76 had a lot of problems, but it also has some of the best enemies, and the Wendigos are in my top 5. It's explained in the game that they originated from the Wendigo cave, but it was never clarified what was real and what was a legend. We don't know at what point the legend originated, but we do know that it became a reality the day when the mutated Stevens arrived there and made it his home. He became the first, and consequently, the progenitor of the Wendigo as we know them. The fact that Wendigos originated from one zone doesn't mean they aren't found in other parts of the map when we explore Appalachia. They appear in multiple zones, as their numbers are enormous at this point, but talking about their origins is still a bit tricky. Only a handful of them can be traced to a human, or a named human to be more precise. Each person had unique circumstances, so it's hard to point out everything, but a constant can still be identified in every one of the cases. The consumption of human flesh prior to the transformation is the same thing that most people, myself included, believe had a huge impact on what caused the progenitor Wendigo to appear. Another question arises. This can be dismissed as a canon discrepancy, or perhaps they simply didn't have the idea yet, but nowhere outside of Appalachia do Wendigos exist, and this is not explained anywhere. For example, why weren't they common during the period before the Great War or in other zones like the Commonwealth or the Capital Wasteland? Obviously, if we try to stick to a logical in-game reason, it could be that the introduction of nuclear radiation was the catalyst for the mutation. Earl Williams, for example, was a cannibal locked in the Monongah mine by Hornwright Industries in 2076. Yes, this was before the bombs dropped. We don't know when the transformation happened, but it did happen. Details arise every now and then about this transformation. For example, many of the cases involved mental degeneration before transforming, but whether this is a requirement for the mutation remains unknown. In some of the latest updates, we can see that Wendigos can be found among the populace of feral ghouls. They could have mutated alongside them or simply work as a team, but whatever the reason, in Vault 79, for example, and other various zones, you can meet both, and they don't display hostility hostility toward one another. Strange, but that's the way it works. Maybe they are a subtype of ghoul, but who knows? Maybe in the future we can learn more about them. Now, talking about creatures in Appalachia, another dangerous one exists and is unique: the Beast of Beckley. From the moment you learn a bit about her, you know that she is a dangerous wolf with a notorious reputation even before the Great War. Later, you discover that she is a subclass of wolf that is albino, with their den localized in Appalachia, which is part of a quest to find her. Commonly described as a pale monster seen near Beckley, the beast triggers Janelle Priblo to try to trap it, but the outcome? Well, another person showed up to help Janelle, but Raymond Priblo was killed by the beast. This triggered a sort of revenge quest between the beast and Janelle, who ultimately died trying to get out of the zone to assemble a hunting party, effectively showing how dangerous the creature is. From there, you enter the scene. Having explored the ash heap and investigated Janelle's camp, you can find some blood splatters. Follow the trails, and you will get some clues. This is the start of Unsolved Death and Taxidermy, a side quest about hunting this unique beast. Reading every note that involves the camp will make the Beast of Beckley appear on a small hill nearby. She will be marked as a legendary level albino wolf with some pups that defend her. Once you kill the beast, the quest is finished, and so many people are avenged. Also, it is one of the mysteries required to find the fabled Sheepsquatch. And following that idea, what is the Sheepsquatch? The Sheepsquatch? Oh boy, a myth that was an obsession for so many. For starters, this is one cryptid stalking the Appalachian Mountains that is not common but really famous. Many cryptid hunters were obsessed with finding one. For example, Calvin Van Loo, a man who devoted his life to hunting at least one down. This is one of the species that was a myth from way before the Great War, but the knowledge was limited and not widespread. Only a few chosen ones were lucky or unlucky enough to know about them after the Great War. The Sheepsquatch took many lives, from students to experienced hunters and others, many others. This alone created a type of story that is shared in a bonfire on the cold night. Some of them talked about its size, horrendous factions, how dangerous it was, and all the experiences that you can feel being near it, or even worse, fighting it. And also, we cannot forget the classic human curiosity. One of the most asked questions was basically all about the speculation of its origins. Now, talking about the enemy, it is always a legendary one-star enemy, so its strength matches the reputation of a highly dangerous creature. The movements are nothing that a vault dweller cannot handle, and with a bit of experience you will beat it fairly easily, but it is still never a fight to take for granted, so be careful outside. Also, a unique detail about it is that in certain encounters, it will emerge from underground and howl, similar to the Deathclaws on Deathclaw Island. They cannot be permanently crippled. If you take out both legs, it will fall down for a few seconds and stand up again as normal. The fight itself is not impossible, but hard, so it's an interesting experience, to say the least. According to the in-game lore, it's not clear if they are one or multiple. Sometimes they are referred to as just one creature, and other times as a whole race. But it's worth noting that if they are legendary, the encounters are far from random, ignoring, obviously, the encounters through events, as they are guaranteed. Now we get a bit more sinister than the cryptid side, so smile a bit, would you? Smiling Man. Let's be honest here. The first time I found this dude, it scared me so badly. I didn't expect this type of sinister person, if you could call it that. This entity, person, or whatever, is still mostly a mystery to us. He is a wide person, vastly wide, more than any normal human being. And he also has an exaggerated and unsettling smile that will send chills down your spine, as you can see. He also claims different things every time you find him, but most of the time he suggests that he's lost and returning to Appalachia. Judging by the apparel alone, he looks like he's from before the Great War, as he continuously says that much has changed during his absence. In a certain way, he is similar to Mothman. When you encounter him in the random wasteland of Fallout 76 and you decide to attack him, he disappears in a burst of shadow, just like the random encounter with Mothman. He is also a part of the Rip Daring and the Cryptid Hunt, just for those completion hunters. The Smiling Man identifies himself as the historical figure Indrid Cold. This is seen in separate instances where he introduces himself as Indrid and adds to the conversation, "I am cold," when you talk about his coat, but he never fully says his name completely. So this is still a theory. Of the glimpses of lore that we can get, one of the most interesting ones is in the expeditions. The Pit Update. One particular terminal at the White Spring Refuge talks about the Smiling Man in a confusing way. The terminal explains the story of a catatonic patient left with the responders by a passing figure identified only as Bob. The curious point that aligns with the Smiling Man is that this patient, one day, simply disappeared. It is repeatedly mentioned that he had an aura that reminded one of a cold feeling when you were near him, and he also didn't give a cozy feeling. as he felt a bit sinister too. Nobody saw the patient depart or personally discharged him. He disappeared into thin air, so this story was reported as another ghost story. Another nod that is not as clear is at the Middle Mountain pit stop. It's mentioned by a terminal of Clyde that on a certain day, a man who visited the bar was grinning from ear to ear and was as wide, if not more, than humanly possible. What disrupts the reference is that he is described as someone who didn't speak a single word, highly unlikely for someone like the Smiling Man. A pilgrim of the cult of the Mothman speculates that the man and the cult are looking for similar things. In real life, this character is often in the same dimension as characters like Mothman, so to speak. This is interesting, but details of this relation, or what links both characters, have never been discussed, only little bits of lore here and there. In-game, this relation is never explored or mentioned. To disturb you more, this person is actually identified and based on real life, a smiling man named Indrid Cold, from an Appalachian urban legend that is associated with the Mothmen. This person was first reported in November 1966 on a road. A person named Woodrow Derenberger reported seeing a light when traveling and approached it expecting to help. He was met with a person who was not dangerous but unnerving, a man with a smile so wide that it never faded. It is reported that he spoke with Woodrow telepathically, introducing himself as Cold. He assured Woodrow that he meant no harm and wished only happiness for him. A direct nod in the game references this phrase too. He described him as a man with his arms crossed over his chest and his hands tucked under his armpits. This aspect is not reflected in the game, showing a more relaxed, you could say, version, but still as disturbing as the local legend. The image shown on the Rip Daring and the Cryptid Hunt scoreboard in the game is more accurate to the real version than the in-game model, but it's still an interesting cryptid that is a jump scare for me every time, as he appears with that smile in the most random and sinister places, scaring the living daylights out of me. And now let's see the heavyweight champions. The Old One is one of the non-modeled creatures, but the mystery still exists. The Old One? To this point, Lovecraft is a dark culture icon, but that doesn't mean that his creations are any less traumatizing, and Fallout does a great job of showing how these creatures influence the world. For starters, let's go to one of the famous mystery locations with a cryptic mystery in Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. Yeah, we are talking about Dunwich, and this is explored a bit in both games a bit, so let's dig in, literally. Yeah, we can all agree on one thing. Such things, locations, and residues of their religious beliefs in Dunwich shouldn't exist. The series plays with this every now and then. So I think it fits pretty well with the overall atmosphere and story of the world. We aren't discussing this from a purely logical standpoint. The games don't follow that approach, and that's why we love them. Remember that there is a fine line between logic in our own universe and the game's own universe. This is the sort of decision where you can have freedom, but still put things that fit in some way. It must fit, at the very least, in the contextual story the game tries to tell us. Ignoring everything about the actual exploration, as we already covered it, we start descending deep enough to get creepy vibes and explore a sinister atmosphere. This is where it starts getting cryptic. It's common enough, yeah, but you meet a handful of ghouls that start attacking you. After that, it's a journey of flashback experiences. The catch here is that those aren't yours. To be honest, it just makes you a bit uncomfortable. If you already have the context of Fallout 3 or have previously visited this zone, I highly recommend revisiting it. You will see things under a new light. When you push through, then you meet the Old One altars. This thing, if you could name it that way, is an altar with multiple nodes on the walls and stone pillars. Even if you can see the husk of one of the cultists performing rituals around an altar or body of water, continue a bit more and start diving. The journey is not over. Here lies a massive underground temple. Yeah, if you remember Fallout 3, they were looking for something similar. Who knows if this is the one? Curiously enough, if you start looking around in this place, you can conclude that in this altar, they kind of worship the bombs. And they also have a face carved into stone and a dagger. To be honest, I think the bombs were kind of random, put there for whatever reason, or maybe to throw pursuers off, but that is only speculation. This dagger isn't just any special weapon. It's a unique one, and it's named Kremva's Tooth, a sacrificial blade that does poison damage. Its existence alone tells a story. You know what that means? Sacrificial altars and a weapon exist? It shouldn't be, but it is. A cult doing rituals, and now the most important instrument is in your hands. The game itself doesn't even try to explain more than that, but I'm following the concept and analyzing the flashbacks a bit. Now, the people surrounding the water were worshippers of a god that was down there and commonly referred to as the Old One. We don't have much information about the particular altars or what they do. Another strange thing that creeps in a lot is that if you decide to continue and dive into the last part of this section, remember that this was an underground, forgotten part for many years. You can can see a statue of an eye at the bottom of the water. This is a strong reference to any eldritch god that sleeps down here, as the legends say, and the book makes everything 10 times worse. As I explained, this follows a fine line between literature and a world built for Fallout, and it pairs well. Here lies a bit of that magic, as it is very much intentional. Well, maybe if you're already a Lovecraft fan, you'll understand, but for the average player, like me, we won't understand much. But if the game does things right, you will probably be invested in investigating outside the game, which happened to me. I could also add that it was there a long time, even before any of us existed, and clearly Dunwich and company had a certain multiple-step plan objective. God knows what they could have unleashed if the bombs hadn't stopped their plans. This is more a theory on my part than any real information out there, but it's presumably true that those ghouls that attacked you were turned by the influence of those malevolent gods. As you probably know, these gods see humans as mere ants or less. They don't look over us twice, so to speak, and yeah, if you worship them, that doesn't make a difference anyway. Well, I have to be fair about them. They aren't exactly malevolent, but they simply don't care about their worshippers or humanity itself. A piece of evidence that I can share is that in a previous game, Fallout 3 to be precise, you explore another instance of this type of creature. Exploring a bit, you can get to a DLC location, the Dunwich Building. Here you can get a recording of people turning into ghouls without much of an explanation, but having a bit of knowledge about what they were looking for, it's pretty much clear that the influence of these gods is greater than the human mind can comprehend. I have to clarify that gameplay-wise, they function as any other ghoul, but we talked about it, so why not finish the whole idea of both games? Ugg-Qualtoth. This storyline is a bit strange. It all sort of begins in Fallout 3, and to this day is still only connected to Fallout 4. Yeah, separated by a whole generation of games, but still, both locations reference the Blackhall family. This is a fact that we know after exploring the building, but it's never clear in Fallout 4. You must link the facts and reach the conclusion. Okay, but before entering the Dunwich Borers building, we must talk about the whole region of Point Lookout. It's a rumor, but in general terms, most information that you can find is within religious zealotry, figures that are shrouded by insanity and mutations. We also learn that this figure is worshipped as a deity in the whole region. It's a rumor, but some information suggests strongly about this deity being worshipped for a considerable time before the war in the region, not only by Dunwich members. Talking about Constance Blackhall, if you played the DLC, then you will remember her well. If not, then she was a suspiciously long-lived woman who led a cult in Point Lookout. She acted as the priestess of the swamp folk before and after the war. What makes us believe that Ugg-Qualtoth and the Old One from the quarry of Fallout 4 are the same is the Krivbekni, an ancient book that talks about it, so it's tied to it. This book is the central piece of the occult affairs that the company Dunwich Borers used as a cover, and the mining operations are part of that creepy quarry in the Commonwealth. Another company issue that was a cover for the cult was the poor safety records, as the human sacrifices at Dunwich sites were obscured by the poor management, or a good way of covering tracks, if you see it that way. The strongest link is one that we cannot trace a particular action, but the information you can get says that Richard Dunwich, owner of Dunwich Borers and brother of the priestess of the cult, started a project to erect a building for the company in a remote location. At first glance, this was just a strange decision by a rich person. To be honest, this is not that uncommon. If you continue searching, then you learn about a cavern below the building that was drilled because they were searching for something in particular. When they reached deep enough, they cleared the zone of people and used a different bore drill by themselves, reaching a subterranean chamber on October 23rd, and yeah, you're correct, the day of the Great War. We don't know what happened there. We only know that Richard Dunwich gained access to an obelisk. At the same time, with the collusion of certain co-workers inside the Dunwich Borers quarry, employees were bound against their will, and by a ritual whose details we don't know, they were turned into feral ghouls. Yeah, without radiation or the bombs. This was the first documented event that testified to a taste of the power of the Old One, closing a circle in terms of learning that could be centered around Ugg-Qualtoth. Just before closing this point, it is believed in the canon of the game that the deep temple found below the Dunwich building was where the Old One lived and died by 2277. We don't know any more details. Okay, after all this context, let's start with what the game actually tells you, literally through gameplay. We know that in Point Lookout, for a considerable time, they have been worshipping something called Ugg-Qualtoth for generations. The fact about it being the Old One and all that, I think, is well explained. This entity, like most in the canon, is not exactly very well documented. Yeah, they aren't the most friendly or open to visitors either, but which one is? Remember that even in the original books, these beings are bigger than human minds themselves, so even if you can get to them, you will be guaranteed to go crazy or something, as you cannot see their forms either. They are another level of life form. What we can actually get here, or more correctly learn, is the name, and if we want to conserve our mines, that is as far as we can go. Maybe some facts here and there and the reasons for the family owner of the quarry in Fallout 4 to do what they did. That's why I decided to provide all the context before, to better understand what you can find here. The architecture is very strange, referencing something ancient that lives beneath the earth. Something or some kind of investigation that got them very accurate data. You may think that this is obvious, given everything I already explained, but having those underground constructions be by chance is almost impossible. The temple was far too underground. Remember that we talked about the feral ghouls in the quarry and that the cult made that transformation via a ritual? If you haven't already made the link, that flashback sequence has a high possibility of being the same ritual that you can learn about in Fallout 3. In this case, we can see that it shows 4 cultists, and strangely, also shows 5 shadows. This may show you that an extra being is playing a part here. We may never know. Also, another thing to add is that in those flashbacks, if you're looking for details, then maybe you caught this. If not, then basically you can see on the walls that this extra shadow figure is following you. It is not as dangerous as it only appears in this area, but it follows you, and I found it creepy, to say the least. And here we are with the cherry on top of everything. In one of the terminals of Blackhall, a particularly important detail is mentioned. The book Father found in the Massachusetts mine. The priestess always had a book with her, and without following any logic, that book gives this woman an unnaturally long life, as we explained before, but we didn't delve into the details. I still think that this book's origin, besides the lore in the game, is a really clear reference to another Lovecraft story where reading a specific book drives people insane, as that knowledge simply does not fit in a human's mind. A book that canonically can make people crazy, cool, and at the same time dangerous. All the pieces for a maniac to commit serious crimes or events of dubious morals. And yet, it still had an extra purpose, so the story kinda comes full circle. But, well, the real-life counterpart is the Lovecraft book called The Dunwich Horror. Even the name is a reference. A cool detail, right? This story ends with the cult dying, and this also means that the old one died in the same place where it appeared, in the tomb that started everything. Everything started with the Krivbekny ritualists, presumably a group of the swamp folk. As we already knew that Blackhall led them, Constance had a really big obsession with the occult, and used her inherited wealth to get a hold of artifacts like the book. This book was the pinnacle of the cult, and she, as the priestess, gained enough power to maintain a cult for years. But the end happened at some point when the book was stolen. This is general knowledge in the region, and is a local legend at the point that you get this info shared with you. Constance, the head of the cult, had the Krivbekny stolen and died without it. We don't know precise details, but the structure of the cult fell apart. The legacy lives in the inhabitants, but it never got strong enough for the cult to reappear. This story kind of continues with Obadiah Blackhall, Constance's last remaining descendant, who wants to resume the occult studies. But it's up to the lone wanderer to follow that quest, and to this day, we don't have the continuation of this character. Speaking of legends, has anybody told you the story of the Chupacabras? Chupacabras. This one is a bit of a scam, appearing in Fallout New Vegas in a strange but cool mini-quest around the town of Novak. The premise is simple. In the game, everyone knows about the legendary creature of Puerto Rican origin, and No Bark Noonan explains to you that the Chupacabras are killing and have killed several Brahmin around the town, so you can decide to help. If you wait around for enough time and prepare an ambush, you will find your monster, and it's actually a Nightkin. Yeah, a bummer, but still, a Nightkin is not a normal enemy. It's cool in its own way, just in case you don't know. A Nightkin is a super mutant in the elite class. It was created by the Master at Mariposa Military Base as part of a team in a clan named Unity, basically the Master's own military team. It's a transformation of unambiguous honor, but at the same time they were provided with the finest equipment that the Unity could muster. Talking about this case, Stealth Boys. Fits with the context and paired with the lore, it explains, well, why he used that approach. Remember that in Fallout 1, the Unity was destroyed. Also, we have to add that the remnants of the Unity are traumatized by the events of the first game, where the Vault Dweller assassinates their master, so at that point, they decided to rely more on their stealth gear. In this case, one of them killed the Brahmin with the use of Stealth Boys. So, no aliens here, folks. This clan has so much story, but it is a topic for another video. And those were some of Fallout's biggest cryptid mysteries. If you want to see everything wrong with Fallout Anniversary, click the video on the screen.